Back to the upside we go here this morning, trying to hold on to session highs right now. A bit of a dark pool dump coming through, as you can see on the chart there. But nice rebound after what we saw yesterday. Back and forth action all day long. Ended the day pretty much halfway between highs and lows. Tons to look to today ahead of an important inflation reading tomorrow. Remember, CPI coming through tomorrow at 8:30. We'll get a few Fed speakers today on the docket, including one coming up here apparently in 15 minutes. We'll see if that moves the market at all. But Fed speakers today, inflation data tomorrow, a whole bunch of individual storylines to talk about this morning as well, including this Warner Brothers story continues to evolve. Looks like they are preparing to reject this Paramount deal, or bid at least, and potentially go with Netflix, which could be positive for Netflix. So we'll have a look at that coming up. Tesla back on watch as well, always with this ongoing positivity around autonomous driving and what we've seen over the past couple of days from Netflix, pretty impressive. Going into what should be a pretty interesting day for the overall market tomorrow. I mean, that's really the last before the end of the year as far as important economic data goes. We're kind of in this range, just chopping around. There's really no decisive movement yet.
Yeah, the NQ's been locked in that 25,000 and change point level for a while, Brendo. We'll have to see if the needle gets moved tomorrow, but the headlines today are plenty, oh plenty, so let's get right down to them. Amazon with a possible tie-up here with OpenAI to the tune of $10 billion. The funding there, valuation of $500 billion, a little bit lower than what some people were expecting for OpenAI, so Amazon should be in focus. Broadcom, Marvell as well. You'll recall that Marvell and Amazon have a tie-up for their Trainium 3. Marvell up nicely here to start. Elon Musk, $600 billion and counting in terms of net worth, but it's not all sunshine and rainbows, Brendo. The California regulator looking to rain on his billion-dollar parade here, basically saying, look, autopilot, FSD, don't use those names. They're misleading, and they're giving him about 30 or 60 days to fix it. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to sell cars in the state. Medline today, we're going to have the biggest IPO of the year, MDLN. That's going to be the ticker. We got President Trump declaring Venezuela a terrorist government, and as a result, oil is up here almost 2.5%, and Robinhood getting into the prediction sports markets as well, not just prediction markets. There's so many headlines, Brendo.
That's conversation that, I mean, Vlad's been all around. I've seen him on 2 or 3 different podcasts over the past couple of weeks, but he was actually talking about that on one of them, the sports angle specifically, and how excited they were to have that offering. Some dark pools maybe flying around on Tesla here, but it just ripped up to day highs right back down again. But yeah, that's, that note is really, really interesting on the DMV side for Tesla as well, how they're not going to, in California, they may not allow people to renew their license if they have the self-driving thing on their license. But anyways, we'll talk about Tesla. Still really, really strong here at 490.
And like as Tesla released yesterday when we got the videos, of course, on the weekend on the robotaxi, it's an over-the-air software update that takes it, Brendo, from supervised FSD to unsupervised. So on a click of a switch, it could be the namesake could actually be accurate. So I don't know. A little bit more government intervention than I'd like.
Another $10 billion potentially for OpenAI, just because.
Another 10
from Amazon as well. Micron might be interesting here so far today. Definitely the strongest in the tech side of things right now. Huge gap up. We're giving some of it back currently, back to 239 here for MU. But nice look to start things off. Good to have Neil back in the chair this morning. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. We're locked and loaded. Micron earnings day, which should be at least interesting for the memory names. But we'll see, because the circle, you know what, continues with Amazon here. Just when you think we're not going to get another one of these, all virus sticking out there. Just when you think we're kind of done with hearing all of this circular spending, Amazon jumps right back in there, and little $10 billion here investment. When just a couple of months ago, it's like, okay, like $32 billion in their direction from OpenAI, and now $10 billion investment from them into OpenAI. So, it's a little bit more of the same, but that's fine. The market's actually liking this here with Amazon up 1%. We'll cut fresh all-time highs for two places, which do seem to be doing it every single day. And Tesla and silver both going. Finally got energy actually bouncing a little bit here, so you could always watch at that. And an IPO today. So I don't know Medline. It's not the super hype name like some of the, like when we were coming earlier in the year with some of the IPOs, like there were some big names that you were expecting to hear, which we'll have to wait for next year on potentially. But Medline is big. So I think it's going to be an interesting one off the open. I plan to at least trade it. We'll have to look to see what the open interest looks like as we get along later in the day to determine how much it's looking good. But yeah, IPO market coming in. Obviously, it's going to be the last big one of the year because there's not that much time left. But I'm pretty excited for this one just based on the size alone.
Yeah, $6 billion is nice. We'll see if we can do something with that one. Yeah, Micron up 2.5% right now. What a run we had yesterday in Tesla. I mean, Tesla was an absolute monster. Yesterday afternoon, we sat here and you guys all watched us trade it, Obi and I. And yeah, awesome. It did make that little dump on some of that news there after hours, but trying to get back up. We'll be looking to go long. We said we'd be going long on this one today. See if we get a pullback into 482 or so. I mean, the market's hot again today, so we'll see if we can get going. I mean, I say again today, but it's finally starting to cook. I mean, it really hasn't been, as Sharif and Brendan mentioned there, it's been kind of stuck in a range for a couple minutes there. That's Tesla is breaking out of the range, and you know what a daily chart. You know, finally starting to get going there. Nervous about Micron, but I'm pretty sure it will be going down after earnings, no matter what winds up happening. Great to see what happens with, or what's been happening there with Marvell. We talked about, you know, the bottom of that name potentially around this $75, $76 area. We get a little bit of a bump today. That's up 3%. So I think it's Marvell that's leading the way today out of major stocks, and Robinhood getting into the sports side of things here with the parlays, different actionable events and everything like that. So it's nice to see them kind of decoupling away a little bit there from crypto, although crypto's holding pretty good now, 87 and change. Robinhood just up that 1.6%. It's not even down that bad. I mean, its high was 152. It's back down to 120. That's a pretty reasonable area there for Robinhood. So I was wondering about DraftKings today to see if they start to head southbound on news like this. Up right now, so it doesn't seem like they're being affected too much by it, but DraftKings had a great bottom there on earnings and trying to break through this 36, 37 area. And when it does, then I think we get back into this area. I still love this stock. So yeah, it was pretty fun.
I feel like McDaniel probably had a parlay making sure that the Miami didn't cover the spread on the Monday night game.
Oh, what was, yeah, Miami was losing like 21-0 or whatever all game. What was the final score of that game?
I don't even. Oh, look.
The spread must have been small.
I'm not going to pretend to have watched
Yeah,
the game.
yeah.
But what I will say is from all the highlights that I saw and then some of it after the fact, there was the utmost questionable decision-making when you're down that much.
Yeah.
They were basically bleeding the clock on one of their own drives. They had the ball, were down 28-9 and needed 3 scores.
28-9.
And they were snapping the ball with less than 10 seconds left on every single play. Like they were literally bleeding the clock when they needed to be rushing. They had no hurry up offense. Like that guy is an idiot. But anyways, well, I mean, whatever. I don't care that much. I just find it very, very curious. This is where people get that conspiracy stuff. They're like, well, it doesn't make any sense. Like no coach in their right mind would ever do that in that situation, yet it happens anyways. And then they end up scoring that drive and whatever. It could have been a closer game, but it doesn't matter. I'm not surprised by this one. You guys talked about Netflix. And of course, in the case here, the story actually isn't directly Netflix. It's going to be Warner Brothers coming out back in support of, well, they already supported the Netflix deal, but specifically telling shareholders to not support the inferior Paramount deal. And this is sort of, well, the other thing that obviously comes with this implicitly would be now Netflix doesn't have a reason to up their bid. They did not do so. They haven't up to this point, and now there isn't much of a reason to do so. So when Skydance was offering you 30 and it was at 30, literally at the price, like the only upside there was that Netflix came with a higher bid. Obviously, it's much lower of a probability, so hopefully you rang the register if you had shares of these in front of 30 for sure, and I would expect Netflix, you just wanted some certainty here. But like I think that's all anybody was looking for was either a response directly from Netflix saying they're bidding higher or not. In this particular case, I think it's better that they didn't have to do so. And you get the response from Warner Brothers firmly behind the cash, and it's mostly cash and stock deal for Netflix. So I think it's like 27 at the current price at about 96. Then Warner Brothers is like 27.20 or something like that. But it's like 70 to 80 or 80% cash, that deal. So I think it's good news for Netflix. I think it's going to be an all systems go for them in the short run, unless something drastically changes with that deal.
Yeah, we were, I know Joe and I have been buying this on the dip. So yeah, we're happy, I think, today about Netflix. So let's see where it goes. I mean, you and I sat here and talked about Warner Brothers. If you liked the $30, take the $30. And, now you're down to $28.50. So Warner Brothers was up there for a couple of days at $30, and it was just like, hey, if you wanted the cash now, this is going to take a while to settle. Might have been some of the best advice I've given was to maybe take that $30 if you liked it. So now it's down to $28.50. So if you took that 30, now you got $1.50 times however many shares you got to play with, and you can maybe buy Netflix with that $1.50 and see what winds up happening with that deal. So congratulations, anybody that did follow that sort of path. I'm the path of just straight buying Netflix. Well, I didn't have any Warner Brothers shares either. Uber is going to be an interesting one. We have Waymo discussions today. So Uber's down to $81 right now. Bounced quite nicely off $80 yesterday. So we'll see if that winds up holding today for now. So yeah, some good things going on here. SoFi is back to 27, which is nice. That had a couple moves down over the last few days. SMR continues to get beat up, and all these other names, Meta, Microsoft, all looking to get going. And then here's Google. I would rather short Amazon on them investing into OpenAI. I think OpenAI is going to be a disaster. But right into here, we'll see what Google wants to do here. I've got them on the node today as well, 306-ish or so, yesterday's close. Like, I write down some of these prices, and it's tough because we still have an hour and a bit to go before we open up. But thank you, everybody, for watching. I mean, yesterday we had a great day. We'll have another great day here today, obviously. And then Medline, MDLN. That's going to be coming through today, so we'll see. That's on the watch list as well. If I'm here, I'll trade it. If I'm not, then I won't. So MDLN right now on the NASDAQ looking to open up. Generally, it's around like 12:30, 1 o'clock or so. We get some of these IPOs to kick through. So $6 billion worth hitting the market here for MDLN. And it's probably not even on the imbalance locator yet.
Probably too early.
Let's have a quick little look to see. Yeah, no, not yet. Well, it's a NASDAQ name, so it won't be on here anyways. Yeah, not much in the way of imbalances here today. All right, guys, MDLN should be a good one here this morning.
I was just actually reading. I had no idea what this company even does, but apparently they manufacture and distribute a huge catalog of medical surgical products such as gloves, gowns, wound care, infection prevention, diagnostics, other hospital clinic type items for MDLN. So yeah, we'll see how that one comes across later today at some point. This was interesting, just popped up in front of me down here. I'll give them a shout out, Leverage Shares on X, great follow. Comes up with these graphics from time to time. Palantir out here, 146.1% on the year. This is just the S&P 100. I mentioned this simply because Raheem's going to join us here in a few minutes, and he's going to talk a little bit about some of the best performers that he has been watching and keeping track of this year on the smaller end of the market cap scale and what to look forward to going into next year. So let's go to the other end of the world here, the biggest of the big. The thing that really stands out to me, like this is zero on this chart right here. So draw an imaginary line with your mind there, and you can see all of the biggest names, Meta, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, on the right side of zero, but not by a heck of a lot, a couple percent here and there.
Oh yeah, well you've seen kind of the giving back by Meta, the giving back by Nvidia, of course, that were much higher earlier on. A kind of a good couple of gains for Google, right? We saw pick up there, but Amazon, as Sean pointed out yesterday, I think it was up only 1 or 2% on the year. So yeah, your point well taken. But I want to build on your point on Palantir. I think that they really do deserve credit for that big move. Not only is their product, their AIP, of course, one of the more novel ones in the world, it goes goes into your system, learns how your company operates, and then gives you suggestions as to how to improve it. But they're really good at marketing. So they've been all over X, and they're trying to get this is his words, not mine, neurodivergent individuals, much like Alex Karp, to apply to the company, and they've had like mass amounts of people all who want to apply. You got to assume some of those people, they're going to like the company, they're going to want to punch in as well. And separately, there's now a pull from Canadians. There's a Palantir individual who's asking for Canadians, specifically Canadians, to go and apply to the company. Apparently his DMs are completely backlogged. So not only are they delivering on the other side, but they're quite good at self-promotion in a way that would really help the retail investors.
And I mean, this tells the story of the biggest of the big. It's not even close. Like, not even close this year. They're way out here on their own, on an island. To the downside, worth noting, honorable mention to UNH, negative 33.5 or 33.7% on the year for UNH, pretty ugly.
Yeah, I just want to give some information.
Sure,
Speaking of, the healthcare sector, let's talk a little bit about Medline. I have some details, Brendo, about the IPO. So here's the deal, guys. This is going to be trading under ticker, just give me a moment here, under ticker MDLN. Currently, the IPO price, obviously we're not open yet, is showing $30, but the company wants to raise, they're going to raise $6.26 billion. It's going to be the largest IPO this year. The offering was upsized, and that's kind of an indicator as to whether or not it's going to be good on day one. Upsized to 216 million shares, priced at 29 bucks, but as I just showed you, the tap is already showing 30. It overtook Cattle's Hong Kong IPO, 5.3 billion. That was obviously in North America. Company was founded in 1966, Brendo. As you mentioned, surgical gloves, gowns, surgical kits, and they deal directly, or they compete directly with the likes of McKesson and Cardinal Health. It's going to be really interesting to see how this one does. Likely opens up on the midday show with Joe and I, so make sure to catch that.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for MDLN. Just seeing some comments here from Netflix CEO Greg Peters saying the Warner Brothers Discovery deal closing. We've been looking at this as a 12 to 18 month process overall. So I brought up Netflix there, didn't really move on that at all. But they also said that they continue to recommend Netflix over Paramount as far as the board is concerned for that. So Netflix looking pretty good. Huge move after the close on that yesterday on that initial headline and news that came out, guys. But just swinging back to that graphic, I mean, S&P, Sean, you alluded to it yesterday, referring to Amazon specifically, but if you look at just the 100, those big names, Sharif mentioned Google, AVGO, Broadcom, the standout of the big names, but the rest of them, here or there, a couple of percent.
Doesn't look like it's, and that's what I was saying about how, sometimes just investing in the S&P 500 is the easiest way, or the NASDAQ, because, picking and choosing some of these names can definitely give you nightmares, but that's the fun part of it all, right? And I think Sharif actually had a good point too. It all depends on, where you look at what the current pricing is of some of these names, right? I mean, like if you got out of Meta 4 weeks ago, then you're not suffering, the same kind of fate. A stock that you gave was the number one example was Palantir. I mean, it's almost right back. We're $20 away or so from its highs, which is about 10% away. So it's already up 140%. So 10% one way or the other does not seem to be an issue. But here's the biggest problem right now, and it's just been happening in the last couple months, and that is here goes Oracle again to the downside. So here goes Oracle, $10 billion Michigan data center now in limbo after Blue Owl funding talks stall. Yeah, no, they stall. If I had $10 billion, there's no way in hell I'd throw it anywhere to Oracle, data centers, OpenAI, or anything like that, which is why I also expect Amazon to go down on this kind of news. So there goes Oracle, down to the downside right there. I mean, funding, secured or not, it looks like not right now for that Michigan plant. And you just got to be careful with it. Amazon is going to the upside. We actually talked about this. Yeah, we just talked about that there, Andre. So yeah, there's the breaking news on the desk. And it was just, here goes Amazon to the downside as well. So, I just looking at it, Amazon's up. It might not even be up. I mean, was Amazon up yesterday? Must have been. The NASDAQ was up 0.4. But now Amazon before, no, it was not. Amazon might be flat for the year. Like, that's pretty, you've been sitting in this thing all year. You don't get dividends. You don't get anything. And all you get is, checking your account every day, wondering where it's going. Amazon flat for the year. So in a year that the NASDAQ's up 20% again, Amazon flat. There's a couple other names that aren't doing too much this year. So it is a stock picker's market. And if you picked Amazon, then this year, it's a fail. But I mean, the long-term trajectory of it, I mean, that's why we're talking.
It's always a timing thing, though.
Well, that's why we're talking about this year, right? I mean, it's like if you just held on to stock, most people are holding on to stocks.
I hate the arbitrary timeline of just like January 1st. Like it somehow means something. It's such a weird thing. Here's a more important thing. What is your stock doing from the April low, right? Like that's a very significant point in the market where we knew it was the tariff bottom, like everything rallied from that point. So I think it's a really good starting point where it's like, okay, fine. It's not an arbitrary start point, it's a significant one that actually mattered for pretty much everything out there in the market. But I'll remember, like if you go from January to, like take Tesla for example. Tesla in January was at 420. At the bottom was at 220. And everyone would have told you, oh man, Tesla's the worst. Nothing in the Mag 7 is doing worse than Tesla. It's lost 50%, blah, blah, blah. But really, that was your best opportunity to buy it. So I think if you stick with value, or like I like to compare apples to apples. Like stick with value. Like if you think it's a good value, then buy it. Fair enough. But the other thing is like think of apples to apples. Like if I'm looking at how a stock has performed, show me how it's done from the April lows. Because I think it's starting everybody from a significant line that actually matters. And just on this Oracle note here, just because you're probably, a lot of people are like, oh my God, this is going down, that's going down. Like obviously the biggest names that fall on this are Oracle, and then NVIDIA just dropped $1.50 pretty much immediately on this. And so this is gonna become a thing where it's almost like the biggest intraday headlines recently to move the markets or spike these stocks have literally been Oracle headlines. This is the second time where like everyone, what happened? And it's an Oracle headline regarding anything it doesn't matter if it ends up being super significant. It's just any excuse if it's a sign of weakness in the spend, either being pushed forward or anything being delayed, any of the data centers being delayed, or a hint at that, and you're going to be getting crushed here with Oracle in particular. So again, another negative headline. This is the second one in a week.
I still think even if you pick a bottom like this here in April, I still think most of the stocks on that list probably react similarly to that graphic that Brendan had there. I mean, Palantir's up. There was $70. It's at 180. You're actually up much more using that bottom than you were.
Oh, I don't care what the results are. I'm just simply saying I don't like it as a metric. It's a weird thing.
I mean,
the
thing is, everybody talks about talks about how much a stock's moved on the year.
Because it's just like an anecdotal thing. But I think if you can actually, it's like the same reason why. Look at the great example would be, well, did you have Brian on yesterday?
No.
Brian Shannon?
No.
Okay, so you didn't come on. But like, if you look at anchored VWAP, one of the things that's cool about that metric is because you are anchoring it to something significant. So therefore, it gives it more weight. And the funny thing about it is it might turn out that Palantir is more impressive or this stock is less impressive. But it gives you a better gauge of where the sentiment is because you've got an actual starting point that matters. But anyways, that's just me. It's just,
yeah, you could choose the April starting point. You could choose Jan 1st starting point. It's
just that one of them actually was significant, and
yesterday.
the other one is just a date on a calendar.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is those dates are the ones that are historically, like everybody talks about how much a stock is up on the year, right? So, yeah, there's been lots of bottoms, COVID bottoms, things like that. And I don't know if there's going to be a bottom in Oracle at all. ORCL just continues, Joe, to get absolutely beat up. Right here, just over and over and over again. And here's that graphic, of course, that Brendan had showed us right there. It's funny because UNH, like that name, again, just went through some stuff this year. I like Procter & Gamble moving forward, just looking at some different names in this space right here, some names that aren't like, AI related, that have had a bad year, that we know are solid companies. And I think we talked a little bit about Home Depot as well. So I'm going to actually try to zoom in. I mean, this is not a zoom inable thing right here, but try to find some of the names in the top 100 that are sort of in this red area and try to figure out which ones you may want to buy, right? Because it's just like UNH. If you picked out that bottom, what was the bottom? 3, I don't even know what the bottom was there. It's probably up significantly again from another sort sort of event-based bottom there that Neil's talking about.
The good news for them.
Right here. So if you look at UNH and you're like, oh man, on the year it's down that much. But again, if you just pick an arbitrary level there, like this 240, washout, then yeah, you're doing pretty good if you're able to pick like that. So, but yeah, we'll see what happens with.
Don't forget the ACA. They kicked the can down the road there. The ACA, they still need to get an extension for that, and that's ultimately, like it or not, that's going to be bullish for the healthcare names. It's a good thing for them. Let's be real. That deal was good. It is what it is. It was really good for the healthcare providers and put a lot of money in their pockets. An extension of it's going to be good for UNH. It's going to be good for Oscar, and they got to get that done before. If we get the actual date in January, but they got to get the ball rolling on that. And if and when that does happen, I think you can get a round 2 on some of those healthcare stocks. But that's what they're waiting for. There's always that push and pull. You know how? I mean, you guys are American viewers know how that is. Nothing gets done quickly when you have partisanship, but it feels like something that will get done, and that'll be bullish for UNH, Oscar, and a bunch of other names in the healthcare space.
I've been buying some Oscar, obviously, as you guys know. And yeah, man, we did. I mean, we take your suggestions to heart, Ozan, and everything. You can see now the board is much more legible in the back now. You can see those names that are in the green right there. NVIDIA down today, Oracle down. There's Oracle right there.
Iran?
So, yeah, we have all up to Tesla. So it's like Tesla, NVIDIA, and Oracle are the only ones that are down right there. Mike Peter Ryder, you're on one again here today, it seems like. This guy just going nuts. Right there. So, yeah, Tesla may be going to $400 or $500 this morning. We'll see. I don't think before open or anything like that, but now down on the day as most of these names trickle in a little bit, especially if you are AI based. We just talked a little bit. We're going to wait. Rahim Alani should be on his way here today, as Brendan already mentioned there. But there's NVIDIA. Whoops. They made a move down to the downside as well. And if, data center spend and everything is going to be a problem, maybe we'll look to see what Meta does on these kind of actions. So, all right, Joe, we are ready to rock and roll. It is upgrades. It is downgrades. It is Joe over there today. No toque today, though, although it is cold in here.
All right, guys, let's get into some of the options activity from yesterday's session. At the top of the list here, we have Broadcom AVGO at that $350 strike price expiring this Friday. We have volume around 15,700 contracts, open and closed, and then with open interest sitting around 16,100. Now, Alibaba Group as well, too, climbing to the top side, guys. Strike price $160. Once again, expiring this Friday, volume 5,180, with open interest still substantial at 18,500. Now, as for Google, guys, some selling in the earlier hours of the session. It did rebound somewhat in the latter half of the day, and at that 317.5 strike price, there was 3,990 contracts with open interest still sitting around 17,300. I'm going to be looking at some of these as supply zones. As you know, Broadcom has been selling aggressively over the past couple of sessions, and Google on a couple of down days as well too, guys. So as for the call, yes, you guessed it, we are going to head over to Tesla. A big day yesterday, guys. $500 strike price. Let's take a couple steps back here, actually. Someone brought it to my attention. There was a substantial movement within the options activity with Tesla, and essentially what was happening is there were sweeps going on. So when you have large orders, and essentially what happens is when you sweep it is that you're just willing to hit any exchange to get a fill. So there was a lot of open interest and volume coming out from maybe multiple participants, but it was pretty interesting because those strike prices were all the way up at $800 and $880, and they were expiring in only May, which I found relatively interesting, or maybe it was a little bit sooner than that, but that's some interesting activity. And then also MF Dangerous was saying, hey, you may as well sell the 355 puts, which were offering around $800, which was a substantial amount in my opinion. So a lot of good things going on, a lot of options activity here with Tesla. But let's talk about what was going on at this $500 strike price. 214,000 contracts traded at that specific level, with still 114 still open. That's going to be an interesting level to keep an eye out here on Tesla. $10 spread here. The bid with $6.10 as $6.20. The delta, considering it's an out the money strike, relatively cool. Gamma, cool. And one thing to note, I think with Tesla, we know that this name can be extremely volatile at times. But with an at the money IB at 56.8%, I think that's pretty bullish in my opinion, guys.
Well, it's been bullish for a hot minute. There's no question about that. The weird thing, well, the interesting thing about Tesla is just the pure psychological nature of the 500 anyways is likely to be a bit of some kind of a wall. But just one note here. You have the Fed's Waller has been talking. I'm going to throw some stuff that he said. We should be doing that here. New Fed asset buying is not stimulus. So, okay, right. You can say it. It doesn't make it not true there, Mr. Waller, but that's perfectly fine. So Waller is talking. We'll keep you abreast of anything he says. It's going to be mildly important. Nothing too crazy yet overall. But I think today, looking at Tesla, like every single day that it's traded in this recent rally, come on, there we go. Wow. That took a while to load that one up there. There's been, I don't know what it was, like it was 2 days, and then the third day took forever. No, there's been some kind of a hard dip buy at just in and around like 10 o'clock, like that first rush. It's a matter of how deep it is. So even when it's going higher off of the open, and look, today I know it's pulling back a little bit, there's been some deep pullbacks, and whether or not they go prior high or maybe almost bounce off the breakout point, I just feel like any kind of rally, you get a second chance with Tesla the last couple of sessions. So let's just imagine a world where we're not coming down because of this Oracle news, because that's the one we were in before. Because I think a gap fill to 480 is kind of what a lot of people will be looking at. But if we break out, and if we get to 500 today, early, and you don't get that rally, if it pulls back, it's been giving you the opportunity, whether it's VWAP, whether it's prior high, it's letting you in the game. So Tesla is one of those, if it goes early, don't be afraid to step in on that little bit of a dip buy. It's done it like 3 days in a row on the back end of the trade if you're patient enough to wait for it. So whether or not we get that 500 today, if we don't, I think it has a lot to do with the sentiment created from this Oracle thing, because it felt like we were on cruise to do it. But that 80 is the first test, pull back into that triple top from yesterday.
Look, yesterday Neil wasn't here, but oh boy, did we do the best we could on Tesla. This was me buying it yesterday at 10:20 or 10:15, man. We bought that thing at 474. We let it run all the way, and we got out at 490 by the time the day was over. We only had 10% left, but we ran that stock yesterday, and we'll look to see if we can do it again. And I just looked at my account as well, and I remember we sat here this day just like this, and Brendan and we were going back and forth, and it was when it was announced that they were potentially getting or they got that boost from the government, and I was like, we want to buy some robotics names. So this day right here, it was the 4th. So, you know, it did go down a little bit after we bought it. I just checked the date, December the 4th, we bought that stock. So we bought more Tesla right here at 450, 455 or so. And so it's been a nice little run. We've gotten about 10% there in, you know, a week and a half, 2 weeks, about a week and a half. So, you know, that's been a nice move there for Tesla as we added to our position there. So it's nice to see it finally working out for the best there. So Tesla continues to go higher, and I think it will continue the upside move here today. And it's the sticky notes now out. It is the number one stock, obviously, on there for me today. Again, we've got Tesla. Oh, I've got Netflix, Google, Tesla right there. $500 on watch. We'll see if there's any dips into 481, 483 right now. And, you know, thanks again to everybody for continuously, you know, responding and doing everything here that we have. What are we trading today? AVGO says Delta Boss. Frankie says Tesla. And then Ghost says good morning. And a couple people that I have to block. That's the problem, man. I don't even have that many followers, 56,000 or something. And it's just like all of these guys just keep on, you know, this is the thing with X. You get all of these, you Trader TV, this guy, that guy, shoe on here, all these kind of things. So you got to be careful with what we're doing. I'm going to block these guys. But yeah, you know what? Get their morning note. It's completely free. Scan that for AIM-IL. Join us up right now. Be part of Sharif's morning note. We do get going a little bit earlier here on a day like today. I can see right here we do have 3,000 watching, so we want to thank everybody for that. If you're just joining us now, we do start at 8 o'clock, so no longer at 8:30. So yeah, no risk, no game over. Yeah, you got to put some risk on today, K2. It's been a very, very risk-on couple months for your boy over here. So we are getting ready to rock and roll one more time here today with Tesla. I can see Raheem's getting locked and loaded. So Andre, you let us know when that is good to go. Oh, it's a 3-pack there today. So I'll just wait. Okay, they are ready. So let's go back over to Raheem. Alani, glad to have him back. Let's see what they're talking about over at the desk with, yep, there we go, with the big guys. All right, Sharif, Brendan, and Raheem.
He has arrived. It's we have this giant desk, so why don't we use it a little bit more? Raheem has arrived. It's okay. So we're having mic issues with Raheem. We'll get to that in a second. But what we're going to do is talk about what has done well so far this year in 2025 on the smaller end of the market cap scale. What has not done well? What's been a little bit surprising? And then give some maybe ideas or interesting things to look at going into 2026. Give us 2 seconds, guys. We'll get this mic issue. Throw it back over to you for just a sec here.
Dropping a glass of water. And Waller making more comments. Tariffs are not the source of persistent inflation. There's also a small cap removing. Another advantage of coming on a bit earlier, although this one just had news. It's MBRX Moleculin announces positive results from a phase 1 clinical trial. So it's for pediatric recurrent malignant brain tumors. Oh, please go. Well, I don't know what the stock is going to do, but you got to root for that. You want that to succeed. Up 18% right now. MBRX. Get you some details on this in terms of size. Float's only 2 million. Yikes. Only 2 million float, and I cannot trust that short float number. I'm sorry. There is no way, Benzinga, that it's 187% short float, so that's not correct. I'll probably have to look for another source there. But already bouncing right back in to the lows as, yeah, the weed names are going.
Yeah, so I just, well, they're not doing anything right now, but I just punched into this as we get some, just hearing it crossing the wires that President Trump will sign that executive order today. So just a quick one. Like if we break below, like this is not a very big position. We break below this 660 area, then I think we'll just flatten it out. You know, we'll see if we can get something if it does dip into 685 again or something like that. But let's just see what winds up happening. We're into our first position right now. It's already up 9%. So it's not something that I think is necessarily going to motor here, but we are trying to break out of MSOS, took out that $5-6 level, kept on continuing. So I sort of thought that if once we got up here a couple days ago, this red candle moving us on the way back down could have meant something, but no, yesterday it covers it all the way back up, and now we start to go again. So if you look back over here into October, so a couple years ago, you're gonna, well, last year, so 13 months ago, 14 months ago, we had that high of around $8. So we're close to that right now. We'll see if we can get into that area. Very, very light trading here on MSOS. I just heard that pop in. So yeah, MSOS, MSOX, you could do Tilray as well in the space. That's been continuously moving higher as well. Another 5% here today for Tilray. So yeah, we're gonna figure it out. I'm in MSOS, a little safer here in the pre-market. So let's just see. I told you where my out is, 660. If we break 660, then we'll get out of MSOS. The mic has been fixed, so let's throw it back over to Raheem and company.
It's live TV. We apologize for that false start, but good to see you.
Likewise.
We are hopefully good as far as sound goes, but they'll let us know. I just brought up gold here. We'll just jump right into it because we've got a lot to cover. We're just going to talk a little bit about what has done well, what has not, what has maybe been a little bit surprising so far this year. There's gold futures today. We are about 1% away from all-time highs. Once again, this has been obviously well talked about as far as the storyline. Silver maybe even more crazy at this point than gold has been. Gold a little bit earlier in the year, I guess, and then silver has kind of played the catch-up game. From a broad perspective, what stands out for you here, 2025?
Yeah, no, like we spoke about, I think every single time I come on, gold's at an all-time high, gold's at an all-time high, gold's at an all-time high, about to touch another all-time high.
Yeah.
So I think we're in a great position in terms of gold. Again, if we see another, what are we at, 70%, 65, 70% for the year, 2,600 to 43. So we're at it's a really good number. If we see that again, I think there's problems if we go up 60% on gold again. If we get into 6,000, 6,500 gold within a year, I think there's greater problems in the world if we get to that kind of a level. So that's the only disconcerting part.
Right.
Like we've always said, silver trails gold, and then copper's hitting monster numbers just because people are realizing whether you want to pick the AI boom, whether you want to pick just real estate, like Sharif and I were just chatting about in general, when you're going to build anything, you're going to need copper, and the price of copper is reflecting that as well. So I think all those commodities are just keeping great runs.
The narrative, I guess, going into this year was all about batteries specifically and some of the rare earths specifically. From the equity side of things, is there maybe a group or an area, country where you've seen equity specifically outperform?
Again, like we were just chatting about, the Canadian landscape, the Canadian markets have been on fire because of mining and and we're such a mining dominant market here. Australia has obviously been heavy as well on the mining side. The US hasn't been necessarily as much. The names, because it's just a smaller peer group, I guess, let's call it, of larger cap, tend to be larger cap American mining listed companies. But with the building initiatives that are happening in the US around AI and all of those things, and the equity stakes that the government is now taking as well, that people are looking at. You have DOD, you have DOE, you have America itself taking stakes in like your favorite company, Lithium Americas.
Kids.
You know, a passion project for you, let's call it, right? You've got the government taking stakes in these companies.
Yeah.
So I think all of those things are going to continue this amazing rally that we're seeing in mining. Like, you know, broken clocks right twice a day, and we've all been waiting for this run to come where gold's going to hit, silver's going to hit, copper's going to hit, and we're in the middle of that right now.
We were discussing the last time you were on the local aspect of it from an Ontario perspective, which is something that you were keeping an eye on, Northern Ontario, and some of the potential that we have coming out of this province even.
The nation-building projects, yeah, great segue, Brendo. That new Prime Minister Mark Carney's been talking about, and Premier Doug Ford with the Ring of Fire now. So I want to ask you, so we know that the extraction process is underway. It's going to take some time to build it out. But the refining process, Raheem, where 90% or so of the refining controlled by one country, China, what are we doing on that end to kind of become a little bit self-reliant?
That's a great question. I believe that what's happening currently, and to your point, there is a lot of infrastructure already being built to the Ring of Fire. There's roads being built, there's development. All of those things are currently happening, led by the provincial government. I was at an event last week chatting with a couple of ministers about what they're doing and how progressive Ontario is being, and Canada as a whole, to build out the ecosystem. Other side of the coin, with the Americans, when they talk about rare earths, it's all about, you know, we have to do something to counteract what China has. But again, what I've said before, you know, going back maybe a month or two, is a total amount that's actually processed in China. It is 90% happens in China, but it's not that grand a number in the grand scheme of things relative to the amount that can come out of the ground.
Right.
So there's going to need to be, it's great to pull these materials out of the ground. You're going to need the processing facilities. You're going to need the extraction facilities, the processing facilities to facilitate the extraction.
Right.
And I do believe that America's putting a ton into it. Canada will be putting a lot into it so that when it's processed here, it's for local use. The Europeans are doing it as well. They're finding alternate sources because we just don't know which way our favorite word of the year 2025 tariffs, which way that's going to push everything, right? So
Still, unfortunately. Let's not kid around. Let's talk about what everyone wants to talk about, and that is weed, obviously. The past couple of days.
Welcome back to 2023.
Again.
Great, boys.
Again, and no, but
that looks a little different than it did a couple of years ago.
Yeah, a little bit. You joke, but it's true.
It's back.
It's true.
Back.
I mean, the
It's
same
back.
conversation keeps coming up and coming up and coming up. You and I have had many conversations about multi-state operators specifically.
Yeah.
Is this finally the time that this gets done and helps them out?
Like I said, broken clocks right twice a day. Today's going to be the day that we make that trade, and it's going to happen. The notes that are coming out of the federal government, finally, are that it's going to change. There's deregulation happening. All those things are happening. So again, you're seeing a lot of transactions that are starting to be looked at on the multi-state operator side. Yeah. And you're also seeing these stocks like weed, as an example. It's not at its 52-week high. It started the year at $4. It came down, but you're up 100% off its 52-week low because of the fact that it's one of those names that's out there. Tilray's gone up. All these names are running again. So depending on which side of the coin you fall on, is it going to be federal? Yes, go. And we've said that now, I think, for 2 presidents. Yeah. Or we're on our 3rd.
Maybe even 3.
Yeah. I think we might have started the conversation during the Obama term. Yeah. That's how old we are here. How long we've been on doing this conversation.
You and I have had many conversations about it. If you bring it back to a local aspect and literally look out the window, we're not seeing that play out. And I know a lot of the storyline is on the medical side of things, but the retail business has been a disaster for a long time.
And that's what you and I were talking about that yesterday. The margins in this, Raheem, everybody seems to want to undercut the other, right? Yeah. It's almost a race to the bottom. Like, we're not going to go through different products list, but the prices, at least from my observations, have been going down. And then we also saw, the lottery system that we had in this province about who gets to open a dispensary. Yeah. There's less demand now for people to want to open because, the money is just really not there. So my question to you was, are you looking at any medical plays where my understanding is the margins are still good for the medical marijuana side? What's your look on there?
So I believe this, again, this is a U.S.-specific question more than it is an Ontario-based question, because in Ontario, like we used to joke around, you'd walk down the street and you probably would have you probably would have tripped over 4 just to get to a Tim Hortons, right? So you just didn't have that breadth wasn't there. It was too far there, and there wasn't that opportunity to have price consciousness or conduciveness because there's just so many, right? And it was a race to the bottom. The U.S. is a different market. It's way more regulated than it is here. Canada, unfortunately, our previous prime minister didn't roll out the plans effectively, and you can quote me on that one, that I said it. Sorry, JT, if you're off Katy Perry hanging out.
No one. You
did this. You did this to us, and we could have been the #1 country in the world for it. But we, missteps happen. Yes, bang. I'm going to send that to the PC government and tell them that I said that as well. Proud member of the Albany Club, I am.
I love it. Great club, by the way. Great club.
The States is where the play is obvious. It's always been the States. It's always about the States. It's always been about the States. Market, and the medical numbers are just better. Now, how will that play out with insurance? How will that play out with medical rates? That is a very key question that no one has the answer to yet, because the first state that allows for you to walk in with your Medicare card and get, an ounce, sorry, I don't know weed math, but I think it's an ounce or whatever, of weed or a vape or whatever it is. And walk out and go home because you have some type of anxiety. That's gonna change the game.
All right, let's go into individual names here. You brought a decent list as far as mining to start things off. A few of these we've mentioned in the past, but again, some of these are going to be dual listed, just looking at opportunities as far as what has worked this year, maybe what to expect going into next year as well. This one, AEM, which is Agnico Eagle, has been, kind of chopping around here. You got to go all the way back to October, it looks like, since we've had any kind of directional type of move.
Yeah, again, that's one of the larger plays. But when we joke around about a name that's up 100% on the year, typically I have a decimal place in front of this number. It's .26 and .229. Right. It's not $229.
Exactly.
Right. You don't get 100, 150% runs on large cap stocks. Yeah. So it's a fantastic thing to see. Agnico is also what they're doing with, if you just think about it, you pulled out 1,000 ounces of gold, and at the beginning of the year it was $2,600, and now it's $4,200. You've gotten 60% that's hitting your financials on the back of literally nothing. You're going to have an increase in cost because suppliers will do what suppliers do and say, okay, well, it's going to cost you a bit more. But when you have a 60% delta, you've got a lot of room to play with, and they're sitting flush with cash. And what they're doing with that, which I think is incredibly smart, is they're making investments into other companies and saying, I want 9.9%, I want 9.9%. And they're taking pieces of these other assets that gets them exposure into different places, different commodities, but also into that team so that when that asset gets developed, who are you going to call? You're going to call your first.
A strategic deployment of the capital that they've made.
Which I think they're doing a really good job on.
I had a conversation with someone here yesterday about silver specifically, and I was trying to think of a time when on the show, on a day after day after day after day, there was a pretty good chance we'd be talking about silver. I couldn't come up with one in as long as we've been doing this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that narrative has really definitely changed. Here's Pan American silver, right back to highs. I mean, this is another one. You know, you go back to the beginning of the year, we're at 25, 28, 30 bucks kind of thing. Here's 70.
Yeah, hitting. Sorry, I can look at the comments. So I'm just a little. This is a new setup for me. So I'm looking at the comments and being as vain as I am, I'm seeing what you guys are saying about me, so which I appreciate. So I'm like, oh, there's my name. I don't know who Carlos Prentice is, but I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Good morning,
but,
Carlos.
Huh?
Good morning, Carlos.
Good morning, Carlos. Yeah, so silver's running again. And we've always said that silver is the laggard to gold. Gold goes up, and silver's kind of the catch-up cousin that kind of just tags along for the ride. And we didn't see that ride happening until just a couple of months ago. And now it's every day, it's silver, 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 silver. You'd have to go back to, I would guess, 06, 07, where you'd see actual M&A activity happening in silver, because it just hasn't caught that trend. But a lot of these silver names are catching that wind right now.
Do you put any stock into this gold-silver ratio that I've been reading a lot about? Like when a certain amount of difference between them, then there's a kind of a reversion back. What do you think about that, Raheem?
Yeah, no, there is. I mean, just history is history, right? Mm-hmm. So when gold ran, I know Brenda and I talked about it, probably a few months back, when gold had its initial run, the question was, is silver going to keep in line? And at that point, silver hadn't. So it was kind of like, why hasn't silver caught the trend? Why hasn't silver caught up? And now silver has. I think people are realizing not just the economic value of silver relative to gold on a percentage basis, but actually you're actually going to need silver, because silver is an actual producing conducive metal versus gold, which it's a storage of value, purely a storage of value. Silver has both the storage of value and an actual physical usage.
Let's go one more here. Bottom end of the market cap scale. What is the actual ticker here? OM on this one, which is Osisco.
Yes.
One of the things with this new desk is the monitor's farther away, and I'm very blind. So,
guys, increase font size to dad size.
Seeing font size is a bit of a challenge.
To all of our parents' size, just make it a little bigger. Osisco, so funny enough, the reason I put that one on, because I got to give a shout out to my son. That was when he came on a couple weeks back, and you asked him what his favorite stock was. And it is Osisco Metals, and we're still waiting for the retainer to get all sorted between the company and my son. But they're working on it. It's a regulatory issue.
2026.
He's 4, so trying to figure out how to contract him in for him to tell all the parents, hey, go put your RESPs into Osisco, because he's doing well. I think his first year university is probably covered by now because of this gain. And it's done exceptionally well. And the reason, again, that name is interesting, beginning of the year, 30 cents, it's up to 68.
Yeah.
They just did a financing for $35 million. It just closed, I think, yesterday, at 48 cents. When you announce a 48-cent financing, typically the stock's not going to go up more. It was at 52 at the time.
Really?
Went down to 48 with the financing.
Up, so there's huge
and it's gone up. The CEO just announced another purchase. And the really interesting thing is this financing is Hudbay, Agnico, Franco-Nevada, Casa de Depot. Those are your leading investors in this round. Like, they're not silly people. Those are all really smart groups that are putting money into that company. So, yeah, I'm a big proponent, big fan of that.
Broad strokes going into next year. I guess touch on mining first, and then we'll expand as far as themes maybe to look at.
So, yeah, let's talk about mining first. Again, we're very bullish on copper. We believe copper, again, you see the price chart on copper. It's not the sexy metal. It doesn't have a big fanfare around it, but copper is one that has continued to run. And as people realize how much building is going to be needed, copper is an incredibly valuable commodity. So much so, if you look at even the Barricks of the world, they're not Barrick Gold anymore. They're Barrick Mining.
Right.
Because they're picking up copper assets. You're seeing a lot of these large companies that were conventionally gold are now picking up copper assets because people just realize how much emphasis is going to be on copper.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be big. People like tungsten, and that's been a name that people have talked about for a commodity people have talked about. But the sub-play on that is tin, and people again are going to need a lot of tin. Tin is, if you're an Aussie watching, or someone in Asia, tin's a known commodity. People can talk about tin till they're blue in the face. In North America, it's not necessarily the same thing. People can talk about tungsten, but I think tin's going to be one of those metals that's going to be something to definitely keep an eye on.
We started this off with gold and silver, obviously, and you mentioned 6,000, 6,500. silver getting to levels that are just unheard of, for decades. Does that continue? Is there that demand? Is there that narrative, I guess, to make that continue into next year?
My opinion, gold, again, storage of value. It's going to be reflective of what happens in the economy. So Canada, interest rates were probably good around here, maybe a quarter either way. You might see some increases.
Sure.
Now we'll probably start moving up. The U.S., you'll probably still see a couple of potential downs. So gold, storage of value against that, and then just politics. We don't know what anyone's going to tweet in the morning, right? So,
Truth,
when
truth.
Sean puts out a tweet with his 55,000 followers, who knows what the market's going to do?
Things
right?
fly around.
So we don't know where that's going to go.
Yeah. Take a flyer. What are you excited about going into next year?
That we don't have to talk about Taylor Swift and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Valid.
I'm super excited about that.
Valid.
I don't know if my Ravens are going to be there, but I don't have to listen to what will Taylor Swift sing at the Super Bowl.
care.
I'm really excited about that. But I think the equity markets are great. Again, we were talking about real estate's a perfectly fine play, but you're not watching for real estate advice. We don't have real estate advice. I don't, at least. I have equity ideas, and we're finally in a place where equities are running. People are doing their homework. You're seeing all the notes that are here. Everyone's doing their homework. People are doing their research, and they're coming to venues like this and this beautiful set and all the smart talking people here that give this information that people need to make better informed decisions.
Fantastic, as always. It's been a crazy 2025. We appreciate the knowledge and the input into this show, as always. All the best. I'm gone after Friday for the remainder of the year. Raheem as well. So we wanted to do a year-end wrap-up kind of a segment before we come back in 2026. So happy holidays to you and your friend.
Happy holidays to everybody. Happy New Year. Looking forward to a wonderful 2026, and stay safe and enjoy yourselves.
What do you think about the new set?
Sure.
That's not bad. That's not bad. I mean,
It's not fully
2026, guys,
operational
the screen's going to be even bigger. I'm kidding. I don't even know where you find a screen this big.
Good stuff, as always. It's been just an absolutely insane year as far as the market itself is concerned, and we'll see what happens going into next year. Raheem Alani, Managing Director over at OCI Groups here in Toronto. Thanks for this.
Of course.
Yeah, it'll be tough to top the set improvements in 2026 versus now. What, the entire place is just going to be one gigantic screen?
Yes.
Or maybe we'll get like holographic projections of things just out of nowhere. That's a possibility. Well,
Lots of things.
you guys will tune in and you'll find out. But always good to hear Raheem. And we've been talking about the metals, particularly. I mean, look, in the last few weeks and months, silver obviously. We haven't talked too much about copper. And if you look at the COPEX, which is the miners, that's gone program by into potential little consolidation breakout. So if you like copper, this is one way to play it over in COPEX. And as I said, nice little consolidation. I don't know, this is not going to be a day trading vehicle. It doesn't do a ton of volume, and it's a little bit choppy when you look at it at 15. But it's undeniable that there's been this strong pressure to the upside, not just in silver, which silver is the one that's going the most parabolic. That's why it seems like a daily occurrence. We're talking about another almost 4% today, gapping up here in SLV. So, the trend is your friend until the end when it bends. But for now, you're getting a nice bump in some of the metals. A good-looking copper as well. Oh, the other thing that I wanted to mention, because this was happening while Waller was talking, is you had Bitcoin going for a little bit of a bounce. So it got up to like 87.7, 87.8. 88K is a big resistance level, and I bet that's going to be that $50 level there. So Waller causing a little bit of a bounce there in crypto land.
All right, guys, your heart will beat 100,000 times today, and every beat is a data point. That's where AIML Innovations on the CSE is AIML, and over on the OTC markets, AIMLF turns that data into potentially life-saving insights with max yield, an AI engine that filters noise, labels each heartbeat with lab-grade precision, and shrinks ECG analysis from days to minutes. We actually had them on the show. Go check that interview out a few weeks ago. Their mission is to revolutionize how heart disease is detected, monitored, and prevented. Learn more at AIML.health and follow AIML_innovation on X. So go find those guys out doing good work again. Oh, Oracle just came, I guess, and said that this deal, okay, well, there it is. So just reading now that this deal is maybe now back on right now. So we'll find out right there as Oracle. That looks like that just happened about 2 or 3 minutes ago. So a nice move there for Oracle back upside. This is a never-ending game. All right, so we, we heard that deal was potentially getting signed. So we, real small on MSOS, up 8%. Let's see if it comes back in. But yeah, good talk from Raheem about all of that. We wish him and his a very Merry Christmas. So yeah, it was great to have Raheem back on today talking about metals. Agnico is a great company as well. Symbol B, Barrick Mining, another good one there. So yeah, everything going good here. Bitcoin also starting to kick a little bit here, 87.6 now for BTC. So that's starting to get going now as well. As Fed's Waller kind of sends us a little bit. Now he's talking, he's talking about stable coins. He's still going on and on and on here. So Coinbase, I actually had this on the watch yesterday, Coinbase. I think it's at a pretty key level right into there. And then today we also get HUT. We're going to talk about all this. This is all on our watch list. But HUT 8 news today as well. Another investment, HUT 8 up 15% there. We're going to get that all figured out momentarily with our watch list. So yeah, thanks Raheem, and thanks for coming through. And we'll wait for a bigger and, I don't know about better year, but definitely more interesting year. Can there be a more interesting year? We had that tariff. You never know when we're talking about.
It's hard because it's the first year of the new presidency, all the tariff stuff. It'll be really difficult for it to top kind of like the crazy action that we had. But you know what? SpaceX potential IPO next year.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot coming in next year that could easily be ridiculous. There's another small capper moving here. You know what? I want to apologize in advance for this, but for some reason in my ear, like the news source is just unbelievably quiet. It's like I've jacked it up to like 100%, but I'm having trouble hearing the stories in my ear. So until it hits where I can read it, I apologize, because I heard the news on this IVF, but I couldn't make out anything that was said, and I haven't really seen it on the wire. This is that, it's a fertility, IVF, okay, right, so it's a fertility company. Here we go. Signs definitive agreement to acquire an Indiana-based fertility clinic. So it spiked on that news. It's pretty much all the way back here. But this was one that I remember this. So this was let's just call it a habitual line stepper, because it did a gap and fade and is continuing that little bit of a fade. So you put into perspective, I think we were talking about this at the beginning of the month or the end of last month. Yeah, end of last month. And looks like it's coming back in. So there is news, and it might be moving around. You look at the $1 level for this stock on IVF, but volume pretty light. It did tons of volume a couple of weeks ago, and it's nowhere near that, at least initially. But in play again today is this IVF. So small cappers in play. Suppose what you'd expect out of Oracle is deny. Reassure everybody. So you're getting a bounce, NVIDIA bounced, Oracle bounced a little bit as well. More importantly, the NASDAQ is right back to where we were before. So the Qs are bouncing here after that negative Oracle headline, at least early.
Back to the desk.
Boys.
All right, lots to get into here this morning. Market trying to get back to the upside right now after that brief Oracle intermission. But what are we looking at?
We're looking at 68.56, Brendo. That's where we closed out yesterday on the new March contract, guys. We are on to the March contract now, doing more volume than the December, despite the fact that December expires Friday. So 68.56, guys, we keep defending that 50-point area. Look at all the bottoming wick candles that go through 68.50. That means buyers are picking it up aggressively at that level. So our first area of support going to be 68.50. If we continue to run up, Brendo, we're looking at that same area of resistance we talked about yesterday, 6,900. We got awfully close. We got about to 68.92, but then we drop back down to the 50-point area. So 6,900 as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free every single day. Comes right to your inbox. Link is below. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Adara does great work on that. Everything you want to know about what is moving in the pre-market in one spot for you. Let's talk about Oracle here. This just popped up in front of me, which is an update, I guess, on what is happening. So Oracle responding to that initial headline saying the equity deal on Michigan Center is still on schedule. So the original headline essentially saying that their funding's gone and the two have parted ways and just weren't able to come to any kind of conclusive deal on getting that plant going. But Oracle now coming out saying that everything's fine.
So this is something we've been seeing, Brendo. We don't, like the hyperscalers don't want to be holding this on their balance sheet. These data centers, large data centers, which may, become defunct as technology advances. You may not need these large swaths of warehouse-like buildings to house all these processors. So what they've done is they've partnered up with the likes of Blue Owl Capital and others to shift them off their balance sheet. And the report we got this morning before Brendo let us know here that Oracle is down after the Financial Times reported Blue Owl won't back that $10 billion data center in Michigan after negotiations stalled amid concerns over Oracle raising its debt and AI spending. Some other, OpenAI ecosystems names were also modestly lower. These names that we call neo clouds, like your CoreWeaves, your Nebius, also dropping on that news, Brendo.
Yeah, the market bouncing back here. Part of that reason, it looks like, anyways, Oracle bouncing back here. We're still down significantly from that gap up in the pre-market, but overall, as a theme, not going to be too helpful, guys, as far as the AI goes today.
The thing about Oracle is everyone calls it the canary in the coal mine. That's obviously going to be a thing for AI. And even if they say things are still on schedule, it's like every little hint just makes you a little bit more tepid. And there's nothing about this. Like there was a kind of bounce at 200. Okay, great. 200 is a good psychological level. It tried. It went a little bit, and then we failed back underneath. So this downward trend is still going, and every negative headline just seems to scare it a bit more. I would change the tune if we get and hold above 190 today, right? Like if you look at yesterday's highs, there's your little bottom. You look at yesterday's highs at 190. If you're able to take this sort of reassurance from them or whatever it is, and the market's willing to be buyers above 190, okay, then fair enough. But until then, there's your resistance spot. I think if you're looking for any fades in the space, then Oracle under 190 is going to be a little bit key. I was looking over some of the things that have resistance spots, like AMD 215, not really all that close. Doesn't seem like it's going to be that possible to hit it. But if Oracle bounces enough and gets to that 190, there's a chance you could see that 215 again. So I don't want to completely write that off. It's whatever. AMD was $4 or $5 sometimes at the open. So if we bounce, I think 190 is key for Oracle. Under that, I'd stay bearish on kind of the AI play. If you start breaking that out, then I think you could have some explosion. But Oracle has yet to make a definitive bottom. And I think what you got to do is try not to front run it. And the funny thing about it is when Oracle makes that bottom, eventually, because it'll bounce somewhere. Let's be real. They're not going to zero. Whether it bounces at 150, 120, 130, it'll probably be the kind of thing where UNH is probably the best example I can think of. It won't matter if you miss the first 5 or 10%. It'll probably be a good relief rally just because of how much it's got bled. But it doesn't look like we're there yet. It's not for me.
Yeah, they just have to come out and say they're not spending any more. They made a mistake doing what they're doing, and let's just figure out what the next step is, right? Because you can't start battling all of these OpenAI worrisome notes about what's the funding going to come from these guys. $300 billion or something is what's been committed to OpenAI from Oracle and vice versa on that deal that they announced right here. So yeah, it looks like it's trying to bounce. To be honest with you, we had Broadcom come through, and that was negative, and that sort of sent this stock back in. It sent a lot of the IT names or sort of AI names back to the low side there. And yeah, if we're talking all about spend, there's the Meta problem, and now here it is right here. This is still on schedule now, so that's a good. You don't want to hear that funding gets pulled, because when that happens, then this happens. We're already questioning the funding, and then you hear the story that you don't want to hear, and it creates this kind of a move down. So yeah, man, I don't know how we did it, but we were lucky enough to sell our Oracle right on this move right here, like this candle. We're out either at 317 or 319, and I don't really want to put money back into this name. I've been putting it into other names. So I think we'll just wait on Oracle and just give it a second, right? I'd rather buy it up here than down here. I know that sounds crazy, but as this is falling down, if you want to put a little bit of money to work, fine. But it's just like that SMR trade, right? I go long 12, out 57. So we have net in our pocket $45 on SMR. So great trade, right? We made $45. So we're plus $45 on SMR. Then SMR came in from our sell up here, came in into $30, and I was like, you know what? And I'm not sure if I put in the exact same amount, but let's just say I did. I'd have to go back and look, hopefully a little bit less. But so you're up $45, then you buy it back here at 30, and now it's down to 17. So although you're still up net because 45, and then here I'm minus 13, but you've given back 13 of that $45 because you probably bought it a little bit too early. Now, obviously, if I thought it was too early, I would have waited on that, and now it's coming back into here. So it's just like when you're averaging down now, so we're still up $33 on the trade. Like it's not like we held it into this level for a buy. We may have to average in a little bit lower. And so for me on Oracle, some of those levels don't really exist. As Neil said, you got to get into that 120, 130 level, and you're still at 180. So like SMR, I could get behind if anybody wanted to buy it. You have those April lows right there coming in, $12, $13. So that could be an area for that. But for Oracle, I just don't see. And the reason why I go to SMR is this is all about the same thing. It's all powering the data center. It's about opening up 3 Mile Island and building new things. So I think SMR right here is in a little bit of trouble, but if we get a little lower, this could be the buy in the space rather than Oracle. But all these names are Oklo, SMR, GEV's been doing really good as one of the top ones there. So yeah, we'll figure out what's going on here with all these names. And the next one, here we go. More talk about this money funding into OpenAI, a private company as of now. Let's go find out the news about Amazon and OpenAI.
Nice bounce back after a couple of down days here for Amazon right now, gapping higher, and we're actually back above 225 right now. That's not the actual headline, but kind of interesting as well, talking about OpenAI Academy for news organizations and websites. In the year ahead, they say, in the year ahead, they plan to work with more news organizations, industry partners to expand the Academy. There's been a lot of talk about how OpenAI could essentially replace a Bloomberg terminal type of situation for our industry and finance in general. So I don't know if that's what they're aiming at, but definitely one usage.
Can I tell you something? One of the most, Anthropic, a lot of people have been using Anthropic for kind of financial data. But what really caught my attention was not the $10 billion that they're going to get from Amazon or reportedly, but the fund or the valuation, Brendo. Every time they were raising money, we would see 350 billion, 450 billion. And last time they raised, it was $500 billion, 500 billion. And again, it's 500 billion. That was the most surprising thing to me, especially since we've been talking about some of the challenges that OpenAI has been having lately. So here are the details, guys. OpenAI is in discussions with Amazon about a potential investment that could exceed 10 billion. Talks are still fluid and non-binding. The deal could also include OpenAI agreeing to use Amazon's in-house chips. More on that in a second. The deal here is OpenAI's October restructuring, which loosened its exclusivity with Microsoft, is allowing this new deal with Amazon. We know Microsoft's already thrown $13 billion at OpenAI since 2019, but they no longer hold a right of first refusal, which allows them the freedom to raise capital with some other investors, most notably here, of course, Amazon. So why is this such a big deal? Because Amazon has been really pushing their Trainium 2 and now upcoming Trainium 3 chips, ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits that we've been talking about. Think of Marvell, think of Broadcom. These are the important players in the world of ASICs. And that's what this deal could be part of. So it's not just an investment, Brendo, but likely a tie-up here to use Amazon's in-house built chips to power some of OpenAI's data centers. So interesting tie-up.
Yeah, if we go back to that graphic we were looking at a little bit earlier with the S&P 100, this was one of the ones that was hugging the zero line on the year, along with everything essentially but Google, Broadcom, AVGO, and then Palantir was way out on its own little island here. So it's been a choppy back and forth kind of a year here for Amazon, guys.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely choppy. Look, the positive aspect of that news, exactly as Sharif said, it would be that, okay, using Amazon's chips, right? Like that would be the good part of it. The bad part about it is, the reaction we were just talking about this with regards to Oracle. The reaction to these OpenAI deals and the circular nature of them hasn't been as positive as before. So I don't think you can just come in and assume, oh, we're going to rally. Amazon's up 1%. It's stronger than the overall market, blah, blah, all that good stuff. I still think you're overall headed back into this support. Whether it ends up being 210, where it double bottomed, or the 200 period, you know, we're a bad week away. I don't want to say a good week because I'd be going to the downside. So we're a bad week away from bouncing off that level, and I'm not sure what terribly changes with it here for Amazon. It's a stay away for me because this is not the kind of catalyst that I'm excited for. And two, like Amazon doesn't usually end up being the most volatile of the Mag 7 names to trade. The one that we're going to be talking about next is going to move more. AMD is going to move more in the chip space on a percentage basis. Heck, Intel usually moves a little bit more. So I still feel the same, like you're headed back into some key support here for Amazon. I think you wait till it gets to 210 to 215. You know, maybe play another bounce off there, but it's already done it 3 times for you. And this headline doesn't short-term excite me that much.
Yeah, they're OpenAI now 1.4 trillion in infrastructure commitments. Crazy. Those of you asking, we are having a problem with the position board. We know the issue. We are going to fix it. I'm still in MSOS, those of you asking. I'm not stopping out until 660 breaks. And I do have a bid at 680 to get a little bit more in on MSOS. Okay, yeah, Amazon. Look, I just think, you know, if you just sort of clear out all the noise and you just look at what Amazon's been doing, it's coming in right into its 200 period moving average, which has been good buys. So yeah, right into there. We have a gap area right here between 195 and 200. Like, to me, that would probably signal a bottom. I mean, obviously, if you come back into that level, that's 250 down to 200. You know, that's a pretty good washout. That would be under the 200 period. So you want to be careful on putting too much in on there. But, you know, like we said, I think the market has a good opportunity to rally into year end here, and Amazon should be fine. I mean, you know, the holiday season should be good. Black Friday was probably fine. Cyber Monday, and the AWS talk here with OpenAI. I mean, it's just, part of the problem is that when everybody else is committing money, you kind of got to do the same thing to make sure that you're in on this move. So if OpenAI is, you know, that big, huge monster that they think they are and hopefully do become, then yeah, Amazon should benefit from this investment. So I like that, and whenever you're partnering up with these guys, it should be a good thing. So Amazon right now, a nice move from 224 up to 225.50, now continually going a bit higher in this pre-market. We'll see if Amazon can take out some of these highs. I'm going to wait on today's market, man. I mean, it's now broken below VWAP, and it looks like we're trying to, you know, at least look at some of these levels from yesterday. So we'll see coming up very, very soon what happens with the NASDAQ. So yeah, Amazon up 1.23%. I'm not buying it up here, but if it does dip into 222 again, then I think that's a buy. So let's just be very, very patient with it, and we'll give it a shot. MDLN, that's going to be talked about later. A lot of people asking about Medline. That's going to be coming up in a couple minutes there. Probably going to be 1 o'clock or so.
And there's not even any early data on it
by the time that one opens up. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk.
Here's all-time highs. Well, yesterday. We're in shouting distance of all-time highs once again for Tesla. Still positive overall for the past couple of weeks here. Worth noting down here, volume increasing as we get to all-time highs. The narrative continues to be positive. I was trying to find it again, but I had a graphic of the top 10 net worths. We touched on it a little bit earlier, but it was Elon's now more than the next two combined at 680 or whatever it is billion.
And the funny part is, Brendo, it's more from SpaceX's valuation. Yeah. He holds 40-some-odd% of that. He only holds about 13% of Tesla until the pay package is passed, and he moves up to about 20. But yeah, Elon Musk, you know, poor guy, he's still not a trillionaire. It must be really hard on him. No, but guys, here's the deal today. So Tesla under a little bit of pressure after the California administrative judge ruled Tesla's marketing of autopilot and full self-driving was deceptive. The California DMV adopted the ruling of this administrative judge with modifications, though, and they gave Tesla 60 days to fix or clarify, Randy, the marketing language before imposing penalties. If unresolved, though, Brendo, Tesla faces a 30-day suspension of its license to sell vehicles in California. And I can't even believe this. They actually were going to suspend their manufacturing license, but that part of the order got stayed by the DMV. I can't even believe that that was in question. The DMV's accusations, they go back to 2022. Recall what started happening in 2022. Maybe that's why the investigation started taking place then. Tesla has since that time rebranded the feature to full self-driving supervised, and they dispute the severity of the ruling, saying the sales are going to continue uninterrupted. They don't care. Tesla shares close, as you mentioned, at all-time highs, are up 21% year to date after Elon Musk posted, or reposted, I should say, videos of the Model Y driving without a safety driver, without anybody in the car in Austin.
It's coming. We had a gap above where we were yesterday early on this morning. We've given it back, though, so far. Back below 488 right now, but I mean, we're right there, guys, for Tesla.
The wilds. Like, I mean, when you really think about it, like it's a story that is, California's huge. Like if it were to actually do this, it would be a little bit intense. So we'll see. We'll definitely see how this one plays out. And I think the only part of the reason why it's pulling back is maybe going to be this headline. But you know, if you were looking at sort of the sentiment as well, like there's a decent portion of this dip from what was all-time highs yesterday that's going to be attributed to like that moment that the market took a bit of a dip on that OpenAI Oracle headline, which like Tesla's not directly related to that, but it's going to be a sentiment thing. So I still think you can go gap fill here. Like it's a stock which has been showing you, even on the strongest days, it's been having some decent pullbacks after the open or on the open as well. And if it goes straight down, I'm going back to the last time it was, hey, we're only going down off of the open. You had to wait until 2 o'clock for like any kind of a distinct trend break. And that was pulling, oops, we can zoom out a little bit further. And that was pulling back into like once you lose this shelf, you know, it fails this prior, and then it goes right into like a prior resistance level and then bounces. So the first place to look is prior resistance levels, and that's gonna be the 480. If you somehow lose that, there's 70, and then you go all the way back into like 61 to 63. So first stop will be the 480, looking for a bounce here on Tesla. Seems like an extreme thing to do, pull licenses for them in a huge state like that for an entire month. But to the extent that that's giving you a little bit of a pullback, then look for that 480 level first, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think besides IPOs, I think Tesla's going to be like the biggest cap name that's made the most money on the show here. Like, we love trading Tesla, and I mean, yesterday we had it down here at 474 and ran it into 490. We only had that 10% left at the end of the day, but that was a crazy run. You saw Obi kept trying to short it up here, and then I just ran into him, and it was like it finally went down in the after hours. And finally kicks back right now. But these are kind of the levels that he was looking at shorting before, 486 to 487, in and around here. And so that's going to be a key level. You know, it looks like right there, 488.16, 488, something like that could be a spot. So we'll have to wait to see if Tesla gets going today. I wrote down on my sticky note that I liked 481 and 482 area. So that's kind of like these tops from yesterday. So if we run back into here, then I think we can look at it. But yesterday's big trade alert, obviously, was off the 200 period, and we discussed this as this was happening. There was early when we took it. This is when we took the trade first, and we posted it up, and I was like, let's see if Tesla can get a run off there. But Tesla makes a huge move early, all the way to 482, falls right back into the 200 period, and that's where we wound up buying it. And of course, this is where we bought it right there, and this is what happened afterwards. Just a straight rip to the high side right there, getting some out at 480, that's $7, and eventually catching $17 or whatever it was to the upside there to 490 for our last little piece. And it's funny because we wound up making almost as much on our last 10% as we did on the first 90%. But that was a huge move to the upside there. And it was off the 200 period moving average and really just support of VWAP and all that. When we came back in, we started looking at it. The minute we looked like it started making these bottom wicks, and then we went long yesterday on Tesla. So I'm just thinking, like, you know, and I know Joe had it. We talked about Joe and I having obviously very, very similar styles, so I'm glad to see Joe pick that up as well early. I think he had it right down there, off of just a little bit. Yeah, what's up, my guy? Right in there. Always giving credit, Joe, where it's due, man. You got that trade yesterday, and then we got it right there. So nicely traded. Like I said, man, I think Tesla's the #1 stock here, and we'll wait to see what winds up happening now as we're heading to the south side. So, you know, maybe a little bit of a pullback off of all-time highs. I could see this thing slowing down just a bit. You know, there's really, the momentum is to the long side. I'm still going to hold on to my Tesla shares, and, you know, it's a nice little 10% or so move in the last 2 weeks. I think there's more upside here in Tesla. All right, Apple, I mean, another name that I absolutely love. Let's go find out the news about Apple, and then we'll see what the trade is.
Significant today. I mean, bouncing back a little bit, back to 275 here for Apple after a couple of down days, but they're kicking the tires, or reports they're kicking the tires on shifting some of the chip production specifically to India as well, further expansion away from China.
Yeah, more of the same that we were talking about basically all year, Brendo, trying to geopolitically strategize as well as relocate to tariff-friendly environments. Let's talk about the story. They're holding talks with Indian chip makers to assemble and package iPhone components locally. This is the first chip assembly if it goes through in India for Apple. It's aimed at reducing, of course, the supply chain risk tied to China and mitigating tariff and geopolitical pressure. CG Semi, guys, that's the company in India. They're going to participate via an OSAT, outsourced semiconductor assembly and test. That is for them to prove their worthiness to Apple so that Apple gives them the business. This would deepen, of course, Apple's India footprint beyond final assembly. That's where it stands right now. All the components are actually made in China, and they just go to India for assembly. Recent moves by Intel and Tata Electronics also expanding their footprint in India. And the CG Semi company, they're investing about $915 million into two OSAT facilities. Again, that kind of test done by Apple. The commercial production is targeted for 2026, and Danny Ives has talked about this many times. He likes this as a major strategic win for Apple to kind of please the current administration, lessen the reliance on China, but also keep close grip on the bottom line, Brendo, because reshoring it to the United States, we were talking about a $3,500, $4,000 iPhone. Yeah. India allows them to keep that price the same.
I mean, the chip performance themselves has just been night and day since they went to their own manufacturing and their own chips. So, I mean, wherever they make them, as long as they keep the quality, that's all that matters. We're right at that resistance, guys, from the past 2 days here right now for Apple.
Okay.
Yeah, we are right at that resistance there on Apple. Look, Danny Ives says that they're more than halfway moving. Well, it moved at least about around half of their production to India. I think that can only be viewed as a good thing. Diversification's good, but also getting away from one geopolitical hotbed. And not to say that everything's completely smooth over there with India, but better chances of getting with them. For sure. So I think that's a positive for Apple. But as Brendan said, if we're not clearing, I mean, this is $275.70. On my iPad, I wrote the $0.50, but that's about right as well. If we're not above $275.50, you close above there on the 15-minute, and then you can start going. What Apple's been doing recently, like, look at all of this chop. It is essentially, like, when it's at range, it's holding the range for the most part. Like, before it was 280 up top that just could not break out for about a week and a half. So now it's looking like you take the next step down outside of that big dump that we had late last week. You've got this 275.5 area. If we're not breaking back above there, and not just like a candle wick where you get trapped into a breakout trade, I mean buyers above. Like, hold a bit above there, and I think you're ready to go on Apple. Otherwise, when it sets a range, double bottoms at 272, waiting for that bottom of the range has been gold on Apple, because it's been, like, when it makes a bottom, bouncing off that's been so clean for a while. So that's 72 until proven otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I think Apple's another one of those names. You talked about with NVIDIA, and it's a Kramer thing. It's, you know, hold, don't trade sort of thing, and buy it on dips. And, you know, we've been doing that for Apple. Our last time that we bought it was right around here, 212 and change. So it was off the hold of this 50-period moving average. So you might get another opportunity right there. We have one more story to go. It's getting late right now, but this is what the imbalances look like. There's nothing pretty much. I just wanted to show it. They come out at 925. There's nothing on here at all today. So, what's going to be an important imbalance will be the next one. So let's go find out about Medline. They're not on here yet. Once that becomes active, we'll talk about Medline. I don't think I can go to the gym today if I'm waiting around for this IPO, but let's go find out more about it. It's Medline.
Yeah, it's huge. First off, $5.5–6 billion on the notional side of things. I went through that entire release about the actual IPO coming through in the hopes of finding some sort of AI this or blockchain something. There's nothing.
There's nothing.
It's kind of boring.
And we'll forget about the IPO, Brendo. MDLN, guys. That's going to be the ticker, MDLN. I'm currently showing a top of $30. They're going to begin trading on the NASDAQ, raising $6.26 billion, making it the largest global IPO of 2025. The company was founded in 1966. They are a major manufacturer and distributor of medical supplies, surgical kits, gloves, gowns. They compete directly with McKesson, and they've delivered consistent net sales growth every year, Brendo, since inception. Not too many companies can say that.
MDLN, guys, coming up today under a minute. Good luck.
Yeah, given how big it is, I just want to see, like, we don't have any early data on it, so I can't tell you, there's a buy and balance of this much on MDLN. Once we add that information, you get a better sense of, like, well, do I like it for 1/10 of the bigger IPOs we had earlier this year? For now, I don't have that judgment. I do want to take the opening.
Oh, yeah, I meant to ask you
To a certain extent. Oh, by the way, just one thing. NVIDIA, I don't know if there was a sell and balance, but NVIDIA just dropped like $1 right at 928 as we continue to head lower.
Were the other IPOs that big? I couldn't remember.
No, not this big. In terms of notional, well, I'm sorry, I'm saying big by hype. This opening bell brought to you by 3D Capital. Shout out to them. Thank you for sponsoring the open as we just got the opening bell. Bitcoin is still bouncing a little bit here. Tesla, initial move to the upside. Tesla, maybe we're not going to get that 480, but initial move to the upside here on Tesla. NVIDIA is still dropping a little bit after that opening range fail.
All right, so we do get into another, well, it's our same position, but now it's MSOS showing up there now. 680, so our average price is 88s. So we're going to get it. If it breaks through this 60, we're going to stop out. That was always our stop, so it's still in. And if it fills that, fine. I'm going to get something out, hopefully higher, like near $7. I just put in, yeah, that's what I put. I put a $7 offer. So hopefully we can get back to the upside there, and we'll see what winds up happening with MSOS. I actually put a question out about trading TSLL versus TSLA. So there it goes right now. Here we go. Looks like we're trying to go again right now on Tesla. Hey, man, 500 incoming immediately right now. So, yeah, no sell at all. As the market going one way, Tesla going completely oppo right now of the market. Just keeps on going here up to the high side there, 492 and change. And TSLL I was thinking about looking over at, but we'll stick with Tesla for today. But yeah, I do think that, the lower price could just use more shares, and I don't know, it doesn't, to me, whatever, I'm always risking appropriate amounts in my opinion anyways. Okay, here goes MSOS, man. Good little dip buy at the 200 period moving average. We're sitting at 97s, I think. So if we get it, we didn't even get it yet. Was on ARCA there, silly me. How come I'm on the one that has everybody on it? We'll see if we get that fill right now. We missed it. Go, 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 go. So I'm still not filled there. As you can see, I should change at this point and go over to another gateway. Still not filled. There it is. Yes, sir. It's your first face slapper of the day right there. MSOS, a nice little move higher right now off that dip buy. So not too bad right there. I'll check in on Oracle, and then we'll go and see what Neil's up to. Yeah, Oracle cracking. I mean, Oracle's going to make some of those lows. But yeah, let's go right now MSOS.
No, we're cracking downside on the chip names. Broadcom just dropped $5 here. NVIDIA is still absolutely, NVIDIA's created.
Google's getting killed.
174.5 for NVIDIA as that continues to flush. The thing I'm watching right now, iBit's very close to that $88,050 level. As you're seeing some real pullback here. You said Alphabet as well.
Alphabet's getting cracked hard.
Yeah, for sure. One of the names I did like to the upside is going to be, well, I had a dip at 120 on Robinhood. That's clearly not going to come in just yet, but Robinhood breaking out. Remember, sports betting market, it's a big one, and their users are predisposed to be interested in such a thing. So Robinhood up 2% on that note. I'm going to look for maybe VWAP in here at 121. If we're not going to get the dip back into prior highs, then this is one at least I want to play to the long side. Relative strength, at least. And Tesla, Hood, definitely not the chips, that's for sure, as the bleed is on.
There we go, man. MSOS. So nice move higher. Let's see how far we can go now. We're actually at 06s and 07s. I don't know why we weren't at 05 there, but a nice move higher. All right, so I'm taking a first stab. This could be, well, it will be a violent one, obviously, if it breaks. But we're going to wait for Google at that 05 level. I mean, it's held it right there. Actually, I put it at 05. I should put it at that very bottom. It's 80s. So let's just change that. 40, oops. See, that's how you screw up. 304.78. Let's see if we break that very bottom. But here it goes, man. It is going right now back into the downside. So we're getting pretty close right now to figure out what we're going to do. But we'll buy a little bit here. And this is just an early take. Like I said, we don't sit in here and just let this market bleed. We try to get in a little bit later once the market's given us some kind of direction. And right now it is short. So we're dumping this at the low. If this breaks right there, I liked Google today. I thought the Waymo, them sort of gathering some of the funding there for Waymo, giving a valuation of like $100 billion or so there. So we'll see what Google wants to do from here. Still waiting, still 20 cents in the money over here on MSOS. Them and Google might wind up being a wash by the time we settle this all out. So hopefully we can get upside there, back up to 705. Remember, we're long here. There it is. There it is. Yes, sir. Okay, so we lose on Google and win over here. So we're going to go 1-1 so far there today, but Google just lost it and came right back. I'm going to fight it one more time and then give it up. 304.50. We're out of Google.
Yeah, just got a bit of a bounce off that prior high on Robinhood here as it's trying to get back to 122. Oh, goodness, there is a big-time buyer on IBIT on ARCA.
Wow, this market is still going down, boy.
IBIT, I want this short, but it's not going to get me to 50. You don't usually see that very often. Like, if someone just pops 250,000 shares on a gateway like ARCA is not common for IBIT. But I'm sitting here in front of the local high at 49.9. $50 is approximately 88K. We're at 87.75 where we lie right now. But above 88,000, I think this is a bit of a breakout on IBIT. So I'm going to sit in front of it, look to go short. Robinhood.
Maybe there is no market bounce.
It's a weird one because Robinhood's story is not crypto related, or I wouldn't be looking to go short on IBIT and log on Robinhood. Robinhood just took out the 122. Or attempted to take out the 122 again and starting to fail. So I'm in at 121, 22s in here and looking for the break of the high of the day on the hooded one. But NVIDIA, there's so much weakness in these chip names. It's like at some point, do they just drag everything with them? NVIDIA just cracked 2% down and hit a new fresh low of the day as Robinhood is again failing this breakout at 122. Yikes.
Yeah, I took out some more MSOS up here because I'm going to take advantage of any sort of a long that I have right now with this kind of a market hitting. And we just tried Palantir at 186 there, did not work. So again, a couple small little trades here early that are not working out as this market is in basically, I don't want to say, I was going to say free fall, but I don't know where it's going to stop. So yeah, we might be right there.
Blame Oracle.
And again, Oracle, like.
It's all Oracle's fault.
Yeah, and then,
I hate to say it, but it's just true.
Yeah, I mean, Google's down here at 303 right now.
What the heck?
Right back into yesterday's kind of lows right there. I don't know, man. I think it's about time we just kind of hang out a minute and see where this market wants to go. It's a pretty aggressive move right now to the downside. The ES just flat. It's the NASDAQ right now down 0.15 right now. So I still want to get into some of these longs, but I don't know if the bottom's been in quite yet. So might be worth waiting around. Tesla's actually hasn't even gone down at all. I mean, it's gone down from its highs, but it's still up on the open. So this is relatively strong right now if you're going to look across the board, trying to find something that might show some strength. Maybe it's Tesla.
Well, maybe it's also.
I want to buy Google at these lows.
Maybe it's also Netflix, too.
Oh, yeah. What is Netflix doing?
I mean, it's up 2.5%.
Oh, okay.
Right? Like, it's got independent news, right? Like, ultimately, Warner Brothers isn't doing anything. I'm just double-checking here. No, Netflix looks relatively strong. I think this could be a better play. I jumped out, but I want to get back into Robinhood. I feel like it's not absurd today to look short crypto and long Robinhood. It's got its own news. Bit of a flattish trade, because I was able to get a decent bounce, but then it lost to 121. If we go back down to 21s, I'm going to take a secondary shot at this one.
Wow.
But I still want short IBIT. I'm not changing that. I'm still sitting in front of 85 here, looking for a bounce off VWAP that I can fade into and then play off the prior high. But I can be persuaded to jump in underneath VWAP and trade this one even lower. I see there's a bunch of people talking about Reddit in the chat. Shout out to you for
Still keeps
See?
going.
I love the fact that you guys are throwing. I don't have to tell anybody to put $ in there. $ RDDT. There is some strength. It's certainly not in the chip-related names in the AI play right now. Reddit up 2.5 points. Not aware of a particular story, but sometimes you just have to not be in the things that are falling to be strong. CGC is being pointed out, but I mean you're already in MSOS.
Yeah.
CGC, that's a good breakout. Oh, that's that $2 level. Hilarious, because it was the level we were talking about 2 days ago. And of course, it's breaking out here today. I wasn't here yesterday, and it didn't break. And today it does. Yeah, this is a good long above $2 technically on CGC. No doubt about it. It was a good long the other day, too, like on the 12th, but this is a much better one.
All right.
It's a much better level, I should say.
Yeah, we'd like some CGC action here. I mean, we're, like we said, like Neil said, we're in some of the marijuana names. Instead of trying to, this is not, where's my chart? There it is. Instead of trying to catch Google or Palantir, and we just tried Google, by the way, we just tried Google again right here at 302. Oh no, sorry, that's the TQs. Why isn't that switching over again? Here, 302, did not work again. So out right away. If it works, great. I mean, we do have the NASDAQ with us here as this long, but I don't know if the NASDAQ can hold. I was just like, maybe this is, okay, here we go, man. If this breaks 52, we're gonna get out of here real quick. That was really 51. I mean, whether or not we hold that very bottom, 51.95, let's just change it over to that. 51.94 right here. Look, man, yesterday catching the falling knife didn't really happen. We didn't even get into Tesla until 10:20 yesterday. So let's be careful with what we're doing right now in this broader market. I mean, we don't even have any economic numbers today to come in and like.
We just have more Fed speak.
Yeah, to save the day. So
speaking
hopefully,
of which, that's actually.
I'm going to cancel NVIDIA 52-week low. Is that what I just heard?
No. Well, Williams is.
Can't be right.
Williams might still be speaking.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
hearing anything here, for sure. And just the other annoying thing is,
oh, there goes
TweetDeck
TQQ.
is not working very well today, which I usually use for a pretty decent news source. So that's not working today. TweetDeck, if you guys are having issues as well. But this market just continues to break down. If that's the case, and we continue to go lower, then this pop, I need to get somewhere short in this in IBIT. It's relatively strong, but you know what? The trend up when Waller was speaking, there was a trend up in Bitcoin, probably because of all the look, when the Fed's talking about how it's not stimulatory policy. We're not being stimulatory if we are buying more assets. Yeah, okay, you're not. That's literally what you are doing, but Bitcoin rose on that.
Okay.
I don't know if it can do that forever, so I'm going to try to get this short into the highs. Going to nibble here, but the play is back into this high here on IBIT. We're still underneath 88K, so I think that still plays inside of our range for sure. But wow, that was it's still a crazy move down that we're seeing in some of those tech names. NVIDIA, though, trying to make a bit of a bounce. So I'm short now into IBIT, but look at the bottoming tail candle here forming on NVIDIA.
Oh, wow. I didn't even see that chart.
NVIDIA dropped $3 straight off of the open, and now it's trying to make the first bounce of the day. So we'll see if it's able to do it. I want to get some out in front of VWAP here on IBIT just to make sure, because this is kind of relatively strong, that we're taking something out. Even Tesla just lost VWAP. There's nothing really holding up right now. Tesla lost VWAP. Robinhood just lost VWAP. We showed you guys NVIDIA breaking through the low of the day. Broadcom is getting washed. I don't know why Broadcom's taking it on the chin as much as it is. But yeah, the epicenter of this is actually looking a little bit more like Broadcom than Oracle, to be honest with you, because Broadcom down 2 points, and this was actually strong. It was breaking out at 9:30 and now getting smoked. So yeah, not looking very good. We do have, what do we see? I just saw this headline here. OpenAI, Anthropic in talks for biotech genomics data licensing deals to train AI models. Alphabet is also pursuing something similar. That doesn't seem to be helping anything at all.
No, the market's only going one way here, including these TQQs. Still going. Like you're only down 0.29. Like this could get like a lot worse before it gets better. You just mentioned Tesla, like the one that was super strong yesterday. You know, if you're going to do anything, maybe it's this, just because it's showing some kind of strength right now. So maybe I mean, you're looking at the chart, you're saying like this is not strength, right? But at least it's bouncing off of the open price. So if the NASDAQ can get going, that would be great as well. But right now it looks like it's just going to be a Tesla-owned story. It's a good thing that we did get out of the way of Google because that just bounced off 3 bills clean. Right
300?
there. Like we were at 305. We tried the long, lost. We tried the long again at 302, lost again. So we're definitely 0 for 2 there. Not even able to get anything out. Like we don't have any outs for any kind of profit here on those names. So not great for a look right there. I think you could be safe a little bit with Netflix. So boom. So we're actually, you know, a most recent investment on Netflix finally starting to work out for us. So let's see if that goes. I think 200, 300 could hold there. Lyndon in the chat, but you know it's 50. It's not 52-week lows. I said that on Nvidia right here, but there's the Nvidia day. Obviously the 52. I thought that's what I heard. Nothing can be at 52-week lows in this space. I mean, you have the April lows, so it might have been the month low or something. I don't know what I heard, but Nvidia just getting lower right now into 174. And yeah, man, if it can't hold, then neither can the market, I think. We always pick on AMD as the short, but you know, it looks like today it will be Nvidia as well. Let me just check out.
AMD's not having a good day.
Yeah, no, I can imagine it's probably not. But only down. What is Nvidia actually even down? AMD's 2%. Yeah, so this is only down. AMD's only down 0.8. This is the problem.
Broadcom down 2% as well. Like it's like I said, the bleed is real. Oracle just broke low day. Oracle's down 4% because they started out as the real epicenter here, unfortunately. And if the AI bubble is bursting, the wrong word, if it's the cause of the move to the downside here, then you want to kind of stay away from AI names for looking for bounces. So in that light, like I'm looking at some of the. I'm like, okay, well, what maybe like a SoFi today? No. SoFi's down 1 point and continuing to go lower. My other thought is to go have a look at some of the metals. Now, silver dropped pretty heavily, trying to fill in this gap at about 9 o'clock, and shout out to Raheem coming on here and talking about some of the metals, but it's already starting to bounce a little bit. Doesn't fill in the entirety of the gap, so I got to look for like a VWAP or something. But this has been all green since the open on the 15-minute. So it's been trending up. If we can pop and hold VWAP, I think there could be something here for silver. Maybe gold could be a bit of a play as well. And then, you know, the weed names. I want to see if this CGC can hold $2. Maybe even the volume-weighted average price here. Technical breakout at $2, because that was resistance for 2 days. But I'm looking outside of the AI play for some longs at this point.
Even MSOS is not really doing anything right now. We're out of 70% of this already. Like it came right back into that level there, so we cashed out a couple times there on MSOS, so 3 times out there. It was these, I took 2 fills right at the day highs. So that's, remember I was saying, I was like, I'm at 06 and 07. It's because I had an 07 there and I put an 06 once we got that fill. So we actually got the double fill right there. Okay, it's not going to be good on the TQs again, but it did bump up a little bit there and we were able to take an out. But then now, okay, now the NASDAQ is really extending. Is Google going to break 300? Oh, it did. Okay, so there it goes, man. I was going to say I want to punch the 300 short if it breaks it, but it is a downside play now, down of over $1 right now on Google off that $300 break level. So it is now gone. So are the TQs, everything today. This is not Black Friday, but it sure is feeling like it right now in the NASDAQ across the board.
I mean, Friday feel to it.
It has. Yeah, to me it has like even worse. It's like pretty bad. We haven't actually had like a terror Friday yet. There, like what do we call them? Free fall Fridays.
Free fall Friday.
Coming through. Robinhood, though. I mean, this was 123 and not stopping yet, but this is coming into some levels too of 120. So I was wondering if that might hold at some point there as well. Yeah, Wicked Wednesday. I took my kids to see Wicked. They liked it. Okay. 51. Just wondering at some point when does this noise stop? 51.50, 51.60. I mean, looking at the TQs for sure, you know, you could get a little bit lower into 51.20s, things like that. So we'll have to wait to see if there is a stop and go moment here on the NASDAQ. It looks like it's maybe trying to go back up, but until Nvidia holds, I think that this market could be a little bit of trouble. Nvidia going at its lows right now as we speak. I don't have any shorts on. It's a good thing you have.
If Nvidia is still breaking lower, then I'm just like, I don't know where in the chip names I want to be. The good news is, well, silver's trying to break VWAP. I'm not jumping in it yet, but it's got a decent trend line to the upside, so I don't mind that to the long. What I was about to say as I was going to flip to Apple, and it didn't go, is Apple was above the volume weighted average price. Apple was looking like it was going to hold up. It hasn't broken the lows. Apple's actually green for now. So I think if you're looking for Mag 7 strength, you might be able to find it here in Apple for sure. But again, SLV, IBIT, I want to try to reload this short for Bitcoin. As long as we're under 88,000, want to play it back into this consolidative low. I missed the reload at my actual entry price, but I'm just going to try to go a little bit lower here, 70s. Okay, so if we get a bounce above VWAP, I'm going to reshort pretty much where we have it here and look to see if this continues back into the side. The market is continuing to fall here. Even Tesla is about to break the low of the day. So if that happens, Tesla has a chance to fill that gap to 480. So you're breaking down right now on Tesla. That 480 level is going to be coming in to play for sure. So you guys let us know what else you might be looking at, because right now, if you're looking for long, patience is going to be the name of the game, and there's not a lot of strength out there anywhere in this market. Muted strength in Apple, I'd say some strength in the metals, but not even all that much either.
No, nailed it. There's not much going on.
You could be long the VIX, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what's been going? Let's check out some oil names. Oil has been bumping a little bit here in the night. So you could see there with Venezuela and some of that talk there today. ExxonMobil upside right now. And then you do have a nice little bounce back now in the futures. We're long. Let's see if it can work out. January 26 right here. So let's see what light sweet crude is doing there. Had a nice bump up there, so 1.39%. right now on the NASDAQ on oil. So that's starting to go up there as Venezuela talk yesterday sends the price higher. Venezuela, ooh. Thank you, Randy.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, so the new contract, our contract doesn't roll over, but you could see there, nice little bottom take. We'll see if we do get some action now back up to the upside with oil. You could probably look at OIH and whatnot. I'm going to take another piece out here on the TQs as we caught a little bit of a bottom here. We're going to need to go up a little higher than this to get back to flat, but right now that's what we're working with here. It's the NASDAQ.
For sure. And if you are working with any leveraged ETFs, then Beta Pro is definitely going to be one place you want to check out. And if you're a sophisticated investor or trader, then Beta Pro by Globex Canada is the largest provider of inverse and inverse leverage ETFs. They got 6 new ones. You got 3x bull, 3x bear exposure on the S&P, TSX 60, you've got US Treasuries, you've got semis, and they've also dropped management fees to 65 basis points. You get that to the end of the year, so you're running out of time on that one. So check them out today if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader. If you want to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more. I want to shout out to them. Right now, these markets are trying. All right, so there is Apple up on the day into a down market. Well, that's not a bad sign. Holding VWAP above these prior highs. So I'm going to try to play into this one off the volume weighted average price. If we lose the quarters, then fair enough. You know, Apple's doing pretty much the same thing as everybody else. But this is a pretty strong name relatively today. Diversifying into India was the only story. Not a huge one, I don't think. But, you know, it's still a positive story, and it is showing you relative strength. The other thing is Apple's kind of semi-insulated from a lot of this AI stuff. If the news is bad because AI spend is a bubble, well, Apple didn't spend on AI anyways, so how bad can it be for them? They'll always be the relatively strong name if our catalyst is Oracle sent the market down.
I'm not sure exactly. I mean, I think oil being strong maybe today helped us make a move to the downside. We did talk about a little bit of silver and gold with Raheem. Silver's been going as well, and there goes gold. They actually fell down a little bit as well, but not once the market opened. They fell down earlier. They've been going straight up since the bell. So maybe gold, silver. We just talked about oil a little bit. Let's check out what silver's doing now here today. Probably upside with this kind of market move. And okay. So they all fell around 8 o'clock there, 9 o'clock there, battling back just a little wee bit. Look, I'm. We have to get to 51.20 or so to get back to positive on the TQs. I'm not worried about getting back anywhere. I just want to make the right trade. So we've been, on that note, getting out here at 52 a bunch. So I actually only have half left, but I do want to hold out for a bigger move. So I'm at 52.15s just to see if we can get that. This is the 21 period moving average. That's now down to 52.10. So maybe we'll have to switch it, but maybe a nice little move back up there. VWAP 52.40, and we'll just wait to see.
Bitcoin just broke hard above 88.
Ooh, no. Okay. You flipped. Did you flip?
Yeah, but on a
Good.
horrible. How did I get filled that bad? I got filled
wow,
at
Bitcoin is
I got
going.
filled at 13.
It's good though, no?
Yeah, but I got out at 13 as well.
Oh, okay.
On a 50 break. On a 50 break. That's crazy.
All good, man. I mean, it's like you said. At the end of the day,
Wow,
it's
that's intense. Well, it could have been a lot worse if I didn't at least get something long.
Yeah,
But no, but to tell you, just to give you guys an idea, that was 88,000. So when I yelled 88,000 broke in a big way, we're already at 88.6 here. Sorry, guys. Let me do this because you can't see the real. But like 50 is about 88K. When 50 broke, it was instantly like we're already at the. I don't want to say the quarters, but we're right at about 13. So I got 13s and 16s and whatever. I had two orders. It's weird because you can reverse with one order, believe it or not. You can't reverse short with one order here at Real Trading, but you can reverse long. I didn't. I had 2 stop orders. But either way, they both filled at horrible prices. But Bitcoin, that was a huge reversal. Watch out for 3,000 on ETH as well here at 29.56. So if that breaks out, maybe watch out for BMNR. But that was the buyers are coming in en masse when that happens. That's wild.
Wow.
And if you go back, just to go for a gap fill, I think we can get to 51. So with looking short under there, the second you reverse, I want to buy dips if I can, then work out to about 50.80 to 51 even over there on IBIT. But a huge reversal on IBIT. And the other annoying thing is I guess I just missed on silver. While all that was happening, silver did break VWAP, and I'm not in it. So I'm going to get on the bit of this too. It's already been strong, relatively speaking. I don't know what the headline was. Outside of the Fed talking about increasing their balance sheet, I can't think of what else is causing this move, really, in Bitcoin. I mean, it's nice that it's going to the upside, but I can't think of a fundamental reason why this is happening on Bitcoin outside of what Waller was saying earlier. But that's a pretty delayed reaction. That guy shut up
I mean, that was a big move because normally you'd look at the market and think okay, Bitcoin.
The market's still down.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Bitcoin would be going with the market also going. So, all right, man, tough day obviously here.
What's the USD doing?
I don't know. We'll have to look at the DXY there as well. So, yeah, man, rough day so far, and even MSOS has now come back in. We only have 30% left of this, but it's come all the way back in as well. So, MSOS downside right now. Can't really hold the market. I'm just going to wait for it now. We could average into this. Averaging into the longs haven't been working well for me early here today. So we'll have to wait to see if that goes. But yeah, man, tough go so far here today for sure. All right, so that's MSOS. We've been trying everything. I don't think the only short we had was at IBIT, and then that blew higher. So, all right, I want to look at Google because that $300 mark, I know it broke down to $299, and it's just maybe that's when you don't expect moves, it's hard to sit here and obviously we're doing this live, and it's hard. Adara's back there. If any sort of news breaks or anything like that, obviously we'll be coming through with some of that. I'm going to get out some more at 98 actually right now of some more TQs. I still do have an offer at 15, so I'm actually going to downsize that right now and just put another order there for this time about 10%. I was at about 15%, so let's go a little bit less than that. Let's go to 52.10 where that marker is, and then get a piece out there if we're lucky enough to get upside. But we'll see if we can turn this one into a winner. The market still, I'm looking at all of my markers here, and it's Mara downside, and then obviously that's reversed a little bit there as well. Go TQs. There it is. That's a nice reversal with Bitcoin. Bitcoin now 89.5. You're really starting to go now on all of these.
So it actually just tagged close to the 90,000.
Did it? Oh my God.
That filled in the entirety of the gap from just a couple of days ago. So I just jumped out. This is the top of the gap fill. 90,000, obviously a pretty big resistance level. But if you forget about Bitcoin for a second, BMNR just gap filled here. That just went $1.50. Strategy, obviously. Strategy, obviously, doing another.
Got some strategies.
Look at this chart, man. This takes forever. Making a bit of a move to the upside, but they're all at resistance at the same spot. So strategy hits resistance. Bitcoin right up to 90,000 pulls back a little bit. BMNR, ETH doesn't break that 3,000 yet as well. So I'm going to look to buy the dip here I'm assuming we're getting one. Like again, just filled in the gap. We might not even get a dip, but I'm sitting right where the breakout got to, which is about the 10 level if we get all the way back in here. ETHA breaking higher as we approach that 3,000 level on ETH, and there goes SLVs now. You just cannot, there's no stopping silver at this point. It was already relatively strong. You could break 60 in here. I'm buying the first available dip. I'm already sitting here trying to get long into VWAP as that looks pretty strong. All-time highs again. Just hit another fresh all-time high in silver. Every single day, make a new one.
Yeah, we like that. And we like a good little move up there also in the Qs. So finally, man, breaking there. We get some 20s out right there. 18s there on the TQQ. So let's be very careful with exactly what we're trying to do here today and not average it into oblivion, like I was saying, on all of these trades. And then wait to see if we do get just a little bit of a bump higher there today. So that's what I'm going to be doing, is just kind of sitting here waiting, counting the losses and hoping that we can get some more wins here, right? And in being honest about everything, right? I mean, we lost on Google, we've won on MSOS, we've lost on Palantir, and we've lost on the TQs, and we're going to wait to see where this one goes. So for me today, man, we are going to go 1 for 4 so far. 1 for 4. With MSOS being the littlest one, which is kind of sucky right there. I was just about to show you guys some of this crypto stuff, as we'll just have to wait for TQs. I have my order. I'm getting out at the bottom of the day, so let's see if it does make a move higher right now. So there goes Bitcoin, man, 89.5 right now. Good move. I'll just refresh this again. Ethereum still trying to get above that 3,000 marker there. Ripple back to 195, and just in the last hour, you're up a little bit here. Dogecoin up 2% as well. Cardano down to 39 cents. Wow, that stock sucks. Or that coin right there. Solana 130. Like these highs were 250 like 2 months ago. So chopped in half. So it's all about timing, definitely in this crypto space. But all right, so another move higher here in the NASDAQ. We'll see if it can get going right now. We do welcome back Adara off of her vacation. So I hope that all went real well. Oh, hold on a second. Google's working with Meta now to expand software support for chips. So Google and Meta, we sort of knew that there was that tie-up on those TPUs. So that was good. That helped Google and Meta. So maybe Meta now trying to catch a little bit of so Meta now actually up on the day. So it seems like this is a little bit better news right there for Meta and for Google as they can sort of partner up right now. But you can see the market just fell down just a little bit there as well. So, all right, let's go back over now as we are ready to throw over to Adara and find out what she's up to.
Yes, of course, as I get more info on that Meta Google story, I'll keep you all posted. Great to be back here in an interesting market. That first 50-minute candle here on the market, pushing lower, attempt to find a little bit of a base on the second, but the third just starting to form. And I think this Google Meta story, in addition to the Oracle story, which we'll get to in a minute, certainly going to be interesting for the market today. Feds Waller making lots of comments saying the Fed's rate cuts have helped the job market, but the job market is very soft. Also saying he does not see a lot of downside risks for tariffs. He believes inflation is under control. He's not the only Fed speaker on watch today. We are going to get Fed's Bostic coming through at 12:30 p.m., so in about 2.5 hours. Let's talk here about ORCL, though, as I kind of alluded to earlier. Oracle with a big story. Financial Times reporting that their $10 million Michigan data center is maybe in limbo after Blue Owl funding talks come to a bit of a halt. Oracle has already addressed this report, but either way, I think certainly something to note, and especially with regards to how it impacts AI and the sentiment around AI. TSLA, however, actually doing relatively well today. Bloomberg reporting that the company does face sales suspension in California following a review period. Apparently, it's actually been deferred as far as I've seen, so we'll have to wait and see what happens here with that suspension. Going to be on watch for TSLA. Last but not least, another name doing relatively well. HUT, Hut 8, gapped up, holding a lot of this early strength, announcing a partnership with Anthropic and FluidStack, also signing a 15-year lease valued at $7 billion. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. millions of concussions, 0 approved therapies. Orogenics, trading on the NYSE as OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Orogenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead. Book a meeting today. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
It's not strong anymore. Yeah. So this was. We were just talking about some strong names. Affirm is actually up today. Yesterday, where is it? Shoot, where's this headline? Oh yeah, so they renewed their partnership pact with Amazon for 5 years. At least that was announced at a fireside chat on their what's always a fireside chat?
Yeah, man, what's that?
On their investor day.
Warm inside.
We should do fireside chats. We have this gigantic empty space in the corner.
Should.
You guys can't see it in the corner that we
there.
could use for fireside chats. But Affirm was strong and now pulling back through VWAP. So as usual, we are jinxing everything we look at that is relatively strong because the moment I look at it, it starts pulling back because that's the market we're in. So I'm dip buying into silver. See this trend line that it's been on since the open? Look for that to hold. It very coincidentally is lined up almost exactly with VWAP here. So you got silver holding VWAP and holding trend to the upside. We're going to buy into it. Bitcoin got to 90K and pulled back. It's heading right back to that 90,000 level. So it looked like the first thing to go was Bitcoin on the bounce. It seems like that could be leading the market back higher here potentially. So watch out. If we lose 90,000 and Bitcoin starts falling, we could see a bit of a turn here, given where the strength came from first.
I think we're going back to Adara.
Yep. Are we?
PSKY on watch here. Paramount Skydance apparently reaffirming its $30 per share all-cash offer for Warner Brothers, calling this superior to the offer that Netflix made. Now, we know earlier today, Warner Brothers basically said that they're recommending shareholders vote against the Paramount offer. Netflix backed up, of course, Warner Brothers comments because we know that Netflix is also trying to acquire Warner Brothers here. But PSKY basically saying that they are fully financed with a $41 billion new equity backstop here by the Ellison family. Now, we know this equity backstop was one of the issues raised by WBD. This will be interesting if I see any comment or response from WBD, Netflix, or both. I'll keep you posted. But PSKY reaffirming their offer, even though Warner Brothers has already advised shareholders to vote against. Back to you.
And of course, Jared Kushner dropped out with his Infinity Global yesterday. So we were just talking the only winner here was MSOS, and it came right into a level where we could have bought more. I mean, my stop was going to be 60s anyways. We could have bought some more at 70s, but now that it came back up, we get some more out at the 200 period, which is just 88s, and then we got some out just before 7 there at 694. So, not much going on there with MSOS. We're going to wait to see if it can retake the top. We just took another piece out right here at 05s on the TQs. I'm waiting now for 25s. Hopefully that can come into play. Just seeing Intel hitting the scanner now for some reason. Let me find out why. Just coming up into VWAP again. So nothing really going on there. Micron reporting tonight. So, if you're going to look at a stock and you're going to say, okay, I want to get something that might have some sort of a catalyst behind it, choose Micron. I mean, they've been on fire right now. 3 or 4 days pulling back in. Like I said, I still think, I don't want to be long into the report. I mean, if you're already long, then you've already done quite well on this. You may want to think about either not flattening, but getting something out there ahead of the report, would have worked for Palantir and some of those other names. And we've seen names like Broadcom and so on. You know what? I was just waiting there at 23s. I'm going to offer 20s now on the TQs. We just came right back up to that level and stopped again. I don't think, remember, this is a derivative of the NASDAQ, so it's a triple levered against the NASDAQ. So it's not like it's going to stop at certain prices. Sometimes you'll see Google or someone yesterday. We had David, you talked about Tesla at 287.50 there, thinking that could have been a key level. Looks like that might have been an awesome level today, 287.50. You're talking about options eligibility and things like that, options levels. So for the TQs, you're not really going to get levels like that. If people are playing on options, they're playing, with the NASDAQ or with the futures or maybe even TQQs, but that's not going to affect this stock. It can move all you need is a little bit of a bump up, and this thing can move 30 cents, right? So it's part of that right now. I'm just hearing there is no news. If anybody can explain what's going on with Bitcoin, right now. That would be great. We had the HUD 8 news today. I talked about yesterday, Coinbase looked like it was trying to set up for a move. It was sort of barcoding for a minute. So what is Coinbase doing now? Not really doing anything, but this was what sort of what I was talking about with the barcode. Like it was stuck between 280 to 240, just bouncing off. I mean, that 240 is the bottom, maybe 245, bouncing off of that. And now I think we get ready to break through 280. But 90,000 there for BTC. So an interesting level. And it didn't really spark the market, man. So, that was strange.
Yeah, like you type in news and all I see is one of these like treasury plays has acquired some Bitcoin, which is clearly not the story. But you're above 3K on ETH and still going. So ETHA, we just got to 3,000 and a quarter. Bitcoin's cruising at 90,250. There's ETHA. BMNR is breaking out potentially. Yeah, BMNR, this is a break. My goodness, it's a breakaway trade on BMNR. This has a clean move to 33 and a half. 33 and a half potentially here on BMNR. So if we're going to hold 90K, I mean, or in Bitcoin, or in ETH is going to hold 3,000 on the way back in, that's what I'm going to watch very closely. Because if we hold 3,000 on the way back in, then BMNR ends up being a bounce play. For now, the market's looking at least a little bit weak. So if we hold some of these lower highs, I'm looking at Intel. I liked Intel on my note today at $38 and 38.5, prices that we probably don't see today. But if we lose VWAP, I don't mind joining it. For now, it's looking strong. Still trying to add to silver in front of VWAP, but that's still a long side. If I'm looking short, Intel's about the only thing setting up here in the short term. Adara, what else do you have for us?
What I have here, guys, is some more details on that Google Meta story. So again, I'm seeing here that Google is apparently working on Torch TPU to make their AI TPUs fully PY Torch friendly. The goal here is to chip away at NVIDIA's CUDA mode. So again, Google versus NVIDIA. Now, how Meta fits into this is apparently joint work for Google with Meta would cut their switching costs for their AI teams that want alternatives to NVIDIA GPUs and more leveraging on infrastructure. So Meta seems kind of more of an afterthought in this story here, but either way, Google working on this Torch TPU, they're targeting NVIDIA's CUDA mode. Back to you.
Yeah, so, okay. Yeah, I just asked anybody, I just wanted to ask anybody if anybody's green on their P&L today, and if so, what are you guys trading on that? So we did get, red, okay, so Maine right there, bought Hood yesterday, okay. Green on QNC, okay, so I think those are some marijuana names, QNCFF, we can have a check over there. Weed's been the only thing that's been good for me here today. Added more after getting cut on highs, okay, good. One green trade, long Riot right there today, okay, good. So MNQ is there, GameStop, it looks like people trading. Gold, good job there. Reddit, iBit, good little look there. Hive. You sold Tesla for BITX. Okay, that might be a good move there with Bitcoin going again there today. A lot of people green on AVO shorts. Good job there. And then green on Netflix. Good job, man. I wrote down Netflix 95. We never got into there. Netflix is just still cruising right now. But yeah, AMD says AAK over there. Red says Dan Gallagher. There it is. Cool man staying in the metals. So that's a cool spot to be today for sure. So shout out on the metals there. Green on Tesla longs and iBit longs. So okay, you guys must have caught some bottoms over there. Green on AMD and on Hood. So yeah, good job, guys. And I think that goes to being a little more patient, probably waiting for some of those dip buys, because some of those names that you guys had mentioned there, obviously well off some of those lows, including, I think Robinhood was mentioned as a long. Yeah, so there goes Robinhood, right? Like on a good story today of them including parlaying and whatnot for individual sporting events like touchdowns and daily fantasy stuff. So nice move up.
In-game betting on that too.
Yeah, exactly. So
like it's not.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, like it's not. From what I read, at least, they're not just only talking about like anytime touchdown guys like pregame. Like you're able to bet on events in theory in real time. Like they're in the middle of the drive. Oh, I'm feeling Bijan's going to get in the end zone here when they start the drive, or you get a couple of good carries. You're like, oh yeah, I think you're going to push this one in. Like that's insane. Like that really speaks to
I hit a
let's be
3-leg
real.
parlay last night.
All the people like that in-game action. If you really think about it, because it makes it more exciting to watch the games. Anyways, I think that's good for Robinhood. They're just trying to keep you in the stratosphere. You go right to Robinhood, and you have everything that you want. You got your crypto trading, your equity trading, you get your banking in theory at some point, and then now you're going to get the sports gambling, and then events, other events as well, like political. Once they have your account, it doesn't go anywhere. Most people do not want to leave, even if it makes sense for them to do so. Most people do not want to leave, I think, ultimately. We did get a super chat, if we can throw that one up there. Thank you, Andre. From Ayuka Akayamo. Sean, this is to appreciate Adara. I saw you struggle to get what was driving the market yesterday, but you got the Netflix news, and I am up 150%. There you go.
Oh, yeah. And I said, yeah, we do appreciate Adara back here for sure. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. So shout out to
Tony Mitchell never lies.
Thank you for the kind words. Happy to be back.
Yeah, there we go. You are welcome, Adara, and thank you for coming back. All right, guess who's back again? All right, I'm not here on Friday. It'll be Obi and Neil, so you guys can have those guys kick in on Friday. All right, so Tesla, Intel, JP Morgan. All right, let me take a quick little look at SoFi here because we've seen Rob. Okay, it's still 2660. You know, that was a very, very panicked open, you know, where everything just got like, literally where we were sitting here like, what? And is that just an Oracle play or what exactly is going on? And yeah, we were sort of dumbfounded by that. And a lot of names have rebounded quite nicely, right? Including SoFi, including Robinhood. Some of the other bank names going as well there today, back up to 317 for JP Morgan. That was down to 315 yesterday. So that's a nice move back there to the upside. And as we continue to look, let's just go have a quick little look at Sector Watch and just see what is going on some of these names here today. So yeah, like all the problems are going to be on this side here today because we saw, I mean, that Google there, honestly, man, at now it's back at 299, is it? GOGGL, yeah, okay, so back down below $300 right now is Google. As we just click on, you can see the price at the bottom as we hover through there. There's Oracle, 180, ouch. Shout out to Joseph over there because he and I sort of said a little bit of a bull case for Netflix yesterday, so I was glad to hear him and Sharif go back and forth about that one yesterday and the day before. So shout out to Netflix shareholders there today. CRM off of a nice move too. That's going good. Healthcare technology, some of the producer manufacturer names, which is interesting. GE Vernova, we said, we talked a little bit about those power plays there with SMR, and I still think GE Vernova, not the same as SMR or anything like
Safer,
that.
but
yeah, safer, but still volatile, right?
It's a very volatile name, everybody.
Yeah, that is for sure. Okay, we just got out another TQ spot, so that's good. And then here today, this is where it does pay to be diversified. So Mr. Randy is not around right this second, but we've been talking about ExxonMobil with him for a minute, so that's starting to go. Valero, some of the manufacturers these are the manufacturers. Some of the distillers getting to the downside right here, Valero, Marathon, and Pioneer. CVX. So yeah, CVX, they've all been doing decently off of this most recent move up there. So yeah, that's just what it is right now in the market, and it's been a pretty dangerous area over here. I mean, I'm kind of impressed with what, I don't know why I'm clicking unless it's not working. I'm gonna have to reload this, but I'm impressed with what Micron's doing today, to be honest with you, man. Being up that, I'm just gonna refresh
but
this.
But
and
it's
then
like,
get
does
rid of it.
anything Micron do today matters?
I just thought it's like, it's part of that whole thing. Like,
Oh, but until the earnings drop, I would
don't
not
wanna
be.
sell this
How
thing.
comfortable would you be buying up Micron going into these earnings?
yeah, not
Even
very.
if let's just make
is this?
even if it continues this V shape, because it held up pretty decently. I guess people didn't want to sell it off too far going into the earnings risk. It's a very inside day. This is what you would expect. Like if it's above 240, that would be special. If it's under 230 and a half, I think that also would be special. But before the earnings, I think it was right to not trade some of these things before earnings because you're not going to get as much crazy action. Not a lot of people, I guess, want to bet on this one way or the other. But you know what? What I think about Micron almost doesn't matter because if Micron has a hint of weakness, SNDK is where you want to go anyways. This is going to move more. I feel like in the 2 or 3 days after Micron's earnings, this will probably be the one that moves the most. SNDK up 4% today. Really? Like why? Excuse me. If the market retakes the lows, there's a short somewhere in SNDK. But right now it's relative strength. I'm not feeling it. If Micron misses today, SNDK gets punked and punked hard. Ooh, we got another super chat here. Down to Sky 404. Honeywell, if you can do a quick analysis, I was able to catch the lows at 188 and nicely up at the moment for a large sum. What is Honeywell?
Nicely up. We like that.
Not looked at Honeywell, I don't want to say ever, but realistically, it's not a stock we usually pay attention to. But hey, you're looking at the right sector today because they got a lot of strength. Oh my goodness, nice trend break. Nice trend break. You got the 50 period clearing out today. You got room to 202. When I say trend break, I'm really looking at you did gap above it and then lose, but this trend line here, which, oh, my tool's not on. This trend line here broke out once, pulled through, and then the trend line came right back in, and it's a 3 or 4 day break of the trend already again. Just remember, the first time it went off the same trend line, it went to first resistance and failed. So first resistance is like 202. I think you take that 202 if you got some money on it. Make sure you bank some. Technically speaking, it looks really good. I think, again, you're in the right space. There's lots of strength over in the energy sector.
Right now we do.
Did you just say iRobot?
Yeah, iRobot's spiking up to 119 or something right here. We'll look at that in a minute. Up 42% actually. So Medline's still not doing anything. $31 is the tap right now with 1 million sitting there, 2 million shares sitting there. So this is going to be a minute before they get that all figured out. But IRBT, of course, was 70 cents yesterday. Sometimes, you know, rumors start flying around, and I don't know what's going on here, Adara, if there's anything with IRBT, but iRobot was just 70 cents. Forget about yesterday. It was 70 cents at 9:30. So this is now up 40%, breaking through $1 right now. There goes IRBT. So if someone, like we were saying, if Amazon liked this name at $61, they probably like it down here at $1. So let's wait to find out what the news is, Adara.
There's absolutely zero news, but there's a lot of social media attention. We're talking like multiple posts tagging this per minute, like at least, you know, 10 posts a minute. So tons of posts coming in. People are looking at the name. I am not seeing though any news on said name.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, obviously with it being 50 million shares, it's quite a nice move up. And, you know, we had just sort of seen that move yesterday. Well, first of all, this is not a split. This is like actually what happened. They actually got going quite nicely off of $1 up to $5 on that sort of robotics push there by the U.S. government. You can go back to, there it is right there, $2, $1. I don't know exactly what the low there is. $1.60, $1.50. So we were in the dollar range not too long ago, man. This was December the 2nd. We were at $1.50. Then we get those bumps all the way up to $5, $6, and then basically filing for Chapter 11 comes into $1. Yesterday loses that dollar, goes down into 75 cents, and it looks like that right there. Little bit of a bounce. So just wait on it right here for iRobot, right? Like don't have any idea. I think as long as you stay above $1. Yeah, Medline, still that $31, just hearing it in our ear, so it is starting to get talked about a little bit more right now. These prices mean absolutely nothing. It's this price right there that we're concerned about. That's where the market should open up for Medline, and then, you know, that's the price you'll, like if it was open right now, everybody would be long $31, then the books would start to fill out, and we would start to make a market, right? And so that's how IPOs work, and Medline today is having its IPO. So we'll wait to see when that settles through. And, you know, a good indicator is just looking here. Like, so right now, there's still 3 million shares. You know, so like if I'm trying to buy 500 shares, that's for example, so my 500 goes into there, and everybody, all the hedge funds, anybody that's interested in getting involved with Medline does get involved in this, and now it's up to the NASDAQ and whoever's looking after this particular stock. There's a bunch of different underwriters involved, so they're just gonna have to figure out where the supply and demand is, how many orders they have in their book to offset this, and then when they say, you know what, all parties involved will be happy at $33, then bang, it'll open up at 33, the markets will start to be made. Because remember, they're not gonna open a stock at 33 if they only have like one buyer at 33, because then all of a sudden the market opens up, $33, that buyer gets their job done, and then the market cranks to the low side. And they don't want that, right? They want to make sure that there's going to be enough support at whatever bid they throw it out at. So, all right, that's what's going on with Medline right now. Not a whole heck of a lot. Palantir, good little bottom there at 185, back up to 187. Now, of course, higher than where we bought it. Everything I would imagine besides Google is going to be a little higher than where we bought it. I still don't understand what Google's problem is today, but it definitely is a problem as they're going lower right now, GOOGL, at day's low, while the NASDAQ is not. So Adara, I don't know what the problem is with Google. Maybe you know, but let's go back over, and I'm going to go with, is it small cap recap?
There were a couple stories on Google, Sean. Of course, there's the reported investment rounds for Waymo. We also have, of course, the fact that Google is apparently working on this Torch GPU. Those are the only stories I'm seeing. Neither of those really explain that drop. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Let's start here with the GAPE ATP. The ticker for this is ATPC. This one back on Friday apparently addressed some market volatility, saying that there's no undisclosed developments happening that people aren't aware of. They also reaffirmed their strategic outlook. No news from this today, but again, this goes back to Friday, so the stock has been on watch. Let's talk about Processa Pharmaceuticals, PCSA. This company, and beware, the stock has halted quite a few times already this morning. They announced preliminary phase 2 data for one of their treatments, so good look there. Last but not least, HUT, bit of a larger market cap, around $4.7 billion, 15% short float though. And as mentioned earlier, a couple different announcements for them, including this tie-up with Anthropic, I believe. And then the other thing that we had mentioned here with Hot 8 is signing a 15-year lease for $7 billion. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, guys, I just found something crazy because I'm digging into exchanges and I stumbled across BTCC. Top 30 globally. Here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC. If you are in the US, Canada, or Europe. Through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus a 15% bonus thing that covers losses up to 15K USDT. So serious. What am I missing here? Scan the QR code for more info. Back to you.
I don't know what you're missing, Adara, on that one. Yeah, so by the way, we did get, I don't think we're missing too much there. So just scan that QR code and get going on BTCC. Thanks for that, Rita Dara. There it is, man, right back up to the highs of this move, anyways, is the TQQs. So let's wait to see if we do get another move higher in the space. I wanted to take out, I better double check. I don't have any offers out yet on this one. VWAP is at 30. I think that would be somewhere that I should put something right now. So let's do that. Let's go up into 30s and offer just a little bit more up there in case we do get going one more time. Yeah, so the bottom in NVIDIA, it's questioned. Like this could be an absolutely fantastic long. It's just we're waiting for better news. And right now the market doesn't appear to be having too much of said news. So yeah, gasoline inventory is coming out right now. That should be exciting. We've seen the hot fire action so far in the light sweet crude. We'll go over to the January contract right now. 56.20 up 1.6% on Venezuelan news, right? Venezuela was declared, I don't know what, but something there. Getting more aggressive there with Venezuela. So, and again, a major oil producer in this half of the world anyways. So watch out for oil continuously moving higher. We do have a number coming out there, oil inventory.
A few minutes to go till that.
Yeah, 10:30 for that one.
It was a super chat I believe we missed. So I'm going to throw it up there. Apologies, Dave. Dave Geisler. Geisler, right? Oh, there it is. Thank you, Assassino. You're saying if it's okay to be wrong, but not okay to stay wrong and save me a lot of money. Now I tell my kids the same thing about life. Yeah, it's obviously going to be true, especially, when you take hits in trading, you're going to lose, right? Ultimately, have a reason to be in, have a reason to be out. Like silver, broke trend line, wicked me out and held VWAP, so I jump in and put I actually put a tighter stop in there. But the thing about it is if you don't know where you're wrong, you can't take a trade. And the other way that you got to be able to think about it is, okay, well, relate that trade or any loss to your, just make sure you're comparing apples to apples. That's the easiest way to say it. It's not to say silver trade. I was about to say a silver trade, but if I'm buying this one on VWAP on a dip and a trend up, then I want to make sure that okay, I'm comparing that to when I had it long the other day on a similar play to that upside. Right? Like, so that's what you, like, I'm not going to compare it to some random trade in like Robinhood today, because no, that's not apples to apples. Compare it to when you traded that similar setup before, and then just make sure that you're risking relative to the potential reward, and then you should be okay, because ultimately that's what's going to end up mattering here. Now, Bitcoin is still going absolutely ham. There are some things that, like, every now and then, like this morning on IBIT for myself, I'm used to, if I'm short this thing underneath 80 and my stop, I'm expecting to get 01s and 02s, and if you lose an extra 10 pennies, that's unexpected. That'll happen to you every now and then. You get a little bit of extra slippage, and there's not much you can do about it, and that might skew things, but those are usually one-offs. Like, I should, in theory, like, I get it, like, I should be flat to slightly up on IBIT, but I got extra slippage, so I'm slightly down on it. But just make sure that you're not losing more than you can make on a good day. That's what ends up being more important to you for sure. So the crypto move looking pretty strong, at least for now, is that we're trying to pull back into, I don't know what level is going to hold. Bitcoin's underneath 90K again. If you look at just looking at IBIT, there is nothing really inside of this gap that looks any good until we get to VWAP. So either we hold back above 90K, which would be above 51, or I'd wait until maybe we get all the way down into the volume-weighted average price here on Bitcoin. I still am thinking, well, I'm looking short on Intel, didn't really get it. Didn't really have too many, like, I love these things as short ideas, except for Intel up at like above $38. It's under VWAP and trending down, so I'll just try to join the VWAP trend here on Intel.
All right. Yeah, never good to be long and wrong for too long. My stop here on the TQs still is the same level, man. It's down here, so we're trying to work this trade out. And you know, in complete transparency, I'm 1-3 today. The only one win is going to be MSOS. And as Neil said, man, we always keep things right in our pocket. You guys know the kind of potential that we have here. And sometimes, you know, you lose on days like today when you're thinking the wrong way early, and it got hit. And, you know, waiting for those bottoms to be made, it's definitely all about patience in a market like this. I really like this battle back in Marvell today, man. I mean, the fact that we were up 3% sort of to start the day, then gave it pretty much all back, and now we ripped right back to the high side again. I like Marvell for this AI play and what it means to the AI stack. So I'm a big fan of my position long-term on Marvell. So I just want to say that to everybody there. Again, let's let these, I mean, the TQs keeps on going to that high, man. We can almost get back to flat on that. We just needed to get back upside there. Tesla's been kind of barcoding sort of all morning. I mean, I know the range is about $5, but, you know, makes that high, makes that bottom. Now we're literally in the middle, and I don't think it's really worth. So it's a draw on oil right now. So let's just go have a quick look to see what's happening right there. So I'll get the exact expected number. Okay.
2.4 was.
Yeah, okay. So not moving around too much there, oil. So 56.35 down to 56.20. Meh. Relatively muted. Medline, I'm waiting to do this, man. This is now 32.50, so I don't know. Its expected range was 26 to 30, so you're already 10% higher right now on Medline. So we're gonna just look over here. Okay. I don't know, maybe we go to the gym early today, I don't know, but I don't think so. It's down to 228, so it's almost paired off 3 million shares. I don't remember the last time the NASDAQ sort of opened up sort of any time earlier than like an IPO opened up, whether or not be NASDAQ or NYSE, here's Medline right here, whether or not be NASDAQ or before like 12:30 over the last little while. So, okay, if it opens up, you'll see, man, it should pop in right there. So again, like, we're going to get it figured out, right? The position board. We know, at least we've isolated that it's probably something to do with Neil's account, because yesterday we didn't have it happen, but we don't know. So we are testing it out. Fabian's in the background trying to figure that out. But I'm still long here on the TQQs. And I just wanted to say, like, actually, let me get a piece out right now, because we just bounced off again off of $52 basically. So I don't know what is happening right now with the NASDAQ, and I don't think anybody knows. We're just doing this. So until something else changes, we're just gonna have to sort of sit around and wait for it. Let's quickly look at the dollar to see what that's doing today. Neil mentioned that earlier. Get rid of this. DXY, I mean, we don't, unfortunately, like, we got to put in, I guess, a request for DXY, but I don't know exactly how that works. We can only get things that are hitting that you can trade through our broker. So we'll have to wait to see what DXY is saying. But there it is right now. This is a 15-minute chart. So, you know, what was a really strong dollar, not really strong, but strong dollar early, has turned a little weak right now. And, you know, you see the move down in the NASDAQ, and most of the NASDAQ names are, you know, American corporations that have to repatriate the dollar back in. So if the dollar continues to fall down there, I could see the NASDAQ getting a little worse on dollar weakness. So let's hope that it bounces now off. I don't generally use, I can use a 5-minute because that's the 200 period that I respect a little bit more, and so we are still underneath that. Did not really hold at all. We tried to, look, see, this is, just calling this up right there, you're seeing that it was a pretty good little level there. When we broke it there, came back in, didn't spend too long under, then popped, and right there we tried to support ourselves there at 98.50, nice move back up, and then boom, right back down into 98.30 again. So yeah, I don't even think we got filled there on our TQs. My offer did not get filled. So as we start to head a little bit lower, I do have another bid at 51.60 with my stop at 51.50. So I'll take another fill here at 67, the exact same price we have now. And then watch out for that bottom to come in and break. I mean, we already said that NVIDIA was having a huge problem getting off the bottom there. And then Netflix, okay, I was waiting for 95s. That's not going to happen. And Warner Brothers, we said if you like 30-man, take it. And that was the strategy that I said a couple days ago. And it's now, I didn't realize it'd be down $1.50 off the open. But, you know, you take that $30 cash and you can put it somewhere else, or you could buy Netflix shares, or you could buy Paramount or whatever you want. But there it is right now, Warner Brothers Discovery on PSKY's renewed exuberance of their $30 cash offers. So Paramount today, I mean, if it got going because traders thought that Paramount maybe had some skin in the game right here, got up to $15 today, it looks like, at least for Paramount shareholders, are not happy that they're not going to take Warner Brothers. So I don't know. That's interesting. I thought that there was some talk about them, everybody paying a little too much for this property.
That's what you'd think.
Yeah, and it seems like Paramount shareholders think opposite. They would have liked to get it, I guess. Or maybe it's coming down because they realize the 30 is not going to cut it, and they're going to need to go to, you know, 35 or
that is a possibility.
Something else.
It's not impossible in this situation. Everyone that was waiting for a Netflix to up their bid, it's not impossible for Paramount to come out and say, well, okay, well, if you're going to somehow make the argument that 30 is not up, by the way, 30 is objectively better than Netflix bid, obviously, because Netflix's bid is $23.25 cash and 0.0439 shares. So if you really think about that, there's no way that's, like Netflix's stock price would have to be significantly higher than, you know, the 90s that it's in to make the $30 not better. We just got a super chat in here asking about Alphabet is Google. Anton asking, oh, in euros.
Oh, what's up, Anton? Yeah, that's euros.
Is Alphabet is Alphabet along? I don't know where the bottom's going to be on Alphabet. Other than in the longer term, I'm still thinking it's been respecting the 200, so respect it along with it. So the 50 period, I should say, not the 200 period. Never mind. Amazon's the 200 period.
Oh boy.
Google is the 50 period. So 285 to 290 is the only place that I'm thinking about Alphabet. Now that it's lost 3 bills, there's no significant levels. The market just lost a bit again. The market is flush city at this point. Alphabet down. Look, NVIDIA's down, but Tesla was strong this morning. Bye-bye. It just lost. Well, it's losing the bid. This could actually break its lows, and maybe we do see that already as well. So pretty much everything is heading to the down. Oracle, 5.5% down on Oracle. Broadcom, only but breaking low of the day, 3.5% down on Broadcom. NVIDIA just lost a bid. Bitcoin just lost 90,000 again. We just lost 3,000 on ETH. Everything is pretty much heading in lower. Let me just cancel my offers on Intel, because obviously we'll not be getting VWAP, as that's now down 1%. This was holding out and now all of a sudden gone. BMNR, that's a huge trend break. If ETH is underneath 3K, Then if I paid for locates, I could short this. Did I pay for locates? Oh, at some point I must have. All right. Usually it's not free for us. So maybe the only thing that's going to save the day is going to be this IPO. I don't know when they're opening up, but I didn't have my order out, and I saw that paired. I just put my order in. I'm going to take a very small amount, relatively speaking, because A, the hype around it price-wise is not that great, if we're being honest about it. Like, you're going to have an IPO issue of 29 and an indicated auction price of 32.50. I know this is a weird thing to say, but it's almost like it's better if it was 40. Because then it would be like 40% higher. Like, you'd see that bid going up and up and up, and then it feels like you're chasing it, but sometimes it makes the opening print a little bit more explosive. Nobody's chasing this higher. It's been 32.50 the entire time, so I like it a bit. I don't like it a lot. I'm literally taking, I think, 20% of the last one and 10% of the one before that. I don't remember. I think it was Figma maybe, and then the one before that.
Yeah, what was it? There was StubHub, there was Circle, there was...
Oh, yeah.
Circle's a while
StubHub.
ago. Yeah, StubHub, I think.
StubHub and Figma.
And there was Klarna, it was in
So I'm 10%, I
those.
think, of StubHub. I'm not taking a lot of size in that opening print, but I do have my order out. I'm just going to take the open, look for that initial pop, and leave it at that.
All right, we got flattened there on the Qs, man. I mean, they broke that low of the day, so, you know, we put our hands up in the air, but we do care when those things do break. And so I'm just going to, again, like, this has come in. Tesla is now at the pre-market lows. So now that it's 1040, maybe there's a base now that we can play off of finally. I mean, I was waiting for Tesla. I'm going to play off that very bottom wick, which is 485.50s. We're going to get a little bit more long if we can near this 486 marker, almost at the flat level here for 486, which is coming in right now. We'll see if we can grab a long down here in and around 486 and then just give it basically into that low. Okay, there it is. So, you know, now we could be minus dollar club on this one as well. 486.70. I'm not going to do anything with this trade except for close my eyes and hope that it works out. But yeah, honestly, it's just the market is now finally starting to get aggressive, right? I mean, now you're down getting into 1% now. So, and the EES is now falling back in. This has not been a great day for any kind of trader, ourselves included, obviously trying to catch some bounces. So it's been a short pretty much the whole day. And anytime you tried to sit there, you did get run over. So we're going to obviously respect that and understand that that could happen to us. And just try to play as close to the chest as we can here, and, you know, not average in like crazy, play lesser units on days like today, and then just hope that we don't give back, you know, what we've made when we've traded properly, or not properly, when the market's traded well for us. So that's just sort of what I'm doing right now, going long on a name that I know, like yesterday, we'll never lose what we made yesterday on Tesla. So I don't worry. I don't worry like that. It's just, I don't want to put in too much risk because today just feels different. Yesterday was just kind of cruising and we caught some bottoms. It ripped off of there. But today, this little level in the NASDAQ broke pretty easily once it got down there, right? There's almost no pushback at all. So we're going to have to wait to see if Tesla...
There's a double bottom on the future.
Yeah, there's a chance, man. I mean, and I'm just going to go long on it, what I think is a strong name, see if we can get it. We're at 486. I mean, even back to VWAP is 490, so that would be good. That'd be $4. I mean, I think we could probably get that. So let's see if there is a move upside right now in Tesla. So, yeah, I'm not trying to put any fault on whose fault this is. You know, we know the market.
Well, Oracle news started this whole fall, if we're being fair.
Yeah, I mean, Broadcom, honestly, like their earnings, like if that wasn't sort of like a telltale sign, I mean, they beat on the top and the bottom line and have had basically 4 straight down days and looking to close this crazy gap. I mean, this was a $400 name, man. Now it's back down into 320, so it's already, there we go. And there goes Tesla breaking lower as well. Sorry, I just clicked on Tesla there. There goes Tesla breaking through 485. So stopped out of that one again. So I think the best thing that we're doing is lowering our shares right now because trying to catch this bottom has just not worked. And, you know, I'm fine with trying to do that on Tesla. They came right into a level right here that I thought was going to hold 486. It just did not. So happy to get out of it. And I wasn't going short Tesla today anyways. I hope Obi's really killing this name there today. He was looking short yesterday and got hit there at the end of the day. But we'll see if there's a bounce back here for Tesla, trying to find a bottom. Who knows, man? I've been trying to catch this, man. Shorts today, winning. Shorts to hell, says C-Wave over there. You may be right,
Down
man.
less than 1%, so we could probably temper down on the shorts.
Yeah, no, but it's just like
double
most
pocket
of these
today.
names, if we go over here and you see like what's been happening, there's been a lot of, yeah, I agree. Like it's not as dramatic as we think maybe it is, but Oracle down 5, Google down 3, Nvidia down 3, ARM down 3, AMD down 2.5, Palantir down 2, Uber down 2, like Intel, like it's just blood everywhere right now. And if we're going to go to a positive side of things, we're going to go to Adair who's going to be going over all this, but Shopify, DraftKings, and Netflix. And then Robinhood actually catching a bid along with Bitcoin. Oh, there's my Boeing. Okay, Boeing, I see you. 208. Wow, Boeing doing quite well. All right, Adair's been waiting patiently. Let's throw it back.
Time to take a look here at our sector board because there is actually strength in this market, even though, of course, tech leading the way is quite weak. So let's start with tech. Electronic technology really being dragged lower here by these names in the semiconductor space, Nvidia and Broadcom. AMD a bit here as well, even though Lisa Su apparently in China meeting with, I was seeing reports she was meeting with the industry minister in China. Tech services also to the downside. Google here, a little bit red. Netflix to the upside, CRM to the upside, Adobe nicely to the upside and trading near day's high. So it's not all weakness in the sector, but Oracle, the big red blight in the sector, dragging down its peers and the market as a whole after the Financial Times reporting that Blue Owl Capital might not necessarily be able to help the company with this investment for their Michigan data centers, I believe, in the way that we thought. Apparently, there's been some talks that have stalled. We need to take a look at utilities as well, really weak. And again, data center talks are going to do this to a lot of these utilities names, chiefly CEG, which is the one that's hit the hardest here. Producer manufacturing, quite weak. Consumer durables, quite weak. Transportation to the downside, being led here by Uber and DoorDash, but a lot of strength in the financial sector, energy, minerals, process industries, commercial services, health tech, and consumer non-durables. With consumer services, actually, a lot of strength here. AB&B, I saw, got a positive analyst note this morning. They're up 3%. Chipotle up 4%. HLT here up 2.5%. So lots of strength in these non-tech names. Tech, though, getting hit a bit harder as we send you back to Neil and Sean.
Well, unless I'm seeing it incorrectly, you saw the finance sector looking relatively strong. No, it wasn't PayPal. There's something else. There was something in there in finance that was down like 3 points. It looked for a second like it could have been PayPal, but I guess it's not.
PG,
Paychex.
yeah,
I just saw
PGR.
PGR. That doesn't really matter. It's just the fact that
Progressive it is.
progressive is
not
weak.
being very progressive.
But you're seeing a lot of strength in the financial sector at least. So at least there are kernels holding us up, which would be why the Nasdaq's down 1% and the ES is only down 0.5%. Let's not freak out too much, right? Like, here's the XLF, doing not much but looking relatively strong. Oh, you know the name that was holding up really well, still holding some of these lows. So if we're looking for some relative strength, I mean, Affirm is still up on the day. Yesterday, I guess at their fireside chat or Investors Day, which whatever the CEO or CFO was speaking in front of the fireplace, and they reaffirmed their partnership with Amazon. That's obviously a good story. I guess in the middle of the day, that's when it happened, here at noon. This one's still looking pretty good. If it can just not break the low as the market's at the low, I think that'll be the big thing, potentially for an afternoon play in Affirm, but I'll let this one settle down for sure. Bitcoin lost 90 in a big way. We're all the way back into 88K.
Oh, God.
On Bitcoin. And more importantly, well, maybe we'll see if it's more importantly, look at the reversal on ETH. Even a more harsh reversal on ETH, almost a full push back in. If ETH holds underneath yesterday's highs, you probably know where I will be looking. I said from now on, if ETH is moving the most, BMNR is probably the better thing to trade. And BMNR on any kind of a bounce. If ETH holds yesterday's highs, short BMNR when it gets to that point. So I'm watching ETHA instead of IBIT. All of a sudden for myself. So we got about 10, 15 minutes to go in here, everybody. Let me know if there's any small caps you guys are looking at, because that's the one thing I haven't seen a heck of a lot of. And when the market's moving like this, I get it. You know, probably most people are looking at something which is going to be related to heck, the S&P or the NASDAQ in some way, whether you're looking at tech names in general, or maybe you're looking at consumer discretionary type names. Certainly, we haven't seen a lot of small cappers that weren't cannabis names that were flying around in here today. If there are any out there, then let us know. That PCSA, I know for sure that was something that Adara mentioned and was halted about a bajillion times today. I looked up at my halt scanner. I'm like, I'm not even bothering to count how many times this is halted. But this is not that tradable. Why? Halt, 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 halt. This is the first time it doesn't halt right away, and it just drops $3 on you and then halts. So it's not, like I get it. This one is, it's moving, but I don't think this is the most safe name to trade out there. Probably even blocked for us unless someone put a ticket in.
I feel like Tesla, and maybe I'm just thinking about this the wrong way, but I feel like it's trying to make a bottom. We've now had a couple, maybe I'm just like thinking about trying to go long on this one, now down 1%. A couple different wicks down here near the lows. Let me just, let me buy some 484s right here, and just because I think the risk is much better at this level than any other level, because we finally are starting to see a little bit of a bottom there. And I've sort of zoomed back out on Tesla, and it's just, it's coming in. That's, 482 are these tops right into here. So that would be basically, although we got, a big break yesterday when 482 broke, and that's what kind of got us going there in the afternoon. As we said, it's not, the sky is not necessarily falling too much yet. Like, we're only right back on Tesla to where we were yesterday at 3 p.m. So it just came back in pretty hard right there. So I do think that there is a good, okay, here we go. I do think there is a good upside potential here for Tesla. If this gets back to 485.50, we're flat on the stock. So I'm going to put an offer of just 10% if we do get back up there. And then at least we'll capture some kind of profit. And then if it goes, it goes. And then maybe we can average in if it breaks through 486 right there, that little level, breaking a little bit higher on that one. But here goes Tesla. So, although we only have one winner on board here today for myself, it's MSOS. That's about to come out as well if that breaks 60. We will still be up on MSOS. Remember, we had a third after all of this. Now we only have a fifth. So we got out of 10 more percent. Each one of these is about 5%. So we went from 30% down to 20% right there off of our last couple outs. And it looks like it wants to break a little lower too right now, the marijuana space. And the only reason we went long early is we heard, oh, well, sounds like President Trump's going to sign that the executive order. But it was already up 9% or something. Excuse me, 7%. So we went real light. Then we put a bid, which we got filled on right off the open at the 200 period moving average. But since then, we've really just trended a hell of a lot lower, and we took advantage right there of a bump up. Still didn't get filled on Tesla. Now it's back down. So we were $1 in the money and didn't take it right there. So 680, 685, 690. So a nice little bump higher there on MSOS. But yeah, man, like here comes Tesla again. So there it is. It goes to 485. So we were $1.20 in the money there and punished for not taking it, as we should be. I mean, buying dips take advantage of bumps right now, and we did not do that. So here comes Tesla right back in again. And, I was looking at that 482. So I'm properly sized here, and there's no problem with the position. But we're going to see if it holds there. There, we take another bid at 483. That 42, that's going to be sort of the line in the sand for me on Tesla and, trading appropriate share size. I really feel stupid for not, and as we probably should, for not really going long. Short, on something when we saw that early crack lower. I just, I didn't do it. So, bad on me right there. There is another move there. Could someone let me know what happened with NVIDIA? I don't know what to tell you.
Well, the only thing, again, like Sean said, I don't know what to tell you other than the bulk of what happened here was the Oracle headline, right? So Oracle, another story of a potential delay. And this time financing related to one of their builds with OpenAI. So Oracle, that Oracle headline, Oracle probably moved first. That's all at the same time. Oracle was right here at about 8:12. So we'd just been on air like 10 minutes or so. I just heard an update maybe on Medline. No, and it's
just said 32.50.
You just keep saying the same price. The Medline IPO auction indicated open hasn't moved even a little bit. So it was that Oracle headline that dropped this stock and the overall market as well. Then you had NVIDIA do the same thing, and it's been follow through ever since. It seems like NVIDIA, look, it's the AI play. Every single time there's a negative Oracle OpenAI headline, and we've been trending down all morning. It seemed like we had caught a bid shortly after the open. And that's happened before, but in this particular case, it looks like they're not caring. They're still selling it all off. That's why you're seeing all these, I mean, Broadcom as well, Oracle, NVIDIA, AMD, like they're all heading to the downside. And that's the only real explanation you're going to be able to come up with what happened at 812. Adara?
Take a look here at the US dollar on the daily chart. Interesting action here, specifically on the wick basis. Yesterday, we end up forming a little bit of a bottoming tail candle, hitting as low as 97.9. Now today, actually, right now, forming a topping tail candle, we get as high as 98.6 here, currently trading just below 98.3. So lots of interesting action here as the US dollar tries to find a little bit of a resting pace, pushing higher and lower. Let's talk about the CME Fed Watch tool, because we are seeing right now, pretty likely we're going to have rates held in place, at least as of right now, at that January 28th meeting. 77.9% of participants expecting that no rates will be changed, but about 22% expecting that there will be that cut. Now, what's going to be interesting here is if we find out between now and that next meeting, if we actually do have any info on who the new Fed chair is. Apparently, Fed's Waller, who spoke this morning and was moving the markets a bit, is now considered one of the front runners alongside the two Kevins, as Trump called them, Kevin Warsh and Kevin Hassett. Now, we do have more Fed speak and watch today as well. At 12:30 p.m., about an hour and a half, we will get Fed's Bostic. Then tomorrow morning, we're going to get CPI at around 8:30 a.m. And then right back at 10 a.m. on Friday, we're going to get University of Michigan consumer sentiment. So not a lot of economic data today, but certainly lots heading into the rest of the week. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. Fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the market. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funding capital, while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. That's the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Back to Sean and Neil.
So there was just, thank you very much, Adara. There was just a bit of a change. Medellin is now indicating a $32 open. So it was $32.50. It is now $32 for Medellin whenever it does happen. Look, I'm not saying it's going to happen soon. To be honest with you, usually we don't have an open until we've eaten lunch. Sometimes as late as 1 o'clock, but I don't know, it feels like maybe because it's paired off so much that maybe this one will open a bit sooner. Like in my head, I'm going to prepare myself that
that'd be nice.
Trading this one before we actually eat. I don't even know what lunch is today because we haven't done it. But before we get there,
right?
I also just thought of what did I miss yesterday? But on CoreWeave,
shepherd's pie, cottage pie. It was We had
What's the difference?
I remember it was beef versus lamb, so I have no idea what it was.
Okay, so it's probably beef.
Yeah.
If you can't tell when you're eating it, whether it's beef or lamb, then probably not the best. Because you should always.
I didn't even think about it.
Yeah,
you should be able to tell.
What I was going to mention here, CoreWeave is at an impossibly big level at 65 here. The bid is pretty big, but just to show you, this is not just local support. This is also the IPO breakout price, so 3 or 4 days after the open.
Come on,
65
Tesla.
top and a double top breakout. So 65 is breaking as we speak. This is a monster level here for CoreWeave. And you know what? It was just trying to hold. I was about to tell you, it just chewed through that 100,000 shares like that. So if it can bottoming tail, there might be a scalp trade here. The only other way to play this, if you're looking for long, is to wait for like 10% down. But this is a huge level here for CoreWeave. Obviously, they're going to be a symptom of the AI, let's just say, bubble burst. CoreWeave is at the epicenter of it as well. You can't call them the canary in the coal mine, but it's pretty close to it. Affirm is still. I still think.
Now, what is CoreWeave? CoreWeave's getting crushed.
See how Affirm is still holding on for dear life. Affirm on a trend break is still where I kind of want to be. It only just went red now, so if it's not the IPO, it's this I'm looking for a bit of a bottoming tail. They had good news yesterday, kind of in the financial sector, not really an AI type play either. So if it can get going, there's a nice little possible retracement into the volume weighted average price here for Affirm, as the market's still looking relatively weak. And if we had What'd you call it? Not shepherd's pie.
Cottage.
Cottage pie. I'd never heard of it until the caterer had it. So
We'll do what's for lunch in a minute.
we'll see what we get today. Hopefully it is something very, very tasty because, it's not a fun morning for anything long. And the annoying thing about it is like the one short I had was the one that I got major slippage on the outside that put me red on IBIT.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, I thought you had it up.
No, I don't. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm into Tesla right now, and Tesla's having a hell of a time breaking 470. 480, 470. We might get to 470 at some point there today. Okay, today is the 17th. Okay, so let's get it. Right now I got it. What's going on? For lunch. As Neil said, it would be nice if it was something half decent today, considering what this market's been. There today we had omelets for lunch, or for breakfast. That was pretty good. And bacon. Yeah, and it was a little more cooked, the bacon, which I like. Okay, so today's flag is Mexican. So, okay, here we go. By the way, if Tesla breaks 478.50, which is the low of the day, I'm going to get out of that one. So today, pretty good one. Yeah, man, chicken fajitas. So there you go. Chicken fajitas with tortilla, it says here. Dices, the toppings include diced tomatoes, sour cream, green onions, shredded cheese, and then, of course, we always get that chef's choice salad. So it's a Mexican oh wow, there goes Tesla.
Salsa?
Well, yeah, there might be some salsa, but it just says.
You gotta have salsa.
Yeah, I think there would be. Chicken fajitas today, and there goes Tesla.
There better be salsa.
On what's for lunch. That last Tesla trade, there's 32.50 again on Medline, so MDLN. I'm gonna trade this today, but there it goes right now. 32.50 is the early look on MDLN. So I don't know, it's just going back and forth there. We looked at, we got only a couple minutes till we got to go, but it's not even really on here anymore. So I think like it's probably getting ready to open, but generally speaking, we'll hear something in our ears about that one, and I don't yet. So I don't hear anything yet about MDLN. So we'll see when Medline does wind up opening up. But yeah, what a bloody day, man. I'll have my worst day in a long time, just trying to catch all these longs. So but it's okay. We'll still be there. We are waiting for MDLN. We do have a super chat, so throw it up. And let's see what that says. Probably why you guys keep going long. Lesson of the day. Okay. 2022 bear market at a triple top bear flag after HKD. Okay, we have the same triple Lindy top bear flag forming. SMX Black Swan confirmed it for me. Yeah, I mean, if you guys are looking at all those plays, SMX and some of these other names, yeah, that would be indicating a top and maybe potentially in the market. I mean, HKD was going hard. I don't know how much they rely on the market, like what that means exactly. But
Triple Lindy top?
You found
Triple
something.
Lindy's from a movie, a Rodney Dangerfield movie.
That's what I was going to say. What exactly is that from?
It's from the Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield.
that's a
It's
great
the
show.
name of the dive that he
Yes,
does
I was going to say that's
Triple Lindy.
That's great when he gets up on that
I forget the top. What do they call the top dive?
Yeah, that's the diving board. I don't know, the peak.
That's one of the funniest.
The summit
if
peak.
if you've never seen, Rodney Dangerfield was hilarious, by the way.
Yes, the
But
best.
if you've never seen Back to School, and I forget the name of the young actor that's in it, that plays his son, but it's a really hilarious movie. But you know what? There are lots of signs. Oracle has been giving us the signs that we've been at a temporary top for a while now. So, until that one starts to look a little bit better, I think, unfortunately, we could be headed in some bear territory. Have some things that you like for dip buys. I just reaffirm. I was looking at ARM today to see where it was at, see if it was really breaking down. It's still not. I still want to wait for it. I have a stink bid way lower, but I think that could be one that I'm looking to buy on some dips if this bubble starts to burst a little bit. I am in a firm now, and if you're just tuning in, a couple of things. Forget about this for a second. MDLN, Medline, $6 billion IPO, indicating a $32.50 open price, so it just tick back up again. It's basically paired off. Like, it has been under 100,000 shares for the last hour, or at least the last half an hour or so, with 4 million paired. So maybe that indicates it could open soon. Certainly, it will open up in the midday show and not ours because it's past 11 o'clock. So stay tuned. It is a big IPO, but it's not in the tech space, the healthcare name.
Ooh, yeah.
Right? So maybe that insulates it a little bit here. We're going to find out at least some point today. I can't say when. Now let's throw you guys over to Sharif and Joe. It is the midday. We're going to get some chicken fajitas or fajitas, as Peter Griffin would say. And hopefully they'll have salsa, because otherwise that's a big disappointment.
I think they will. All right, see you guys.
They didn't laugh.
fajita, eh, Joey? We're gonna get some fajitas.
Fajitas, I could eat that. I could go for that, man.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. I like that. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And I didn't load the chat, Joey. I knew there was going to be one thing that I dropped the ball on, but we'll do it right now. We'll do it live. Which one am I supposed to click? The one with 597 people watching. There we go.
That one.
As the chat migrates on over. All right, guys, let's see who's in the chat. Let's say hello to everybody. Buffalo Soldiers in the house. We got Dan Gale. I wanted some new names, guys. We got Jacques K. Jin, Brown Lighting. We got Mariu. Keep it simple for me. Shout out to Yannick, Miami Dragons in the house as well. Tilster, Yummy Thai Foods. Come on, guys, I want to see new names. If you haven't said hello, I want to see your name in today. We got Happy Coder. That's a new one. We got Freddie Fulcrum. I love that one. Shout out to Mr. Love Shack. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. Rogelio Concepcion. We got Billy Hardy. Shout out to Breathe Tidal Wave, something like that. Oh, Ja. We got Suhal Ahmed and Blue Arrow. Shout out to Jess Perkins. Who else, man? Like Mike. I like that one. Shout out to Flormar Construct. Yeah, YouTube, come on, man. You got to return everybody's names back to the way they were. We got Noisy, 8687, Donkey Traders in the house. Shout out to Jeff, or Chef, I should say, Mahamatak. There we go. Victory Mindset, love the name. Green Day Dean. One more, Joey.
Okay.
Let's see who we're going to choose here. Mr. Janky Stock. Shout out to you. Loving the names, guys. Loving the energy. Good morning to everybody, and good morning to you, my man.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning. I mean, we were green earlier in the day, and then we kept taking some stabs, guys, on Tesla, and they're not working. I'm looking at QuantumScape right now, but let's get involved. I just took a stop out here on APLD. This was the nice trade in this morning. We hit like a 2 or 3 to 1, and then sure enough, we get stopped out at the additional attempt right here. There goes QuantumScape. Oh, you dog. So yeah, a nice move there in QuantumScape to the top side. But let's get right into it. This was our trade here. You can see that 23.75. We were risking to about 55s there, so 20 cents worth of risk. We wait in before we take our first partial out for a 1-to-1, a little bit more than that, and then we piece it all the way out. We couldn't punch through the volume weighted average price with velocity or anything. There was no momentum really, so I started taking more and more out, and then eventually I was like, I don't like the PA. You reject the volume weighted average price, and then sure enough, you come right back. Oh, there goes QuantumScape, man. Oh, so frustrating. Okay, but that's all right. We can take another stab here on APLD. It's been tough trying to catch a bottom here this morning. We struck out on TSLL, so 3 attempts at bat, and it was identical to some of Katina Man's entries here. I was looking at those, so not too bad. We took attempt number 1 just below the volume weighted average price at an indecision. Again, risking just 10 cents. Boom, stopped out pretty quick within the same minute. Exact same thing happened here, and then it happened again after multiple indecision prints were being formed. So that's where we took the majority of our losses. QuantumScape, we took 1 in TQs as well. We were green on APLD, but we gave all of it back here trying to find a potential bottom. And there goes QuantumScape hitting targets as we speak, guys. I mean, it is what it is, Sharif. I wanted to get in at 11.10 and risk to 11s, so that would have been a 1-to-1 right there, but that's what-if history, my friend. This is what we're looking at here on the day. Netflix was trading pretty good here this morning, and then also a couple of the other names starting to give a lot of its move back. Google forming that bottom, bouncing right off of it, consolidating, holding up this level, and then now starting to grind a little bit higher. But QuantumScape, there that one goes, brother.
All right, man. There is some decent small cap gappers moving today. Let's get to them. I'm going to bring in the side chart. I'm in a position. I know it doesn't show on the position board. I just worked my way into RXRX. Look, it's not the biggest percentage winner on the day. It's up 17 1/3, looking to go 17 1/2. I like the chart pattern. That's why we're involved. We'll get to that specific one in a second. But let's get to the black charts over here. Top left of your screen, IMG SRC. Anybody who knows HTML knows what I'm talking about there. No, but IMG, look, $1.70 high, dropping down now, multiple lower highs into the volume weighted average price. It does look like this one could be a flat bottom break candidate. Once, twice, Obi, he is the one thrice. And this one, the current candle we're on, 11.05 right now, looking like it might want to drop down below that $1.50. It's been defending that $1.50 all the while. but it has been putting in lower highs. Be on the lookout here for a big drop on IMG. iRobot, this one trying to emerge from the dead. Yes, this one is coming back after that big drop on Monday. After that, we closed 450 on Friday, and when all is said and done on Monday morning, we opened up south of $1 because they may not be in business for that long, thanks to Lena Khan and her wrath. Not allowing this company to merge with Amazon. Anyway, now they're trying to hold on for dear life. Today, getting a bit of a balance here. It feels like, you know, it's just being traded rather than any sort of investment velocity. But they've got the volume weighted average price here at around 94 pennies. IRBT lower highs. It's not my favorite, but we're going to keep it on there. DDL. This one, several bull flags. First, 9:30, we rock it up, consolidate for about 15 minutes. 9:50, we rock it up, consolidate for 25 minutes. 10:35, we rock it up, and now we're not consolidating. We are actually putting in lower highs, so it looks, to take Obi's term, distinctly different than the previous areas of consolidation. Alas, though, we have gotten 3 bull flags, so you can't really complain about that. 275, the 10 EMA, 265 VWAP, volume weighted average price. This one doesn't look that bad. IOVA as well, looking real good here. Breakout right at 9:30. Did Bupkis in the pre-257 high, comes back in to the 2 mid-40s at the VWAP, and now we are holding and we're putting in some higher highs, taking out the $0.50 IOVA. Not a big percentage winner again, only 12 and change here, but a good looking chart pattern nonetheless. NFE, 16 2/3, very similar to IOVA. You get that big boy rocket up, drops back down, kind of loses VWAP for a little bit, but quick to regain it, and now we're only a couple of shekels off the highs. NFE, the ticker. RXRX, the one I'm dancing with right now. We're a little in the money, a little out of the money. I'll get to that one in a second. VELO, this is a holdover from not yesterday, a few days ago. Let's say last week on the 11th. In any event, a couple of stair steps up. It looks like it is respecting general areas of support and resistance. Case in point, that 9:30 price spike up takes us up to 1045, 1040, and look at what we've been doing at that 1040, 1045 area. We've been using it as support essentially since the breakout at 955. So VELO in focus. Last but not least here, Joey, YCBD. This one's been a holdover for a few days. We looked at this on the 12th. We looked at it yesterday on the 16th, and here we are on the 17th looking at it again. 246 high. Look, VWAP here is not an area of support or resistance, at least not that I can gauge. It feels more like a line of best fit. If that is going to be the case, then I will not base my trades on VWAP or whatever other indicator that I typically do, which is usually the 10 EMA. So if we trade YCBD, it will probably be with a bit of a different approach, given that, you know, the moving averages and the indicators here not really meaning too much. So that's the look. Anyway, I don't know what's going on with the position board, Assassino, but it's a little grouchy today. And we got a beak wetter up here on RXRX into the pop. We still haven't built the full position, looking to defend into 80 pennies. I gauge 80 pennies as the area of support. And if that's going to be the case, then we're going to weasel in some more sharage here. Joey, what's your look?
Yeah, I'm just going over kind of some of the IPOs here today. There's a couple of them. MDLN, Sharif's kind of, he's like, hey man, you taking this? And I'm like, nah, but then everybody else is. So then you get the FOMO feeling, so I'll hop in it. We'll set up those orders here momentarily just in case. What's up there, Fabian?
Fabian. Yeah, no, I never blame you guys.
Yeah, I'm blaming them. It's all it.
You're in a good mood today, Joey.
No, I'm obviously sarcastic.
Okay.
No, obviously joking, guys. But yeah, there goes Tesla. You're starting to get a little bit of rebound here off of that 476 level. You're getting a pop back up into 480s, which is pretty good. APLD about to tap into 1130s, which is a pretty good one there. 1129 is the ask. But now, as for the top performing sectors, guys, we're going to hop into this nice and early because I'm sitting on my hands right now. I was green earlier in the day, and then we gave about 60% of our shutdown away, just trying to grab these bottoms on Tesla and the TQs, which didn't really work. But anyways, aside from that, we got plenty of opportunities left here on the day. Energy sector, 1.16%, guys. In the early hours of this session, real estate as well too. You're up about 0.6. Consumer staples 0.52, and then the financials holding up half decently, guys, 0.36%. As for the bottom three, you got the utilities 0.67%, industrials down 0.75, and then you have the tech sector. It's either the best performing or the weakest. You're down 1.3% as the market is continuing to slide here. You get a little bit of a breath in the TQs and in the SPY, but now it looks like this just might be an ABCD pattern, and you head back towards those lows. So keep an eye out on that, guys. Adara, what do you have for us?
But now here in GOGL, Google announcing and expanding its Gemini 3 model family with the Gemini 3 Flash, posting this on a blog. Furthermore, Google CEO Sundar Pichai saying that Gemini 3 Flash is the company's latest model with frontier intelligence, built for lightning speed, and also pushing the Pareto frontier of performance and efficiency. So again, Gemini Flash drop here is part of the Gemini 3 model family. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, let's. I'm gonna set up this limit on open here momentarily and see what we got.
I like it.
Yeah, it may as well.
Okay.
See if we can get
Looking
that
for
order
violence.
in. Top at 32.50 right now, guys. What was the highest you've seen it today?
The boys would know that.
32.50 being the highest.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So yeah, we like that 110%. So we'll keep our eyes out on this one and see what we got going on. If that continues to increase, maybe increase the share size a little bit as well too. Other than that, you can see that APLD starting to come back in. QuantumScape as well too. Tesla just putting in a new low of the day as you get that small breath, and now you're trading around 477. So no continuation from yesterday's strong price action. Slightly frustrating, but it is what it is, man. I had that hunch, Sharif. You hit the all-time highs, and then you typically take that a little bit of a breath and profit taking after that fact. So yeah, I think that's kind of the deal. Yeah. Watch out for it tomorrow. It can most definitely rebound. For sure.
And if we start seeing more of these videos, especially like the videos we see are coming out of Austin, I personally haven't seen anybody posting from out of California. We start seeing out of California, we might even get a little bit more bullish. Of course, what we are talking about are Model Ys driving themselves, no safety driver, no passengers being recorded on the streets of Austin, and that has the streets speculating that maybe, you know, a number of things. One, that you could get a robo-taxi rollout en masse a little bit earlier than we assumed. And what everybody wants, what I want specifically, is that over-the-air software update for, I'm assuming version of hardware 4 and onwards, probably not hardware 3, for actually unsupervised FSD. I think we probably get the robotaxi before we get that, but that has people thinking maybe it's a little bit closer than what we had assumed. Obviously, we're just speculating at this point, but the money is made by educated, calculated assumptions and guesses based on rational inferences, not waiting for the news to come out and then punching in. That's not really, I don't think that that's my style anyway. I don't think that's really how the big money's made. In any event, DDL, we just worked into this one. Trying to hold here at 275. The 10 EMA's just moved up a little bit into 277. So maybe I have to adjust my dip trade a little bit. So I'm going to keep my eye on DDL. Secondly, RXRX, still holding trend, but I have to be alive now to the lower highs. So it was a high of 501, and then we bounced off VWAP at around 479, popped into 495, and that 495 is that lower high. So we haven't lost trend yet, but I need to be alive to that. So keeping a close eye here on RXRX. So we still have a DCA to defend into that 80 penny level because I gauge 80. 480, of course, as that level of support, being VWAP, being the area that it rejected off initially, being the area that it defended off. So I like that 80 penny level. We're going to keep an eye out on that. But you guys brought me this one. I didn't have eyes on TGL. Shout out to Fluffy Hippo, and shout out to some others who also mentioned this one to me.
Fluff?
Yeah, Fluffsters. 878 high, and then as quickly as it got into 878, as quickly as it almost gave everything back from the breakout. The breakout I see there around 750 alas, we are losing 750 in a hurry. We're down now below the 10 and below VWAP into 7 1/3. And the deal with this one is the spread sucks. It's 14 pennies at the right now. I've seen it wider. There it is, 24 pennies. So you're going to really have to be careful here with TGL if you're going to size in. You're going to trade this as a small cap gapper. You're going to find yourself maybe on the wrong end of some entries. So keep your eye out on that. But I'm very interested in punching into IOVA. Even though this is not the biggest mover on the day, 11 2/3, it does seem to be putting in a nice looking trend over here, better than some others. So we're punching in at the $0.50, and we're going to defend into VWAP. VWAP is only about 7 pennies south of where we just punched in at 245. So the deal is we're going to go ahead here, try to front run the size at 245 by waiting at 7s. And then if it loses 245, it loses me as a trader. Ooh. Simple as that. Now let's put some profit takers maybe at 55, and then we'll layer into 58. 58, of course, will be a new high of day if it is to trigger. So we're in 3 trades at the moment right now and looking to possibly work into a third. DDL, we're still holding up here. And this one's volume is dropping off for whatever reason. 4.5 million shares, but the volume's really started drying up as of late. And then RXRX still holding trend, Joey, keeping my eye on this one. All right, shout out to Bria Powers. Thank you for joining, Bria.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining. Yeah, let's see if we can get this to work there. Bang, just like that, 21.70. You see, we're out at the low of the day, 10 cents worth of risk on this one. I went half size on here, so I can give it 20 cents, but I truly don't want to hold on to it if it's going to continue to bleed. There's so many indecision prints being formed, and they're just rejecting and continuously selling. So we'll keep the stop relatively tight, and then I'm going to have to sit on my hands a little bit to see if this trade doesn't work out. And wait for this IPO. So it's going to go one way or the other. So we'll be patient. We'll see if we can get this one to work for us. Primary target, we're in at 70s. Let's see if we can diamond hands this and hold this one to 21.90 here on TSLA, brother.
Oh, you got the diamond hands.
Yeah, there we go, man. Diamond hands. Boom,
I just love how, like, there's a whole bunch of condensed carbon coming out of the Katina man's hands there. I love it.
Hit it one more time for us.
There it is, my man.
There you go, bang. Diamond
Katina man, when's the beard coming back, brother? There it is. I never noticed the monkey had diamond hands. That's crazy. Hold on.
Crazy, man.
Do I have that too? He does. How am I just noticing this now?
All the diamonds.
Oh, my God.
Hold on, Diamond Dallas Page. Shout out to DDP
man.
over there, our guys.
I like that guy,
We'll hit this
Joey.
one there for Diamond Dallas.
Yeah, but that's not the right.
Oh, well, I mean, hey, man, that's the only one we got, really. I was thinking about getting the you suck. And then we could do that one for
Kurt Angle.
Yeah,
We're talking about Kurt.
We get the Kurt Angle going on. Yeah.
You suck.
Yeah, and then we just hit it with a ticker. Yeah, we can hit that
man,
for
that's
Tesla
good.
today.
And there was one Raw episode where he refused to wrestle until the crowd stopped yelling, "You suck," and obviously they didn't.
Yeah.
So he kept losing his
Kurt
shit.
Angle. One of my favorites, to be honest with you. Everybody didn't like Kurt Angle, but I like Kurt Angle.
And a real athlete, like a real athlete.
Like a legit gold medal, man. Yeah. Broke his neck, too, while he was doing it.
Joey, I just want to punch
go ahead.
I don't want to punch out, but I want to point out RZLT. Thank you guys for pointing this one out. You guys are the best. RZLT really taking off at around 2 o'clock yesterday. Nice breakout right as, the afternoon started getting, as we were in the afternoon show. Anyway, this one popped off about 25% there in the afternoon. Continuing today, 222 high, holding yesterday's lows, clearing yesterday's highs. It's a 222 high, showing me 219 right now on RZLT. We're going to possibly work into this one as well if it is warranted. Going to keep a close eye on that. But we're in 3 trades at the moment, and quite frankly, none of them are doing anything. We're neither in the money nor out of the money on all 3. So I don't know what is going on today, but the small caps are moving slow, and that's not usually their thing, right? Usually these small caps are fast movers. Anyway, let's load up RZLT on a trading screen. So should we want to punch in, we'll be ready to do so. So I don't really have any levels right now that I like on RZLT. All I see are higher lows and higher highs. The only thing that I can really gauge is that 210 area, and the 210 area is just the 10 exponential on the 5. So here's what I'm going to do. Get it, Katina, man. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait here at, let's just go 214, kind of a random area, but I'm trying to front run the 10 EMA, and I'm going to keep my eye on that. So RZLT dip trade there. Nick Diaz, Sharif, have you seen Training Day? I saw it back in the day with Denzel. I was watching it last night, and the dude named Smiley reminded me of dude was badass. Dude, you're not the first person to say that. I think maybe like the fourth or fifth.
Oh.
Yeah, shout out to Smiley. He's a sinister guy. I'm not as sinister as Smiley, but yes, I have been given that comparison before. I appreciate you, Nick Diaz. Funny guy. YCBD going, says dropped systems. I've got YCBD on the bottom right of your screen there, guys. It is going. This one's going to be a lot harder for me to trade because it's not respecting technical levels, especially my moving averages or the 10 EMA. In any event, we're going to keep an eye here on YCBD, but yeah, taking out 230, trying to continue there, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We got a little bit out. We held it to a 1-to-1 right there at 2180s, and then it comes right back against us. So we got stopped out there. Other than that, we weren't risking too much, and then we get out. We only had about 20% out or so. Now I'm looking at Netflix. I'm trading, I shouldn't say quite a bit of names here, but there's going to be some good opportunities here, I think, especially if this candle holds up. It looks like it's going to. Why? Because now we have this indecision print formed at the lows, and now we're starting to form an additional one before that break. So there could be an additional entry right there. Say additional one more time. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at. That was a small scalp, but just gives us a little bit more breathing room, and that's what we want. I was thinking about taking it all out of 1-to-1 just because the narrative obviously seems that it's to the downside. So I'll keep my eyes out on Netflix as well here. Let me pull it up for you guys and see what we got going on. So Netflix forming some indecision prints off of those lows. Dude, oh no! Oh.
What happened?
Oh man, I got one of the, how do you get it back again?
Shake it.
Shake like this, right?
Shake that body for me, baby.
No, it's not doing it.
Joey,
man.
let it go and try again, brother.
Oh,
Try a different way.
Disastrous.
Open up Explore or something like that. Open it, yeah. And then do that. Try shaking that
I'm
one,
gonna just
Joe.
have to open up everything. Oh, we lost another one there.
Lost
All right.
another one. That's crazy.
All
Let me take over.
I'll say, yeah, go ahead.
Let me take over. All right. Joey Options is going to get his screen back, and we'll send it to him as soon as he's back. RX starting to curl here, coming into 90. I've got a profit taker waiting at 92, and then we're waiting at 97s. But it's not immediately clear whether RX is going to continue trend or what its situation is. It's up only less than 16.5%. Did I get the fill on RZLT? The answer to that is no. It dipped into 17. I am waiting at 14. It doesn't look as if maybe it's coming down. This current candle has a higher low. So on RZLT, current candle low 16, prior candle low 14. So I think I'm waiting at the wrong area, because if I'm waiting for the previous candle low to get tested, well, that might not be the right idea. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm entering here, and we're gonna, and look at it, as soon as I came to hit the key, it got away from me, unreal. So we're gonna give it to prior bar low, that's 14, so we're gonna go to 14, and we're not even gonna give it to 13, so we're gonna let that one run. So now we're in 4 trades. Let's see if they run. We're gonna keep an eye on all of them. I gotta throw in some stops for DDL. And I believe the other one, this RZLT. So I already threw that one in. Good. How's DDL doing? Still holding 80. RX coming up to a possible profit taker over here into 92s. Looking okay. How's my IOV trade doing? It looked a lot better on the other screen. Okay, not bad, but they're slow movers, but the trend is still holding. It's holding on RX. It's holding on IOVA. And, DDL, generally, yes, and then RZLT, we're really going to have to wait to find out. As always, though, guys, if there are any small cap gappers that you have eyes on that I haven't mentioned, please tag myself or Joseph. And if they're the right ones for us, we'll trade them, obviously. If they're not, then we won't. Joey, what's that ticker again? For the IPO, MNDL?
MDLN.
MDLN. Okay, so we're going to throw in, guys, the IPO on the last screen. So currently we're seeing a top of $33.
Oh,
I think that is the highest that we've seen on the day. And what we're going to do when we get back from Madeira is we're actually going to look at the imbalance locator, because we want to make educated guesses on whether there's outsized demand on this and whether or not we should be getting in. So we're going to go to Madeira and then we'll look at that.
Speaking of Medline, here's a fact sheet on this IPO. So kind of a look at what to know, what competitors are in this space for Medline, and the details about its actual offering and price. So again, you can check this out here for MDLN on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Look, guys, this is what I was talking about when we seen that additional indecision print on this pullback, and it didn't construct a low. So I wish I held on to this a little bit longer, but it is what it is. We got out, we took a little bit off there, and then you have this hammer candle. I told you, the details are extremely important here in some of these prints. You have this candle here, we get involved at 70s, and then you form that other one, this additional one right off of this pullback, and then now you get that nice pump to the top side. And Netflix is going as well. So missed a couple entries, but I'm ready to. I think I'm gonna put this in here, Sharif.
What are you gonna do,
What's your
Joey?
limit price? You're gonna fire?
I haven't done it yet. So Joey, I want to watch as I remember. Like we want to keep an eye. Here, let's do it right now.
3290.
Let's do this right now. So we're gonna switch the imbalance locator to the NQ. Let's take off New York and put NASDAQ. Apply. Okay. And then we want to pair by size. I'm assuming. No, it's not showing up, so we'll do paired volume. There it is, number one. Buy side imbalance of 2,000 shares, 1,800 shares. That's not cutting it for me.
No, it's not cutting it.
Not at all. But the Katina man gave me a very interesting trick last time we had the IPO. He's like, look, if you have, size, the paired volume, or sorry, the size left there, and it's huge, what you're looking for is the number to start dropping down and down. That's how you know we're getting closer to the open, right? Because what's happening behind the scenes right now are people are sending orders, like Joey just talked about, limit on open, market on open, and then some people are also sending sell on open, and basically they're looking to short it. So what you're getting here is the exchange pairing buy and sell orders together until they feel they have a close enough equilibrium between the two, and then they go to market. So that's kind of what's happening behind the scenes, and that's why we're looking for that size to drop. The size just skyrocketed to 440,000 by 565,000. 600,000. It was just single digits, dude. It was 1,000 something. So this one's really going. The tap still showing 32.51. We've seen it higher, of course. We've seen it 33. So those are the two things. Look at that. Joey just dropped to 39.
Whoa.
So that's what the exchange is doing, pairing buy orders with sell orders behind the scenes. And when they feel they've done a good enough job about that, they send it to market. So
yeah,
that's
the
what
tap
we're keeping
is dropping a little bit too at 32.68. So yeah. There it is, guys.
There it
That's
is,
a nice little bounce. Same with Netflix here. So across the board, someone in the chat. So Johnny Just Be Trading. He asked me if I trade on the 5, 15, and 3-minute only trading. I think 1 minute is just misleading. I know Neil likes to trade on the 3-minute. Everybody has their own time frames that they like to use. I think it's just really important to note that when you are trading on the 1 minute, it's live and die by it, in my opinion. It's extremely detailed, and I talk about the detail within price action is extremely important, and I run off of that. It takes some time to learn. You're going to get chopped up quite a bit, especially if you're not familiar with it, but the more comfortable you get, then sure enough, you'll be able to figure some things out. Obviously, some prints are going to be a little misleading, but that's just how it works. I mean, it's no coincidence that it's like, okay, I see this here, boom, we look to take a trade off of that. We look to take a trade right here, and a trade right here, and a trade right there. So, yeah, Sean uses the 1 minute, I'm sure, and you use the 1 minute as well, too.
I use the 5 and mostly, and the 1, yes.
Yeah.
I put the 1 for everybody on the screen, but all my black charts will always be 5.
Okay, I'm same. I'll fluctuate them a little bit, but yeah, just be prepared, man, because you will get chopped up a lot until you have the ability and get more comfortable with reading with what's going on there.
Shout out to One Gold Tooth Diz. I like that name. I appreciate you. Jal Press, Joe, Sharif. I prefer to use the 1, 5, and 15. I don't mind that at all, actually. I don't mind that at all. I think that the 15 definitely has value. Look, I'm a little suspect of the 1. I just like the 1 because you can see, the micro time frame, but I'm never really charting and basing anything off the 1. So all my moving averages that I base my trades on are all based on 5-minute moving averages. VWAP, thankfully, doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at. It's the same on all time frames, but I definitely like 15. I definitely think there's value there. I know Obi uses it a lot as well. All right, we got the first print now on RZLT as this one just took out high day into the $0.25 goes. We are in fact waiting at the $0.25, but nothing doing as it did not cross quite yet. So keeping an eye there. Ozen, I chart from the 4th, from 4 hour to 1 hour and last 15. Yeah, I don't mind that at all, but I think you trade different things though. You're on the large cap, so I definitely, I could see that, certainly. And all the levels that I put in the morning note are all based on 15-minute charts. So another reason I like the 15. All right, DDL, did we get print? No, we didn't get anything at 75. Prior candle dipped into 76. It didn't come into 75. I was trying to get more here on DDL. RXRX, I don't know how I feel about this one, man. It's still putting in lower highs. And IOVA, let's just take a quick look there. Still holding trend, but definitely getting some selling in the mid-50s. We're going to pause for a second, and we're going to shout out SP Williams, 48 for the super chat, but we're going to go to Adair.
What's up, SP?
Let's take a look here at Hut 8 to start this crypto segment. HUT, this one certainly on watch. As you can see, big gap to the upside, announcing a $7 billion deal here to lease a data center in Louisiana. That's a 15-year lease. Also announcing some tie-ups with some other groups as well. Now, why this is significant is because it's part of this trend we've talked about for a while now with BTC miners pivoting towards AI infrastructure. It's an interesting look here. Wondering what the next miner is going to be to announce this type of pivot. Let's take a look here as well, though, at Bitcoin, because BTC, this is that 15-minute chart here, guys. Pretty interesting look. We go as high here at around 10 a.m. as that 90,400 level. This has been a bit of an area of resistance going back to Saturday. We made slightly lower highs around this area on Sunday, so this is a significant level. Then we push all the way back, and as of right now, trying to find support around these lows from early this morning, around 86,000. So lots of volatility and pretty wild ranges here on Bitcoin. Let's take a look at the daily chart. To zoom out a bit, as you can see here on the daily chart, same kind of look. Now, support for the last 2 days prior to today was held at 85,000. So if we continue to push lower, that could be a level to watch out for. Let's take a look here at Ethereum. Ethereum on the daily chart, once again, a little bit of a branch here between what we're seeing with Bitcoin and what we're seeing here with ETH. ETH made a little bit of a local high here back last Wednesday, so a week from today, around 3,400. Now, though, back here as low as 2,800. So Ethereum a little bit weaker here than Bitcoin. But then again, Bitcoin hasn't retested 85,000 today yet. Back to you. And we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at AIML. So thank you very much to AIML Innovations, because your heart will beat 100,000 times today. Every beat is a data point. AIML Innovations, trading on the CSE as AIML and the OTCQB as AIMLF, turns that data into potentially life-saving insights with max yield. An AI engine that filters noise, labels each heartbeat with lab-grade precision, and shrinks ECG analysis from days to minutes. Their mission? To revolutionize how heart disease is detected, monitored, and prevented. Learn more at AIML.health and follow AIML_Innova on X. Back to you.
Yeah, me and your boy Joey Options, we're talking a little strategy over here about what we're gonna do with this IPO.
I mean, yo, it's either it's literally that. Like we're just like, hey man, let's just do it and see if we can party a little bit. Obviously joking. Yeah, but I mean, what a disaster. Me and MF Dangerous and I don't know, I know you guys, the Americans, don't think that's correct or something like that, but that's how we were taught. It's unfortunate, man. This was a strong run here in the morning, all the way up to 51.26 in Bitcoin. And then essentially, like, look at all these prints that it's blowing past on the 1 minute. See you later, see you later, see you later. So you're starting to find somewhat of a bottom maybe here, but the momentum is most definitely to the downside, and it's unfortunate that it's not performing good whatsoever. I do think we're going to see some lower prices here in Bitcoin. Let's head over to the daily on IBIT. What did I just do now?
What'd you do?
I don't know. Oh, there we go. All right, so let's head over to the daily. I think at this point, you can see this turtle shell type curl over, and I think we're going to break through that $46 level and head into whatever that would be, putting us in Bitcoin, and head to the high 70s in BTC. It's going to take some time for this thing to turn around, a new wave of participants to step in, Sri.
All right, let's shout out SP Williams 48, dropping 5 in the chat. Do appreciate that, SP. I'm just going to throw in a stop over here super quick. Oh, I think I already did. He asks, what do you think about NBY? Volume not high, but good Momo. Let's take a look at NBY for the OG SP Williams. Take a quick look, bring in the black charts. Thank you, Assassino, for putting that on there, my friend. NBY. That is Nova Bay Pharmaceuticals on the Amex. Oh, no. Oh, it's looking actually quite good over here. Look at this. Good continuation from the 5th. Nary a red day, only the 12th. And that was a candle of indecision, quite frankly. But it has done this before and given it all back. NBY, that's the daily. Let's flip to the 5. Okay, yeah, you're right. Not too much in the way of volume, but a good chart pattern nonetheless. If you're picking this up, I'm assuming you're looking at 332, 333 for a hold at the volume weighted average price. You did have selling at 40, and it was once, twice. Obi, he is the one thrice, but you took it out. 45 now, area high, showing 40 right now. I'd be buying this up off VWAP. Try 40 now that you've cleared 40, but to me, it's not enough of a clearing. Try 40, but if you're looking for a deeper retracement, 333 to 332. Otherwise, look for a 40 hold. You got a candle of indecision prior to that. NBY up 7.91%. Thank you for pointing that one out. What's going on, Joe?
Just too slow on the trigger here, just typing things in. Let's see if we can catch this fill at 2180s here on, I'm going a little bit heavier than it should be. Yeah, oh,
Get him,
it's so
Assassino.
frustrating. I seen that coming.
Ram, eh? Of course.
Yeah.
If there's anybody
wow.
mean,
yeah,
it has to be Ram.
There it goes. Yeah, 2190. I wanted to get in at 2180s. Oh yeah. All right, Sharif, I'm gonna send it over to you.
Of course, brother. Of course. Ram. Why am I not allowed to say that today? Because you were nice. Okay. Can I tell them why? Is it on the? Yeah, it's on the YouTube. Okay. I just making sure. I didn't know if it was live yet, Ram. All right, we're gonna get to that one in a second. But new position alert, guys. I punched into NUAI, coming back down into 56s. I think I got 57s. Looking for a 60 print. I've layered the orders here. This is now, we're in 5 trades because they're not moving, man. There we go. Now we get a print on NUAI to the high side. Looking for continuation here, maybe a test of 68 high a day, 60. I'm going to probably post at 69, knowing not myself, but NUAI doing well. IOVA, it's okay. It's still holding trend. RZLT, we got a bit of a dip trade, looking for continuation back, as this one did dip into the 10 EMA on the 5, and I picked up some there. DDL, I think this is going to be the one I stop out on. I don't like it, DDL. I don't want to manage this one when I've had 5 others to manage, and this one crap in the bed. If it wants to come back down into 70, we'll have a different discussion with that one later. Okay? RXRX, kind of holding trend, man. I don't know how to feel about this one, quite frankly. Let me just add this onto the side chart, LT. There we go. Now it updates nicely. Good. Let's take a quick look now at some of the other ones we didn't cover. There we go. NUAI, another profit taker as that one pops into 62. Looking good. And MDLN, the IPO, showing me 33s. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye now on the IPO as we get a little bit closer to open time. Probably going to open around 1 o'clock or something like that. I want to mention IMG. IMG's curling back up, Ram. They're trying to take out the volume weighted average price, 155. It dropped below, volume weighted average price, 10 EMA as well, which is why I just kind of took it away. But that is the spike there at 920. It looks like it held that price action high at $140, and here we are trying to test $155 again. So interesting take there on IMG. How we doing on the others? Still nothing on IOVA. Okay, nice here. Looking for a print. There we go. Now we get it on RZLT as that one bottoming tails off 215 on the dot, which is the 10 EMA on the 5, popping back up into 20s, looking for 22s, 25s, 27s. Let's see what we get on this bad boy. How's IOVA? Because I'm really close to taking that one out, as this one does look like it's breaking trend. I don't like IOVA, man. Keeps a little above the $0.50, a little bit below the $0.50, kind of shadowing that 10 EMA on the 5. I don't know how to feel about this one, guys. What do you think about IOVA here? Up 11%, give or take, and it feels like this one might be coming back down. We're going to lose 2 pennies a share here if we flatten out. I mean, I'm going to defend this in a VWAP. And I'll take a larger position at VWAP so that we can maybe get a bounce back up into some area highs. So that's what I'm looking at there. And what are you looking at, Joey?
Yeah, same thing. All right, I'm just gonna keep this order out here at 2180 here on Netflix to see if we can catch a fill. But that would have been a nice little trade, risk to 2170s, because you can see that a base is starting to be formed here, right at that specific level. That's gonna put us at approximately $475 and change on Tesla itself. So this is a 2x. Don't forget that. And there it goes. Yeah, so it's starting to get a little bit of strength, step right into it. So that's pretty good. I'm going to wait for this. I'm not going to chase it or anything along those lines. Netflix is definitely rebounding. I was looking at NVDA this morning, but just hasn't been performing very good. So I'm like, you know what, let's avoid this. And somebody was asking me about it. I'm like, yeah, I just don't think the stock's overly in play like it was a couple months ago and for an extended period of time. We pull it up, and it's just blowing past a lot of signals. I think this is a pretty good one, but I think you have to be extremely patient. I was thinking, when we were forming this consolidation, I'm like, they're just trapping a lot of bulls thinking that we would get somewhat of a rebound. And then sure enough, boom, you take that additional leg lower, and that's not really a good time. And I was mentioning that I think we're gonna see some lower prices in NVDA as well too, just from the daily and what we got going on with the print. So now we're at the lower end of this range, right? So we're running right into some key support levels. If you get an open up or anything that's negative from a catalyst standpoint, come in and against this, boom, watch it flush to a key level. And I think we can most definitely head into that 165, even a little bit lower. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on this one. 153 could definitely be in the works. I think this could be a potential solid base. And then if you ask me, it's just continuously grab it, if you can. And if you're sitting on, these guys don't offer very much of a divvy, do they? But yeah, I mean, other than that, that's what I'm looking at. NVDA, we're posted up at 2180s here on NFL or TSLA. It's not really giving us the fill. We're getting a pullback in Netflix, going over the same names. APLD can't find a bottom either, which is unfortunate. But hey, it is what it is. If you head over to the daily, you can make a lot of sense on why it's not. It's important to correlate. Yeah, sick stuff. All right, that didn't work out very good for us. Let me pull this up. Yeah, and there goes Tesla up to 22. So not too bad there, APLD. Let's get this daily rocking and rolling. And then you can see that we're heading towards the lower end of the range. A key neckline as well, guys. So keep an eye out on this level just in case it cracks. You did have a nice bounce off of that $19 mark all the way up to $34. That was 84%, just like that. But there goes Tesla off to the races, brother.
All right, good look, guys. Just talking to some of you guys in the chat. Look, RX, I flattened out IOVA. I don't like it. It lost the 10 EMA, not decisively, but you know, I just had way too many trades there for this one to be taking mental capacity. So look, if it wants to come back down, IOVA I'm talking about, into the volume weighted average price, we'll have a different discussion with that one. Now we're gonna just focus on the three, NUAI, RXRX, and RZLT, okay? So let's start with RXRX. This one's coming back up into 90. I still haven't got a DCA towards that 80 area, but we have added twice, initially, of course, at 90. Then this is why we're in the money at 85, looking to take out 90 right now. We'll see what this one does. I think RXRX a little bit better of a looker than IOVA. I could be wrong about that. This one's done about 37 million shares. Let's see if this one can pop back up and give 5. Another test there. Separately, how's NUAI doing? NUAI, we got a couple of beak wetters on that one, holding trend still, but having trouble clearing that 60 penny area. In fact, I was engaging 60 pennies as an area of resistance. It was 63, and I don't know why 63 is an important area, but you got a rejection, 1020, 1025, 1030, and then you got another one at 1110, all off that 363. So some sort of short seller or something is happening around that level. And the best print we got was 62s with that 64 print still unprinted. How is MDLN doing? 32.94. It's been basically from, as I've been watching it, between 32 3/4 to 33, a little above, you know, 32 3/4. But I personally haven't seen it above 33. Have you guys seen it above 33? This is the highest it's been Katina minutes, so he hasn't seen anything above a 33 print quite yet. We're gonna keep an eye on that, and as you know, we get a little bit closer to the likely open time. We never really know, but usually it's after 12 o'clock. We'll start looking at the paired volume a lot more on the imbalance locator. We got that all ready to go, so not a bad look there. How are we doing? RZ, LT, still holding trend. But ever since that bottoming tail candle into the 10 EMA on the 5, it's been putting in lower highs. I mean, I don't know what is going on with these small cappers, but they are moving awfully slow today. There's just no velocity to the upside or the downside. So it is very much a quiet market in the world of small cap gappers. The funny thing is, they're not even giving up the ghost. So it's not like they're reverting back down and trapping longs. It's just they're doing nothing. So I don't know what the hell to think here, but you know, we're gonna have to just stay on point. Let's take some profit takers here from RXRX. We're going to cancel that one right there since we took one close. And now we're going to post at 94. Let's go ahead and post at 97. Then also we want to post at 99s because $5 is that area of technical resistance. So RXRX continues to trend up. DDL I got out of that, and I'm not really too upset about that one. We'll take a couple of penny loss, and then NUAI is the one that continues to trend up. There's 62 again on NUAI. It's the 63 area, though, that I've targeted for an area of resistance. I'd like to see what the tape and the book looks like if we get up into 63. Not quite yet, though, as that seller at 62 is still keeping us a little bit down. The reason I want to see 63 is I just want to see if there's a hidden seller, right? As we get into that 63 penny area, I'll be able to see what's posted on the gateways versus what's coming in on the time and sales, and that's very important because that's how you make educated guesses as to whether or not there's an iceberg order, a hidden seller, relative to what's posted on the gateway and what's actually coming through on the time and sales. You can't hide your order on the time and sales, baby. You can only hide it on the book. Ozan. Ram. I think Sharif needs to do something thing. I don't know what that means, bro. Something thing?
Something thing.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Is that from a song or something?
Do something. Oh, the stick. The Assassino's already looking for it, bro. I can see him there. I can see him looking at the stream deck. There he is. There you go. You got the weird looking dude with the round head. Poking.
Yeah, what up? What is that even from, man? Like, where do we get this this guy from? Where did this guy come from? All right, no, there goes Netflix coming back in. Let's head over to our scanner, guys, and see what we got cooking up here on today's session and who is leading the way. You guessed it, in some of the larger names. It is going to be NVDA, TSLA starting to get a little bit of a pop. Now coming back in, not good whatsoever. You can see that coming back in within that range. Check of all trades. I don't even like TSL at 22.12. That's all the way up here. That's so far from the low of the day. Unless you form somewhat of a base, I want to get it as close as I possibly can to that low of the day to increase my risk to reward ratio. And there goes Broadcom. Oh, 348 down to 323. Let's head over to the daily and see what we got going on. Oh no, that is not good. Right towards some support levels, guys. Identical price action patterns. I mean, there's a lot more chop in what we had going on in here with NVDA than we do in Broadcom, but you can see the similarities. And when you have multiple names kind of just correlating on that front, I think it's a good signal that say, hey, watch out for what's to come. And I think there's going to be some more downside. It may take a little bit of time for things to cool back up and to warm back up. But again, I wouldn't be overly fearful. It's good buying opportunities. If you have a little bit of cash, sit on that cash, sit on some of that dry powder, wait for these names to sell. We had a solid move all the way from April. Now we're starting to cool down a little bit, and I think it's good. You're seeing some profit taking from probably the larger participants, so why not put a little cash in your pocket and wait for some lower prices? And if it does decide to break out, well, guess what? I think buying the all-time highs is a pretty good strategy as well, too. It's been proven true.
Sounds good, Joey. Just taking a look over here. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna do it live on Friday, my boy.
Where is it? What are you doing?
The AJ fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna check that one out. Kind of pumped about that.
I don't know.
Yo, where's
what
a
is
good
the cards?
area to go watch boxing these days? Like, is there a boxing specific bar?
Oh man, no. I don't know. I don't even know that
eh?
life anymore, man.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
I mean, obviously LV is okay. You can go there. I'm sure that Liberty
LV.
Village.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that they'll have it on at local. Or
I thought maybe like a
that.
bar or something like that.
Yeah, but let's see what Real Sports is. But yeah, I don't know if they. Oh, there's this place I believe on Queen or College that is like it's all about like fight. It's like more of like a ruggedy bar, but they'll have all the fights on and stuff like that. Yeah, they have a big Queen or College. I forget the name of it. But they have this massive poster that's like UFC every night. And I'm like, all right.
Oh, yeah? Okay, so then you know exactly.
So these guys are about to.
All right, here's the deal. Someone yelling out IOVA nasty wick. That is a real wick. And I got out of it, man. I got out of it for a penny loss because I didn't like what I saw, man. Look, here's what I was involved in it for. Look at this. Double bottom off VWAP, then it rides trend. It basically has a magnetic attraction to the 10 EMA, and that all ends with this inverse hammer candle here, almost topping till-esque into 253, then all hell broke loose to the downside. In fact, that is a real print at 239. Probably stopped out everybody and their mother who had probably, their stops maybe below the double bottom. Even this, I mean, if you were putting that 240 price spike up at 930 as your area stop, you got stopped out as that breached it as well. So IOVA, the bamboozlement is fast and furious. Be careful with this one. I got out of it, and I'm not looking back. I'm still looking, though, at your boy DDL over here. If this one wants to break trend and show me that it's going to start riding to the high side again rather than putting in umpteen amount of lower highs, and which has been the case now for an hour because that high was manifested at 1050, then we'll get involved. Otherwise, DDL is just going to be like more of these. TGL is the one that you guys are talking about, and this one doesn't look half bad. I mean, I don't personally like. Pardon me?
Oh, okay, nothing. I thought I did.
I don't personally like that 878 pop and then a drop losing 7. That's $2, almost $2 there from the high all the way down to 692. So I don't like that. But what I can take from TGL is that when it makes an intraday high, it has a tendency, an affinity to retrace aggressively. So with that in mind, I can kind of plan my trade around that. Now, we do have lower highs right now into 830s, high 30s. It looks like maybe even 40. Coming back down into VWAP, but VWAP here, not really an area of support. It feels and it looks like, based on the previous price action, it is the 20 EMA that's being respected by TGL, and that takes us about to 7.5. So TGL, to me, would be a dip trade into 7.5, but it does seem spready, so you're going to have to be careful with that as well, as you can get caught off guard there. Keeping an eye here on MDNL, the new IPO. This is slated to be the biggest IPO of the year. Doesn't mean it's going to be the best. We're talking about biggest in terms of market cap or how much they've raised. I've got 3290 over here.
You know what I was thinking, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to kind of overanalyze the situation. I think it's an analysis paralysis. I think it's important to gauge the sentiment of the overall session as well, too. What do you think about that?
Sorry, for the IPO?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Of course. If it's a crappy negative day.
But I mean, in today's market as well, too, like the overall market, I think it's important to gauge.
You're talking about like the fact that we're off all-time highs?
That, we got NVDA down 4%, Broadcom, you mentioned, was down 5%,
Yeah.
the market's down a couple percentage points.
I think
as
that's
well,
absolutely
too.
accurate, Joey.
Right?
I think you are accurate.
Right.
I don't think it's the only thing that I would look at, but I think it's part of the consideration. 100%
I think
agree with you.
I think it has to be
100%
taken
agree.
into
yeah, it doesn't feel very strong today in the market. I mean, guys, SOXS, which is the inverse semiconductor ETF, is on my freaking scanner as a small cap gapper. It's obviously not. It's up 8.85% because the chips are getting decimated today. Broadcom is down over 5% as that one continues to bleed its own blood. And quite frankly, I mean, I hate to say this because there's probably people in the chat that have Broadcom in their long term, but I want to get into Broadcom because I've made that point very clear. I'm a big bull when it comes to custom silicon and ASICs, right? But we've got to get it at the right price. And I didn't want to make the same mistake that I made on Meta, which was adding too aggressively, not waiting for the higher lows to start showing up on the daily. And you don't have any higher lows here, quite frankly, on AVGO. It's all-time high into 424 and then bleeding its own blood. It's $100 off the high as we speak right now. It is a 424 all-time high. We're showing 324 right now. So I know Neil's probably looking at that 200 on the daily. I don't know if Neil's interested in punching in a Broadcom, but that typically is his move, to look for the 200 retracement, and that's showing me 300 on the dot. Now that's the exponential 200. The simple, a little bit lower in the two low 80s. So it's a general buy area, but again, not gonna put an order there to buy at 300. I will, in fact, be okay with getting a worse price so long as I see those higher lows start show up on the daily. I'm a big fan of Broadcom, but not at the moment. You know, not often, Joey, you get great companies on sale. So
no, and I think that's what I'm saying. I think it's a good buying opportunity. If you have to have the cash though. Right? I think it's just much easier said than done, right? If you've been sitting in something and you're still holding onto positions, it's obviously more difficult to buy it if you don't have any of that dry powder.
Joey, I want to read what Dave Geisler. I think I said that right. If I said it wrong, just correct me, Dave. You can always sell it. This is your world here, Joey.
Yeah.
Sharif, you can always sell a put at your level. I'm sure Joe knows what I'm talking about on adding AVGO to your long term. So what does he exactly mean? Explain this to me, Joe.
So what he's saying, he's talking about essentially a cash secured put. So you can sell a contract, a put contract. So it's essentially long at the strike price that you want. And if it doesn't, if the underlying doesn't reach that price by the time of expiration, then you just keep the premium you've collected. But if it hits that, then you'll get assigned 100 shares at that level.
And you have to take the shares.
You got to take that. You got to take it. Yeah.
I mean,
when you got assigned, yeah, you got to take that.
Interesting
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, there's no other option. So
hopefully we'll know a little bit more in the new year, my boy. We're starting biomechanics and options in the new year. That is going to be my resolution. We're going to start those books. And
there goes I try to
Joey.
No, you don't need it. Doesn't even bother me whatsoever. I tried a long here at 50-20s looking for this market to hold up, but Tesla taking an additional leg. I seen a couple of the names start to get a little bit of a pop, and I was like, okay, maybe we can participate here. It's a tight stop. It might be too tight for this market. It's awfully volatile, so we'll have to widen them, and then we'll have to be a little bit more active and wait for this IPO here to come into play. But you can see I'm just waiting at that specific level. If NVDA does decide that it wants to climb a little bit higher, then I think we'll be okay. But if that's not the case, if we don't get a bounce in some of these bigger names, then we might be in a little bit of trouble. Google continuing its move lower here. So yeah, we need these guys to participate in order for this trade to work, considering they're so heavily weighted and they have such a major influence on what the TQs are actually doing. So there it is. All right, we'll take that. Still slightly out of the money. It's best when it works right off the get. That's typically when your better setups do work. But there it is, slowly climbing higher. You can do it, ladies and gentlemen. NVDA getting a little bit of a bounce. There goes Google. We're trading the TQs. Let's pull up the mag. Let's get QuantumScape off of our chart. See what Microsoft is up to. Okay, you're starting to get a bounce. Ooh, rejecting right there. And then we're going to pull up Apple. What has Apple been up to? I haven't been talking. Oh.
Down almost 1%, bro.
Dang. Yeah. And look at this 5-minute candle right here. Just pure momentum to the downside.
Ew.
This is waterfall price
blood.
action there, brother. Yeah, there's a lot of bleeding of the bloods here on this one. So AAPL, high of around 276, and now you're trading around 272. The market not wanting to find a breath. So it might be until 230 until we find somewhat of a rebound. I think that's typically when we do get those more aggressive and stronger bounces in the market. What are you giving me that look for?
You have a look at AEO, Joey?
I already owe you. I don't have to look at it. I already owe you the cash. You still haven't sent me your email. Here, you want to play a game?
No, what?
Why?
I don't know. I don't
All
know
right,
what you're setting me up for.
Do you want to double or nothing?
Yeah, bro, you're not gonna con me.
I'm just asking. I'm not trying to
guy.
I'm just asking
he's fantastic
if it's double
Look, I'll
or
give you
nothing.
credit, bro. You know how to make your money back pretty quick. You know how to lure him in, huh?
Yeah. Hey,
lure
man,
him in.
double or nothing, man. Let me know.
Nah, man, your friend AEO is knocking on the door of $28, Joey. $27.84 high on the day.
Nice buy there.
It's gonna have to be a beak wetting time on that one because we're getting into those technical levels on AEO, right? That 26. The only reason Joseph and I were talking about $26 is because that was the range, right? We can show you in a second here, and that's why him and I actually talked about 26 because that was the range, and the range ended up coming in. Joey, you got a question here from I just want to Richards. The wheel strategy is truth. That was my first introduction into options, correct? Remember when we did that?
Yeah. When we went to the money show, it is. It is 110% the truth. It's a good thing. Obviously, a little bit longer duration, but hey, man, if you're in it for the long game, which the majority of us are, then that's definitely a strategy that you can deploy in or have in your back pocket as well too.
I'm already getting trolled there in the chat. Machiavelli 8869. I like you because you got 69.
He's saying you're scared.
Yeah, he's like, come on, scared money don't make money. Come on now, man. What is this guy? He's trying to lure me in. You got a lot of support there in the chat wanting me to lose my money.
I have a feeling, I have a strong hunch Katina Man would take the double or nothing. Let's ask the boys. Neil and Sean, would you guys take the double or nothing?
The Katina Man's coming in hot, and he's got a smile
on his face. Are you taking the double or nothing?
All right, hold on.
Let's get it. Let's do this. Yeah. Would you do the double?
First of all, Joe, me and you are 1-1. So if you have any other bets, I'm here. I'm down for double or nothing, triple or nothing, whatever you want to do.
Listen,
what bet did you have in mind with Sharif, first of all?
Because I haven't really thought of it.
Oh, you haven't really thought of it.
No, but Katina Man, I don't know how you and I are 1-1. Now, listen,
I won the Hulk Hogan thing.
No, let me
You
finish.
won
Stop.
You won when you voted for America, remember?
I literally left for 5 minutes, and then you're like, oh, bang, yeah, it's over after 500 votes. I'm like,
yeah, it is over.
The poll's been open for 5 minutes.
We had 500 votes, and it was 55-45. I have the screen cap, my guy. All right, so what do you want to do then? I mean, I'm here for any kind of a bet.
I love
at all times. Yeah. By the way, I'm long the TQs right now at $50.
Yes.
See, check this out, Joey.
Oh, what are you in at? I'm at 50-20.
Oh. Ooh, 50-15. Ha, I win. Oh. But no, yeah, we've been many times on this. Let's see if we can. Do you think it goes up here, Joe? I mean, I'm sitting here at 50-75s.
I got 40. I just took 40 right there.
I'm at 45 too.
I was risking 50 to 50-20s to 50-10, or sorry, 50, so 20 cents, and I take it at a 1-to-1 right there, a little bit off.
We're still, yeah, I like that. I just got 38, so I'm waiting for 44s, then 75s. But no, this MDLN, we're still waiting for that to open up. So. That's why we're just still here chilling out. Unfortunately, I wish I knew it was going to open at 1 o'clock.
I love it when the boys are here midday, man.
Yeah, I don't really like it when I'm here midday.
All right, guys, we just have to pause for a second. We have to send you up to Adara.
What a wild day here for the market. Ups, downs, and right now in this 15-minute chart on the SPY, we are consolidating near day's lows, though it looks like the SPY might be wanting to make a bit of a bottom here at that 673 level. Now, speaking of lows, we've talked about Oracle, ORCL. This one really has been attributed with leading this downside move. As of this morning, we had a report coming through from the Financial Times suggesting that they might have some issues financing one of their data center build-outs because talks with Blue Owl Capital have apparently stalled. Now, Oracle already addressed the report, but it is worth noting here, guys, ORCL apparently, as of its low of day today, it was down 50% from its high back in September. So super significant drawdown there for ORCL. And of course, Medline IPO in terms of what's coming forward here. Keep an eye on MTLN. $6.26 billion offering here for MDLN, competing with companies like Cardinal Health and McKesson in the supply space, and then companies like Stryker and Johnson & Johnson in the medical tech space. So certainly keep an eye on MDLN, very likely to be traded on the desks of our traders here. And I do also want to mention as well, we're going to have Fed comments coming later today from Fed's boss in about half an hour at 12:30 p.m. And Trump set to appear at an event at 1:15 p.m. I believe it's on off of camera, but on camera at 9 p.m. He'll be giving an address to the nation. So certainly something to be aware of, potentially market moving always. Before we send you back to Sharif and Joe, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics, because concussions demand fast solutions. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. Learn more by scheduling a meeting today. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Also, President Trump slated to speak tonight, I believe at 9 o'clock, he said, in the White House. I don't really know what he's going to talk about, but he was, basically just saying there's a primetime address, whether it has something to do with the conflict in Europe or, as we saw today, of course, Venezuela. There's a reason why oil is up 1 3/4. It's still really low, $56, but it's up almost a buck. It's up 95 pennies, and that's as a result, of course, as the embargo goes up on the Venezuelan oil tankers. The world is watching to see how China is going to respond. China, the biggest buyer of Venezuelan oil, are they going to respect the American embargo, or are they not anyway? President Trump speaks tonight, so we could have more volatility tomorrow as we wake up and the markets react to what's being said. So lots to keep, our eye on. And yeah, never a dull moment in these markets, Joey, because quite
Venezuela
frankly,
already has issues with hyperinflation, don't they?
Venezuela?
Is it Venezuela?
I can't say that I know that or
It's
not.
either that
I have
or
no idea,
yeah, I'm pretty sure
to
it's
be quite honest with
Venezuela
you.
or Argentina.
I know Argentina did. That's a
Was
fact.
it? Was it?
Yeah,
Okay. Was it? Yeah,
100%. I didn't know Venezuela was suffering
no,
from that, but I think you might
thought
be
it.
right.
Yeah, I thought it was one of those two. To be honest with you.
Hold on, the IPO open? No, man.
Oh.
Wow,
Who said that?
Oh, a different one, Yannick. ANDG.
Yeah. That was the other one.
ANDG. Yeah, I have no idea about that one. Let's just take a look at ANDG for Yannick. ANDG. I'm assuming this is on the NASDAQ. It's not New York. Yeah, New York. ANDG open. It's done 2.3 million shares. It's showing 21 1/3. Let's take a look at the price action. The price opened up at $21. It dropped to 20, held 20 like a glove. High is 21.50. It's in the middle right there at 21 1/4. ANDG. I don't have any other information other than the ticker and what it's up on the day and the amount of shares that it's traded. The top showed 20.75, but as I see, this did open at almost $21. I think maybe 20.99, something like that. ANDG, another IPO. Thank you very much, Yannick, for pointing that out. Fluffsters.
Fluffy.
I appreciate you, Fluffsters. You're always kind. Unlike, your other friend Ram over there, who is, not very kind. Shout out to the Fluffsters. I appreciate you, Fluffsters. RZLT, I got stopped out of some of that, Joey, as we took off a little bit there. Look, RZLT, I'm going to defend in the 10 and 5, okay? This one does have a breakout level at $2.10, and then VWAP at 206, a little bit higher than 205, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on that one. RZLT took a little bit there to de-risk. RXRX, wow, man, I haven't seen a slow day like this in small cap gapper world in a hot minute. Typically, they're not slow like this. Usually, they give up the ghost, so they'll run and they'll just revert. The shorts will be in control. Nobody's in control, Joey.
Yeah. It's
what the hell is going on over here, man?
It's a tougher day with who's behind.
There's nothing happening, my man.
Today, who's behind the old screen there, but we're posted up at 50.10s. We got stopped out break even after that 1-to-1. It did pass our level right there, so we'll be patient and wait for it to come into play. Apple finding somewhat of a bottom, it seems like, so Apple bottom jeans there, that's positive. Microsoft starting to get a rebound, so that ship might have sailed at that 50.10 level, but I'll be patient. I'll keep that order out there just to see if we can get a fill or not. But the channel is still fully intact, and that downwards channel has definitely been it's really, really tight. I mean, how many trades on the TQs have I taken today? 2. Okay, so we get stopped at a 1, and then we get 1 to work for us. And we got such a small trade on Tesla that worked. Oh, there it goes.
Oh.
Wow, what a nice move there in the TQs. I go in half risk on this one just because we gave ourselves a little bit more breathing room. So I wanted to find a good quality opportunity. And it's really important to note, whether it happens today for me or not, is that I could just take multiple losses and then have one trade and then be back to flat if I hold it to the correct target. So 50-30s was the ideal one. You can see that we were risking 20 cents on here, and then we only take some off. I think it was like 30% off here at a 1-to-1, and we were leaving the rest for a runner. But we did eventually get stopped back out. So I'm going to do the exact same thing here. If it heads back towards the low of the day, that's going to be our out. That's why we're posted up at 50-10s, and then we'll hold it for 30s. We'll take a little bit off at a 2-to-1, and then we'll hold the rest if we're fortunate enough to catch a fill there. Microsoft getting a nice bounce. I think that can help drag the market up with it, guys.
Man, I see a possible flat bottom break on Broadcom. I don't even know why the hell I'm looking at Broadcom, but it just popped up. Look at this. This is bad, man. This is real bad. Look at the 5-minute here, Joey.
Yeah.
This is looking flat bottom break-esque through 322. It could be. It might be. We might find out if it is.
Is it?
AVGO cannot catch a bid if its life depended on it. Look at this. We always talk about that magnetic effect that the price has to the 10 EMA on the 5, at least in the world of small cap gappers. Well, It applies certainly here to Broadcom, as this one just cannot catch a bid. In fact, any of the pops are all rejecting off that the 10 EMA, and here comes 322. The blood is a drop in here on Broadcom. We could probably see 320 here. Sorry, Joey.
No, I was gonna say, is it bleeding aggressively there?
It is, dude.
Yeah,
It's almost 5 2/3 now in the world of negative.
It's definitely holding the NASDAQ down, so you can see.
Holding the NASDAQ.
Yeah, 100%. So we caught that fill at 50.10. But it's not bouncing, and you've seen a couple of the other names. Apple was looking at a bounce, and then Microsoft as well too. So yeah, a lot of the big boys, the Trilly boys, are definitely weighing the market.
And
down.
you know what? You and I just talked about this the other day. That Lilly quietly made a Trilly
a
little while ago, dropped below a Trilly, reclaimed the Trilly. Nobody said a word.
No one said
I didn't know. I didn't even realize Lilly was over at Trilly. But I like Lilly going into the next year, guys. There is a good tip. Is Lilly what? That's not accurate, Joey. It can't be. Lilly's up 10. No, that's not. Before I even say anything. No, it's not. This thing is really, look at this. Look what it says Lilly's up.
Yeah, right.
It's not. It's not at all.
Wow.
It's not up 10%, but my thing is really screwed up over here. It's telling me Lilly's up 10% on the day, which is kind of crazy. But anyway, Broadcom continuing to bleed there, guys. I wanted to bring that to you. You know, I'm not going to really cover the large caps all that much, but it is a slow day today in small cap gapper world. So we're going to continue to trade RXRX so long as it holds above VWAP. We're going to continue to look at DDL, which I got back into because it broke trend, and we're looking at wetting the beak at 85, 88s, 90s. It's holding trend, so we're going to keep an eye out on that. RZLT, let's see if this one holds off the 20. I do like this one into 10 and then possibly 7. We're not going to get too much too quickly. ADNG, that's an IPO, but not the IPO that we're focusing on. And NUAI continue to hold the higher lows here into 360, but no new prints. No new prints. No new prints. And the tap now on MDLN is the highest I've seen. There's it was showing. It was just higher, 32.50, right? And then it just dropped down to 33 as I was about to say it. So the tap was now, I haven't seen it above 33. It was at 33.50, excuse me, not 32.50. So it's moving up a little bit. Let's take a look, Joey, at the imbalance locator. So now we have I keep seeing buy side imbalance, boys. I don't know if you have seen sell side. It does switch. Katina Man confirming it's been switching, but this is a big buy-side imbalance now to the tune of 1.5 million shares. The paired volume so far, 8.14 million. What does that mean, Joey? Well, it means that they've paired buy orders and sell orders together to the tune of 8.14 million of those, with now 1.5 million buy-side orders for 1.5 million shares unfilled or unpaired, I should say, by the exchange. That's why you're getting, it says side B, which means buy, 1.53 million. That is quite bullish if you're looking to gauge sentiment before it opens. So we're certainly going to be keeping an eye here on the IPO. Joey Options and I, we've been talking off camera about what our strategy is going to be, what share size we're going to take, you know, how much room we're going to give it. And so likelihood is, if it holds up in this way, your friend Joey Options and I are going to be taking this one live with the big boys on the other side of the desk.
That we are, man. I'm ready to party, rage, whatever we're going to do. We're going to have a good time with this one. There it is, guys. I mean, Katina, man, would you say you had 50 15s on that? Oh, you dog, you. I got 10s, man. Oh, that's all right, man. We're not going to complain. As long as we're both winning, that's all that matters at the end of the day. Shout out to my brother, Katina, man. We'll hit the stone cold for the both of us. 50 10s and then 50 there was my out. And then we take some, I took a little bit off, about 15% at 27s or roughly, just before I had to front run that 2-to-1. And then we hit it right here at 50 30s. And then I took a little bit more off as we rejected the top end of this channel that's been formed on the 1 minute pretty aggressively, but we're getting a little bit of a bounce, and we're just going to leave some for a runner and see if we're fortunate enough to get that going. But I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Risk to reward ratio is so key. I mean, we took a big part of our losses off right there, approximately 30%, which is pretty good, and just gives you substantially more breathing room. And I could take 2 more losses and be back right exactly where I started at the beginning of this trade, and then I could put 1 more back and end up where maybe if I put on a little bit more size, but aside from that, it's really important. And that's what I was talking to Gaurav about, is just I forget how the saying actually goes. It's just, but within trading, the money is really in the detail, and the more detailed that you can get, I think the better off you are. Hence why I'm working on something at home for you guys. I was gonna send it to Sharif last night, but it's not ready just yet, so we'll be patient. I'll get it done this weekend for you, and then if we want to implement that okay, let's get out break even right there, and that's why it's important to stick to your break evens. Even though it didn't hit the bid, it looks like we're just going to chop at the lower end of the channel. But anyways, aside from that, yeah, the devil is in the detail. It's something along those lines. But the money, we're going to go with the money is in the detail here, and I think it's really important to note that. So I'll show you briefly of what it is. It's nothing complex. It's just something that you can essentially use from a day-to-day basis, and that I was doing for an extended period of time when I was trading on my own. I'll pull it. What do you got going on? You guys
Peterman's rushing hard.
Yeah, he is running pretty hard. So this is here. Let me pull it up for you guys right now, and we'll see what we got going on.
Ooh, 33.26 now, Joey.
Is it? Okay, that's pretty good.
My man.
Nice. So this is what it is. Maybe we'll implement it. It has to be significantly cleaner. But it's really, really detailed. And then obviously, this is where you're going to improve and everything along those lines. So this is just something based off a trading system that you can use. And you just document, and then you go back, you read it at the end of the day, whatever it may be, and be like, okay, what did we do positive today? What did we do that we can get a little bit more improvement on? And then you try to implement that into tomorrow's session, right? The following session or Monday, whatever it may be. So once I get this up, I'm going to send it to everybody, and then we'll decide what we're going to do with it based off of that. But it's just a one-time thing. You only need one copy of it, and you use it day in and day out. I remember when I first started on the floor here, I was carrying around my backpack with my laptop, and I had multiple binders of just like the data that I would write out personally, boom. And it was very simplistic stuff, like what was the catalyst, what macro events did we have going on, which reports were coming out, the volume in each specific ticker that I was looking at. But what it allowed me to do is with my old platform is that now I had this massive catalog of previous trades, is that I can go back in any given day and run replay on those tickers. So what were the best 5 names? What had the most volume from what I was selecting? And then go back and make trades based off of that. So if that is something you guys are looking for, I'm looking forward to sharing that with you guys.
Did you put in your limit on open? Because mine is rejecting.
Is it?
Yeah, it's telling me some. It's saying the following. I think I'm doing it wrong. Canceled order, gateway canceled. It says NASDAQ buy, limit imbalance only on open. And then the info says open shares have nowhere to go.
Yeah, it did that to me before too on one of the massive IPOs. And I was trying to figure out with Neil, I'm like, why is it saying that? And I don't know, I never really figured that out. I think you just try a different gateway maybe.
It has to be NASDAQ.
Oh, does it? Oh,
I mean, yeah, it's to NASDAQ, right? Yeah. So I think something's going on with my Lou key, so I might have to set that up again, but we'll look at that in a second.
I'll try it right now. What price did you put in?
I put 40. I just put 40 so to get away. See if it works.
I can't cancel this thing, can I?
You can. Limit on open is cancelable.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, mine worked.
How do you know?
Accept.
It's not. Where does it say that? Accepted?
Yeah.
Oh.
Watch it open right now. That'd be good.
I did, Katim. I tried it a couple times. So NASDAQ buy, we're going to go 40, and we'll put that many shares. And it's telling me no. Open shares have nowhere to go. All right, I'm doing something wrong, so I got to figure that out. But anyway.
Oh, there goes the market.
Okay, here we go. NUAI popping back up here. I got 58s on, show me 62s. Let's wet the beak because we haven't had too many opportunities to wet the beak. How's RX doing? DDL is okay. RX finally coming up a little bit over here, but still within a range. Still has that 95 seller that we have to deal with on RX. Let's take a beak wetter here at 91s. Separately, TGL looks like it might be catching a bit of a bid now. Let's load up TGL on the ANDG screen. So we're going to go like that. And then on the NQ. Yeah, this one is still putting in lower highs, but it's also got higher lows. Support off to 20, and I feel like I got that one right. I'd like a trend change though, something above 810, 815. That's where we popped off on the 1205 candle. It rejected that level, so I don't want to try to catch this name when it's making lower highs. So we'll see about that one. How's the other one doing? RZLV. Okay, popping off a little bit. We added into this one on RZLV. What do we have in terms of a price? We're holding here 14s. It's showing me 15s. Not bad. Let's go ahead and set up a little bit over here. Maybe we can get a nice price spike up on this bad boy. So oh, that's not what we want to do there. Cancel that last order so we don't have to cancel all the other ones. Oh, there we go. Cancel that one, and then we'll put some into 18s, and then we'll layer some into 20s as well. Looking for this one to pop off. DDL is not doing much though, sadly. It does have this consolidative range at 80. It did pop up, almost tested 85. That's why we got back in, but not immediately apparent whether it's going to trend up or not. Joey, I'm going to send it to you, brother.
Yeah, I want you to set that up. Yeah.
Something's going on.
For sure, absolutely. Figure that out there. A nice little pop, Katina, man. I hope you're still holding on the TQs. I'm sure you are there, brother. A nice move all the way up to 50, 40s now. We were in at 10s, come back, and then there's another opportunity. I was thinking about getting back in because if it works once, twice, especially within this choppy range, and the market seems that it wants to find somewhat of a base, which is something positive. So there it goes. The TQ is a nice little move. Regardless if the trade looks good or not, we're just sticking to those risk measures. First initial entry, 50-20, giving it 20 cents, a little bit wider just to the low of the day, because if the momentum really picked up, I think we'd be able to determine that. Thanks, Fluffy Hippo, on the comment as well. And then we get stopped out break even and we hop right back in. So that's starting to work out pretty good for us so far. And that is going to be TQs as it's continuing to climb. Apple got a bounce, NVDA getting a little bit of a bounce, iBig bouncing off of those lows, Tesla finally finding a bottom as well. I thought there'd be, I mean, we talked about the profit taking at all-time highs, which essentially happened. You get that print on yesterday's session, and then you get some profit taking, and then sure enough, you're starting to trade a little bit lower than that previous pivot high there, guys. So there you go. So yeah, I mean, that's what we got going on. If there's any specific that you guys are looking at, let me know, and we'll go over a couple of names, whether it be the options chain. Let's actually pull up the O's chain on Tesla and see why, if there's any supply zones. I know we were talking about the $500 level, but we didn't get there quite yet. So maybe around $595, I'm thinking we're going to see some open interest or something along those lines. 49, so $495. 9,800, but 46,000 contracts traded. 490 has 20,000 contracts traded with 72,000 opened and closed. All right, so keep that in mind. TGT, yeah, let's go over TGT, whether it be on the options chain or the charting itself. I know we're getting a pop in some of these retail names, which is pretty good. 100, you got it? You're tapped in now? You're tapped in? All right, man. Yeah, let's party, man. Yeah, it's either...
I'm muted.
I thought we were open. I was saying, Katina, man, you got to be careful now, my boy. No, yeah, I mean, it's all fun and games. Let's get this going here. 8,445 contracts open at that $100 level on TGT. Let's take a look at the daily on this thing and see what we got going on from a price action standpoint. Oh, okay.
You know what I'm going to do?
What is Walmart doing today? If Target is doing this, as Obi would like to say. Okay, a nice move on the daily as well off of those lows, those November lows. You're starting to get a pop. We're up to $34 now on the tap on MDLN, so that's looking pretty good. We're ready to rock and roll here on this one. 18% off of those lows on TGT. What has WMT been up to, Sharif? Walmart being the dog that it is and continuing to grind higher and higher up to $117. Performing really, really well off of those November lows, Sharif.
All right, man. Let me know, Assassino. We're go? All right, let's do it. For too long, guys, trading meant risking your own money or not even having enough to start. The fear of losing as well. It kept so many traders on the sidelines. But thankfully, that is all changing. because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital, while Trade the Pool, well, they absorb all the downside. This allows you to focus on what truly matters, which is, of course, the discipline, the consistency, and that growth. And Joey, when you hit your profit targets, you keep up to 70% of the profits. There is no fear. There are no barriers. There's just literally real opportunities. This is the revolution, of course, Joey, of limited risk trading. And it's powered by, guess who? Trade the Pool. So visit them at tradethepool.com or scan that QR code on the screen to get 10% off your first evaluation. Good luck there. All right, I put up another level 2 window for the IPO on all my screens so I know exactly when it opens up. But RX treating me well over here, as this one is now riding nicely into the highs, into 495. We just went the beak there. We've got 96s, we got 98s, but there is no continuation as of yet through 5, despite the fact that the 501 high a day is looking real good. But there goes RZLT into the highs, and that gets a whole bunch of prints for me. And we have shares, more shares on this one than we do on the others. So let's go ahead and wet the beak on RZLT. Oh, wow, just as I was hitting the, you suck, RZLT. Just as I hit the thing, it dropped like 3 pennies. And anyway, we'll get that fill if it pops back up. But good hold there, and we added some at the lows in at 12s, and there it just popped off into 21s. It's up not much at all. 7 3/4. How's that NUAI trade looking though? Where's it at? Well, we got a beak wetter there into 61, but it does come back down, holds the volume weighted average price. And NUAI, we've got 58s on over here. We're going to refresh more here, Joey, because it keeps holding up at the volume weighted average price. And now that we've added a little bit more, we should probably take the opportunity to get some out should there be a price spike up. So we'll go ahead and wait there, and we'll wait at almost every other penny on NUAI. Those are the 4 that I've got on at the moment. I want to update you guys on MDLN. The tap now showing 33.75. I believe this is one of the highest levels we've seen on the day. Let's take a quick look now at the imbalance locator. Okay, paired volume now up to 9.135 million shares with a buy side, sell side imbalance now. Oh no, coming in at 70,000, but that's getting paired off super quick. That's the first time I've seen sell side. The Katina Man and Neil said they've been seeing it flip back and forth. I haven't been looking at it all that much, but that's the first sell side imbalance we've seen, now dropping down to about 20,000 shares. So we are likely, you sent yours in, eh?
I did.
You put in the requisite shares?
Yeah, I did.
My
Exactly.
guy.
I told you.
All right, your friend Joey Options and I are taking the same share size. What did you put in as your limit price?
40.
Same. Okay, so we're taking identical trades.
Yeah, we're taking the exact same
We're taking
thing.
identical
Yeah,
trades.
yeah, it's either going one
let's see how this ends up working. So that's what we're looking at there. We're keep an eye on the IPO. We're going to keep an eye, of course, on the small cap gappers as they have a bit of an off day today, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Just talking with Katina Man here. We're ready to party. I got to stop saying that because, we're here to have a good time, obviously, but we want to keep things professional at the same time. So we're over there. No, we're just saying we're ready to rock and roll, essentially. Yeah, man, we're ready to have a good time and see what we got going on. MDLN, tap at 33.75. Shreve was mentioning that. Katina Man's still long on the TQs. We were long at 50.10s and at 50.20s. Got a little bit of a move, so giving ourselves some more breathing room here, just in case we see some more high-quality setups. We found that base in the overall market, and we're starting to bounce off of those key support levels, which is something that you want to see. So, yeah, let's go. Yeah, I know. MKG, I'm already in vacation mode. I shouldn't. Is it too? Yeah, way too early. That's 2 weeks away from now, essentially. Yeah, so we're gonna be having a good time. Then it's surgery after that, so we got to live it up while we can. So yeah, let's go. Let's head back over to our volume scanner. Sharif, I know you're looking forward to this IPO. We're gonna be talking about it quite often throughout the remainder of this session. Until it opens up. No tilapia today. I don't get tilapia in general because I requested with the lunch lady no tilapia for the kid. so we don't want any of that stuff. NVDA starting getting a bounce there. We already did over some of these names. NU Holdings, not too bad. Ram getting ready to film as well too.
Oh, she's
it's either going to go
film,
one
eh?
way or
crazy.
the other. But you know which way it's going to go.
Which
in
way?
our direction. Obviously, God willing, let's hopefully get this IPO. MDLN ready to rock and roll. FXI, what have you been up to today? Selling with the overall market. Uh-oh, IREN. I know Mike Peter Ryder. I haven't seen you in the chat. Hope you're doing good. I've seen you earlier, but I haven't seen you during the midday show, so I'm curious at where you're at. Gorev, I know you're steady participating. I hope you've been having a fantastic day. Full disclosure, guys, we are slightly red on that. I was down 66% on my shutdown. I'm now down less than 50. So we're starting to slowly bounce back. Sticking to those tight risk to reward ratios and taking profit out when we're supposed to helps you gauge and kind of work with your shutdown all around, guys.
All right, I just uploaded a video onto my Google Drive, so.
What you got going on?
You'll see. Google Drive. We're just going to sign in here, Joey. We're going to make sure that we've got that one done live. Is that the one from today? Nope, that's the Tesla one. So how do I
Yorkie?
Storage use. Just give me a second here, Joey. How do I organize it so that it shows me the latest one that I've got? There we go. This one? Yeah, I'm going to have to look at this because I don't have it right now. Oh, there, it's in my drive. Okay. Date modified. No, that's not it either. Okay, so just allow me. Can you just hold it for a sec while I find this?
Yeah, absolutely, man. We can who sings it? Mike P, you in the chat? I don't see you. Who sings Ramble On again? I always sing it. Ramble On. APLD, what have you been doing? Okay, so finding a bottom here, that's not too bad. You can see the indecision prints, guys. And this is what we're consistently looking for. Whether it be one specific candle, an isolated print, or you have an abundance of them kind of congested together and you just start to see the buying pressure start to step in, sometimes it fails. Like if you ask me, APLD, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm prepared to take a long here, especially if we have a 5-minute candle that opens at the top end of this range. Then I'm like, all right, let's rock and roll. Let's see if we can get involved in it. Your risk measures are obviously going to be a little bit wider, and that's why I like trying to find a close to a low as I possibly can. But there goes TSLA, there goes the overall market getting an additional bounce. So things are starting to slowly recover here, Sharif.
All right, yeah, I just had to upload it. So we'll give that one a second, guys. Look. Still holding some here in NUAI. This did dip down, but it held support. So we're going to continue to hold some on NUAI. What are we holding at 58? It's showing me 56. So we're still a little bit out of the money on this one. And I did add into this, not RZ, into DDL as it continues to hold the 10 EMA. It feels like, if this one does catch a bid, it's going to price spike up possibly into $3. It's had a lot of aggressive upside moves, and the fact that it's not giving it up right now, given the aggressive upside moves that it's had basically since the open, since right at 9:30, I'm gauging that maybe this one has that nice price spike up when it's a bit more liquid of a time than 12:30 at the moment. Very, very consolidated, very sideways price action, but not really giving up the go. City Boy says PCSA. Let's take a look at PCSA and see what's going on with that one. PCSA. We didn't get the flat bottom break, by the way, in Broadcom. Okay, so this one was, I think this one was strong earlier. This one's up 112%. On the day, having closed out at $3, showing 367. The problem is, though, it's below VWAP, and it's technically below that pre-market high, but I'm willing to use this $9 area as the breakout level. It's got to get back above $7, and the lower high trend as well, City Boy. That's the thing. Like, even if you do pop off into 7 or 6 mid-80s here where VWAP is to kind of fulfill the rule that I have, you're still putting in lower highs, so you still may have a dampening effect on the price action into $8 as well. So if it clears $8 rather than 7, I could certainly be interested in this one. PCSA, that is the ticker on this one, and it was very, very strong.
Tap at 35.
The tap is now at $35 on MDLN. Hopefully this one opens sooner rather than later. Adara.
Keep an eye here on NFLX. Variety reporting as of it looks like about half an hour ago that Netflix is signing a deal with Dave Portnoy's Barstool Sports for exclusive video rights to 3 podcasts. So again, this is reported by Variety about half an hour ago, just circulating on X now. But Netflix signing a deal with Dave Portnoy's Barstool Sports for video rights to some podcasts. Interesting look here for NFLX, which, as we know, is also embroiled in that bidding war for Warner Brothers Discovery. Back to you.
All right, Joey, what do you got?
Yeah,
brother?
Walmart putting in a new high of the day, Sharif, 116.38, looking pretty good. We got NVDA tapping right into the volume-weighted average price almost, guys. Bitcoin not as strong as a recovery, but Apple bouncing off of the lows as well. Let's see what Microsoft has been up to. We haven't looked at Amazon lately. So Microsoft, it did breach this channel, which I think is interesting. You broke this downward channel. We draw it out here for you guys, boom. And then you open up on top of it, which I think is something positive. That's just a little rough sketch there, a couple of whipsaw moves, whatever you would like to call it. But now we're starting to just form an additional range. So a lot of sideways price action. And I mean, I'm not gonna complain about it too much whatsoever. But oh yeah, let's go over Amazon. So we're tapped in into MDLN. We're waiting for this to go. The tap's at $35. Sharif's ready. He's ready to go for sure, I could tell.
All right, so let's
Amazon doing
discuss
too
the
much.
plan, because I think we went into it. Well, I speak for myself without a plan last time.
Yeah.
So are you looking to take out a certain percentage per dollar, per $2? What's your plan going into this so that we're not thinking on the fly?
I want to see how strong it is out the gate. If I think it takes a massive move up, I'm going to do it in like 30% tranches, I think.
Are you going to use your flattened percentage key? Or are you gonna,
I set that up.
I set that up.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's going to work, but I'll have the limit orders. I'll just do a bunch of orders. We'll see where we're going to open up at, and then I'll just place orders based off of that.
All right.
But I also have a different plan in mind. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. I don't want to jinx anything. I'm an extremely superstitious individual.
Okay.
So I don't want to get into too much detail, but I'm going to try to hold it for as long as I possibly can.
I like it, man.
In my favor.
Okay.
If it goes against me immediately, we gotta get out of Dodge, right?
The issue with the flatten key on P8, and with all market orders, let's be fair, it's not just P8, man, is that it's a market order. So if you're looking to throw a market order, it will print you on the bid rather than on the ask. So sometimes you see a price and it's reflecting what you see on the ask side of the level 2 of the book.
It's For me, so what I'm thinking here is that if I can take a little bit off to give myself breathing room, so then essentially it's risk off. And then I can let the rest of that ride. So as soon as I get that first partial out, then then hopefully calm heads will prevail.
Calm heads will prevail. All right, apparently silver's really moving here, according to everybody in the chat. So let's look at SLV and see what that one is up to at the moment. SLV, iShares Silver Trust, yes. Very, very strong is silver, higher highs, higher lows. Shout out to Rahim Alani speaking about this one today, making the comparisons, of course, to gold. You got that flat top breakout on SLV at $60. That $60 level had been basically a resistance level all morning until it got taken out at 11:45. Lo and behold, it takes out 60, drops back down right at that 12:15 candle, holds 60 to a T, and up it goes, making new highs of dates, up 4 2/3. SLV, look at that gap up too, Joey, from the closing print yesterday at 8 o'clock. We gap up quite nicely from 57.90. We open up this morning at 4 a.m. at 59.60. So great look there. For SLV, I see you guys talking about that in the chat, and rightfully so. Keep your eye on silver. What we're going to keep an eye on here is the buy side imbalance now coming in on MDLN to the tune of 361,000 shares. That is what you want to see if you're looking to go long on the IPO. It's a buy side imbalance with 311,000 shares. The paired volume now 12.4 million shares. That means that the exchange has behind the scenes back office things paired buy and sell orders, about 2.37 million, 12.37 million of them, and they now have 231,000 buy-side shares that have been unpaired with its corresponding sell-side I should say sell side and the other side. So those are unpaired. So we're going to keep an eye out on that, and we'll report to you guys if that changes. Holding here on RXRX, not bad. DDL continues to trend into the mid-80s. No new prints on that one. RZLT. This one, I think I'm going to flatten out this one, break even on the remaining amount. It does feel like it's going to lose prior bar low. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just stop out 12.12. So let's put that there, and that one will help us focus on the ones that are actually moving. And NUAI popping back right into that 360 area, showing 59s now. In fact, I'm actually waiting at 59s, but it's got to cross for me to get the print there. So we're keeping an eye on all 4 trades, and we're very much ready to go into the new trade when it opens. MDLN now showing 35.10, Joey.
Yeah.
The top, the theoretical auction price keeps inching up little by little. We'll see if this is a big move or not. So my plan is I'm going to use my 25% flatten key. But as I just mentioned, the flatten key will get you out on the bid. So whether or not this one opens spready, we don't know. So what I'm going to be looking at to flatten out on the price on the bid that I like, not on the ask. So that's going to necessitate me looking at the time and sales, on the level 2 book rather than looking on the chart of the time and sales. So that's going to be my plan. We're going to try to take out a quarter at a time and then make a decision as to, how we're going to ride that. 36 now, Joey.
Uh-oh.
The top is moving up to $36. Here we go, baby. Let's see if this one opens up sooner rather than later.
Check your messages quick.
All right, take over first.
Yes, sir. TQ is forming a nice indecision print right around here, guys. So maybe we get involved with this name one more time, just in case the market does want to find somewhat of a rebound. TSLL starting to come back into some key levels as well. So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking here. TSLA, the TQs have been working relatively well. We go 2 for 3 on the TQs, and then I think we only had 1 winner on the TSLL. Yeah.
I like it, bro. I mean, like,
2,
that's
3.
going to be your move. That's going to be your move.
Yeah. That's my move. So
simple as that.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm going for here. So all right, let's see if these indecision.
But you're gonna have to change your share size for that, I think.
Well, not if it's an X amount of. Obviously.
Well, you don't control what it's going to move though, but you control your share size.
But that's what I was talking about, the momentum.
I see.
Right? Because if we get the specific dollar, you can add as well too. Yeah. But if we get the dollar amount, then that's it, right?
Fair. Yeah.
Right? Because I mean, we've seen it done before.
Oh God, yeah,
right?
We have certainly seen it done before.
So
I paid.
What was it? What did CoreWeave move? Like an insane amount.
Which is the one that we did well on?
It was like Circle or CoreWeave, Circle or something like that. Yeah.
It was. There's been some big IPOs this year, guys. Big IPOs, like, a lot of them have sold off aggressively off the highs. I think that's more a product of the market conditions than the IPO market in general. But we have kind of seen a cooling of IPOs as of late, right? We got a lot in the middle part, in the early part of the year. And then it feels like when, late summer, fall came around, we weren't getting too many. So we'll have to see if this one's well received. You got to assume, though, the street's going to be all over this one. And maybe we should go over some of the details, because I don't think we're going to do the news segment until the IPO comes up.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to do the news segment because we got to definitely concentrate. But here's the information. Let's go. Let me find it. There it is. I'm just going to put this on the screen, on all the screens. There we go, Assassino. So just so we can keep an eye here on the price action. So here's Medline. That's the name of the company, Medline. They raised about $6.25 billion in the IPO phase. Now this is going to be the going to market phase. This is the largest global IPO of 2025. It outdid the $5.3 billion Hong Kong IPO for cattle. Obviously, cattle, a minerals play. The company was founded in 1966. They're a major manufacturer of medical supplies. We're talking surgical kits, gloves, gowns, and they serve hospitals globally. They don't have one specific area where they operate. They also compete with the likes of McKesson, a company that my father and I constantly use for the biz, Cardinal Health as well. And here's what really caught my attention. They've delivered consistent net sales growth every year since inception, including during the pandemic. You think that they would have shined during the pandemic, given that they make PPE and everybody and their mother was trying to get their hands on PPE. Analysts here highlighted their appeal as a profitable, cash generative, and well understood business, contrasting it with some of the more speculative IPOs that we've had, or at least maybe that, you know, the market didn't know as well. But there is a bad side to this, and the bad side is tariffs. In fact, they expect their fiscal 2026 income before taxes to be less by about $150 to $200 million. So the line reads as follows. Medline expects tariffs to reduce fiscal 2026 income before taxes by about $150 to $200 million, introducing, of course, a measurable risk. Despite that headwind, though, investors appeared comfortable underwriting the deal given Medline's scale, its pricing power, and the defensive healthcare end market exposure. They also rank amongst the largest PE-backed IPOs ever. Private equity, of course, is what we mean by PE. The deal is also expected to encourage more PE-backed companies to pursue listings. If you know anything about private equity, you know there has to be an exit, a runway to get out. Usually it's about 7 to 10 years or whatever they're doing nowadays. So apparently it's gonna you know, incentivize more private equity to kind of back these IPOs. Again, nothing is for certain. We're gonna have to keep an eye on this. Uh-oh. The top is dropping, Joey. Yeah, it's 32.50 now.
35.
Excuse me, 35.50. I apologize. I misspoke about that. It's a sell side imbalance now to the tune of 203,000 shares, with the paired volume coming in at 13.5. So we're going to keep updating you guys on that as we get more information, Joe.
We do. I'm thinking, man, with that sell, we might have to, I don't know, man. Do we remove this? Or
you can cancel a limit on open. You can't cancel a market on open.
No. We can cancel this. But I mean, you can cancel it regardless of what happens, right? Like as soon as it opens, you're in it. Whether you
can cancel it now.
Yeah, exactly. But when it happens, you're in it, whether you like it or not. Look at guys, the market's starting to come back in. Tesla putting in a new low of the day. We have silver still hovering around those highs. Netflix slowly starting to cool down as well as Amazon. Yeah, we're what do you 34.90? No, $35. We went to 35.05, which is pretty good. Yeah, City Boys, we've been talking about that. What's up, City Boy? Yeah, Venezuela news with Trump stepping up the pressure over there. Back to buy side. We're gonna be rocking a Sharif playing footsies with me again.
My bad. Yeah, right. Again, nice try, bro. Nice try.
Again, it's all right, man. It's all right, man. I don't even. I had it up here not too long. Oh, there it is. Okay, so Sharif.
Yes, sir.
We're up to one. Oh, okay, all right, there we go. That's looking pretty good, if you ask me. Yeah, so we're starting to head back towards the top side, heading back to a buy. We like that 1.23 million right there, pair volume at 14.01. So yeah, let's go, man. Let's see if this market's going to bounce one more time. If this was going to be the last fake out, Tesla put in that additional leg lower, so not completing that third leg. And there we go. Tesla. All right, do we take one more long on this? Maybe, possibly. No, we're going to be a little bit more patient and see what we got going on. But I'm looking more forward to what Sharif.
Take it easy, Ram. So yesterday, Joey, we hit a PR.
Quadzilla.
At the ripe, old freaking age of 43 years old, your boy hit 365 on the bar.
All right, Quadzilla, let's see this.
For a 4-banger. And we got deep too, Joe. We got deep. This is a very, very poor video, man. How do I increase the quality on this? Hold on, Joey. Yeah, we can. Ramram's trying to. Let's go.
I don't know, but Sharif, if you ask me, the sleeveless hoodies, man, that was like at least 20 years ago a thing, no?
Sleeveless hoodies? Yeah, I got so many of those.
You're still rocking those, eh?
I got this. I actually bought a few weeks ago.
All right, man.
Yeah, now it's just taking forever to load, guys. So I apologize.
It wasn't meant to be, man.
Oh, it's gonna be. It's gonna be
the higher quality.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait for this one. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Now we're ready to do it.
Let's do it live,
it's still giving me the loading thing. Joey, this
is
lower
quality,
the
man.
best.
You don't need the highest.
No, we're gonna do it high quality. We're gonna wait for this bad boy to load. But this is the best I've ever done.
Yeah.
For legs ever in terms of reps. I've done 4 plates. Thank you, see, I appreciate you. Done 4 plates, but that was for a 2-banger. This is 365, 3 1/4 on each side.
All right, big man.
For a 4-banger. Right. But we're gonna have to wait for this one to load. Shut up, T. 2TZ, you're making me laugh, man.
What they say?
All right, while we wait for that one to load, we're gonna update you on the tap. Still showing $35 for MDLN. Packing the patience here, guys, as we wait for this one to load. This is gonna be the biggest IPO in terms of raising on the year. We don't know if it's gonna be the most well-received IPO. That will be a little bit decided later, I guess. So that's what we're gonna keep an eye on there. I appreciate all the nice comments. You guys are great, but we're gonna have to wait for this bad boy to load up before we can kind of get back into that. It's not loading. Oh, here we go. Now, all right, let's do this live now. So, and I actually did good depth on this one. You know, I showed you 365 the other day, but we didn't get good.
Where are we right here? Where are we, Sharif?
We're at the gym, Joey. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to stop this because it's not working out.
Yeah, we're lower quality.
We're gonna have to go lower quality, Joey.
Yeah,
we're gonna go like that. There we go. Let's go. Look at this depth, my boy. It's super choppy. Super choppy. Yeah, okay. Well, we're not.
Yeah, there you go.
What a damper on the party, bro.
Yeah, no, we're really about.
What's going on over there? Who's whistling like that? Is that an animation? Is that a sound animation?
Yeah, it's a sound thing.
All right, we're gonna have to deal with this later, guys, because it's not working at the moment. It's embarrassing me. NUAI did drop though, guys, so not a good look there on NUAI. We tried to get more out. This one is losing trend, and it's gonna lose me as a trader. We're gonna take a 4 penny loss on the remaining amount. DDL as well, not looking that great, quite frankly. It looks like it's trying to hold 80. Look, my last line in the sand is 275 on DDI. On DDL, excuse me. DDL is the one that I'm talking about. So we're gonna keep an eye out on that one, and we'll see what it does. You guys are trolling me in the chat. Lame, seriously, that boy dick. I don't enjoy seeing the, I don't know what the hell that means. I got shorts on, bro. Dodge crushing. You guys are laughing. That's heavy, says Noon. Yeah, well, maybe I could show you the video. That'd be nice. MSOS, says Machiavelli. Let's take a look at MSOS, see what that one is up to on the day. Silver getting a bit of a sell, though, guys, into 60-60. Let's take a look at MSOS. It was like 8%. On the day when I first looked at it, we're about 7 1/3, a little bit more than 7 1/4. It does feel, though, that we're still putting in some lower highs, though. So you'd like to see this one get back above 705, Joey, to take out that implied balance high from 930. That's what I'd be looking at if I was looking to go long. But you do like the reclaiming their Machiavelli of the move into above the volume weighted average price. I appreciate Juliana jokers. All right, Joey, what do you got over there?
All right, guys, and now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more, guys. So check it out. You only got a couple more days with those special management fees, the rebate on those management fees. All right, Christoph Ocean, what if I told you beta? Oh, okay, all right, I'm not going to read that out. Hang about it 1,000 times. What tough I know and things, person in chat finds it exciting. Oh, yeah, I mean, hey, it is what it is. All right, guys, what do we got going on here? Market finding another bounce off of those lows. The SPY looking kind of attractive to me right now, considering it's closer to the lower end of the range. Apple still continuing its recovery. We have Tesla starting to bounce as well, too, even though it did. Oh, there it goes.
It's open.
There it goes.
It's open. Here we go, guys. Okay. There we go.
All right.
Oh, we just took out some there.
I don't even know what I got open. I don't even know what I got open at.
Get a little bit more. It's losing the bid. It's about to drop below 35. Watch out there. All right, not bad, not bad. All right, here we go. Are you in?
I'm out. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I might get back in. I made a nice little print there, but it's gonna lose the bid. 35 buyers, guys. 35 buyers. There's a buyer at 35. It's a hidden order. Nothing is coming off the gateway. It's gonna lose 35, guys. It looks like that buyer may get exhausted. I haven't seen any prints below 35 as of yet. 35 buyers still. That is a one monster hidden buyer, excuse me. Look at that, Joey. There's no prints coming below 35 on any book. That is a monster buyer at 35, but how long can he hang on for?
How long can he hang on for?
Oh, no, we just flashed a little bit there. I think we saw a little bit of a drop. Man. Should we jump into that 35 buy here? This is a very aggressive defend, man.
This guy's holding right here. Look at that size there, Sharif.
That's aggressive defend there,
There you go. You get a nice little pop. There it is.
Oh, whoa.
A nice move up there. Pop to the
there it goes,
there
Joe.
It goes.
All right, let's keep an eye on this one. Look for continuation, guys. We know there's a 35 buyer, but if 35 gets tested again, how many more shares are left on that buy side order, that hidden buyer, guys? MDLN up 21.5%. There's a buyer at the $0.25 now, Joe. There's a buyer at 24s. There was a buy. Oh, it dropped aggressively into 10s. MDLN, guys, the biggest IPO of the year.
Let's go.
In terms of raising, defending
there
35.
There goes again, Sharif. There
like
goes.
Like a glove, Joey.
Look at the strength on this one.
Like a glove. All right, we're gonna do it live. We're punching back in. Let's go. Oh, what a move up, baby! Right, perfect time to get in.
Man.
Let's go, baby. We're taking it live. Let's go.
There it goes.
Let's keep going over here.
Move.
What do we got on, Joe? We got 25s.
You're still on there.
We got 25s, my boy. Here we go. Looking for a 50. There it goes. 50. We're gonna post up now, a little bit higher, Joey. We're gonna go to 75s now. Let's see. 50 seller, guys. 50, 55s now
there
showing
goes.
up.
It's still going.
Let's keep an eye out on this one, guys. Here we go. 60, Joey. Can we get a little higher? Let's take out some more over here. Shut up, Ram. All right, good luck.
There it goes,
How will we do it over here? Not a bad trade, baby. Not a bad trade at all. That puts us very positive on the day. Please just punch. Keep your eye on this one. I don't think it's done yet, Joe.
It's not.
That buyer at 35 was a staunchy, you know what, man.
That was crazy.
That was great. Okay. So keep an eye here, guys. We're still going here on MDLN, man. There is strength in the street right now. Let's look for that 75 clear. The buyers are stepping in, Joe. The buyers are stepping in, and they could be moving in into 36. Let's see if it wants to dip back down and give us an opportunity to buy. Here it is. Here it is. We're going to get in a little bit here. $0.50 break. A $0.50 breaks them out. Simple as that. $0.50 breaks them out. Where am I long? Did I get? How come it's not showing on the position board? What's going on, guys? MDLN. We're long at, where were we long? I can't even look away because I have to see if the 50 is going to break over here. Nope, defends. We're long at 64. Good. Continuation. Looking for more now.
I think
Let's see what this one has to do, bro. Let's see. I posted up at 75, but we're not getting continuation. Let's see if it drops below 50. I'm packing the patience over here on MDLN, looking for the move into 75, guys. Good strength on this one. There it goes, Joe.
There it goes,
my guy. Again, 75 seller, guys. 75 seller right now. He's moving down into 73. Okay, so that's what we're packing. There's a 75 buyer, a seller again, Joey. He's going to get run through. We're going to take off more here, baby.
You're going to get 36s.
36s. All right.
Yeah, watch. It's going to go to 36 here.
Here we go.
There it goes. Boom. There it goes. The 35.80.
Man. MDLN, it is continuing to go. It's a beautiful hold of 35. Here comes 36, very, very strong. Please just punch on this trade. What do you got, Joe?
Yeah, no, I got all out right out of the get, man. I had obviously hit the wrong key, but that's okay. We were positive. We go red to green just like that on MDLN. Let me pull it up for you guys. Sharif, Katina Man, and all the boys absolutely crushed it. So let's go.
What?
There it is, 36. There's 36. I told you we're gonna run.
There's 36, Joseph options.
We're gonna run to 36s.
Go ahead, baby.
We're gonna rock and roll on this. I can't even pull it up right now. As for this, there he is. Boom! There it is, Sharif.
Yes,
Katina
sir.
Man with some big time moves as we run into $36 on MDLN. We were in at 35s and out at 35.
There's 36,
That's all
Joey.
right, there it is. I called it out. You're gonna get that 36. There it is, 36.10 almost. So a big time move.
Big time.
In the IPO. Way to rock and roll, guys. This is how we do it. This is what it's all about, man. This is what we were waiting for. I'm gonna have to take a break after this.
It's so pretty.
Oh.
I didn't even notice the 4-box the whole time. That's hilarious.
Come over to the screen. You can see what I did right here.
Show him, Katina Man.
There you go, Katina Man. Party
There, that's
on,
energy,
man.
baby.
Can we
There
have
we
an
go.
overlay of our two charts?
Neil, you
Dang.
looked
They
so
might be
focused
identical.
when the camera was on you,
There's
brother. You
Neil.
looked so focused.
Oh, but you know what? So here's the thing. The other thing I look at is this. The 5-second chart on metal.
Nice.
All right, well,
nice.
Leah, you could have let us know that a while ago, bro.
No, the reason I'm upset is
Yeah,
this.
that's
It actually
huge.
stopped out under 35 multiple times, and then when it went, it was kind of crazy. And my average price is I have 25s. Like I'm long here on this little dip when I started to see it hold, and then just put the stop back to 30. So I'm going to take a little bit more. See that move there? Like take a little bit more out as I see it sort of break down underneath that support level. And if I see it get underneath like 35 and a quarter, I'll be out. So I'm just kind of like using the 5-second chart to find little support and resistance. At this point, I almost feel like it either breaks 36 or it doesn't. So hopefully it can break 36. But the frustrating thing about it is the initial opening print, which usually will always take more shares on the initial opening print, it stopped you out multiple times. So like, the ability to hold
I got stopped out once, and then I basically just punched right back in. So it breaks, like we get long, it goes up. Like that first print, you had no chance of getting that. I don't think so anyways. And then all of a sudden it breaks, and I get stopped out at 9. I got stopped out at 01. So for me, it didn't even really break, but I guess it does break. And then as soon as I saw it hold, I just punched right back in to the point where it turned our frown upside down. Needless to say there today, as we're still holding.
Nice.
So I've right now only got 20% of what I have left. So it's a big trade today for MDLN. So pretty happy with that performance. So we're cooking now.
Very good, Katina, man. Guys, come on, man. We've been putting a bunch of energy on for you guys. There's only 451 likes. Come on, guys. Let's get into the chat. Or get into the stream right there. Hit the like button. Let the algorithm know. No, Ram's hitting the fail. You should fail. She's putting the fail on the 451 likes, guys. Hit the like button. Let the algorithm know you like what you're watching. Wow, that was quick, Joey. 100 likes just like that.
Just like that,
I appreciate
man.
you
That's how
guys,
we
man.
go-
We all
we're gonna
appreciate
party,
that.
man.
Oh, 637, Joey. We really
If that
appreciate
doesn't
you
get,
guys.
what do we got, 5,000? Yeah, we need to get that to
man.
1,000, 20%, guys.
We
Let's go.
appreciate you guys, man.
Yeah,
Just
much
hit
appreciated.
hit the like button.
Let's
You know,
go.
obviously it helps with the algorithm. Everything's algorithmic these days, man. Guys, we're doing it live as well on RXRX. We got a good trade cooking here, Joey.
Dang.
We got 86s on. Here comes 5s. I'm waiting
that
at
hype.
99. So RXRX looking real good. 18 3/4, 18 2/3. Not a bad look there. We're going to continue with keeping an eye here on MDLN. Joey, I don't think this one's done. Right back into 36 it goes. There is a seller, though, a big seller at 36. Run for your life, bro. They're coming for you. Get it, Katina, man. Good hold there, Katina, man. There's a new intraday high. There it is, baby. 36.50. This one's really going. The buying is in the street. There's a 35 buyer. That 36 seller got decimated. I told him to run for his life.
go.
He didn't listen. Now we get an impossible opportunity here. He doesn't listen, Katina, man. I mean, I don't know what to tell him. I tried to warn him. Now, Joey,
Yeah,
as
buddy.
we get a little bit
Better.
closer into 36, you're going to find your boy punching in over here.
You're
And then
going
if it
in up
loses
there, up
36,
there.
I'm going to get out. It's simple as that.
All right,
Here
all
comes
right.
36. We want to hold here at 36. Now, we know there was a 36 seller.
Oh, there it
now,
goes.
can there be
Again.
a 36
There
buyer?
it goes again, baby.
Here we go, baby. This one is not done yet, up 25%. It was an outsized IPO. The opening or the IPO price for institutional buyers was towards the high end of the range. Oh, it flashed 35s there for a sec, super quick, and then rocketed right back up. So what I mean to tell you is, the reason Joseph, myself, the Katina man, Neil, everybody on the floor over here was so gung-ho with this IPO was for what we saw prior. You had an outsized IPO round. The IPO price was towards the top end of the range. The tap was constantly increasing as we watch this one into the open. What's it called? The paired volume, or sorry, the imbalance locator consistently showed, not always, consistently showed a buy-side imbalance. So these are the kind of things we try to gauge, before making a decision whether we want to get in or not. Joey, 36 is giving it up here. We got a couple of topping till candles. candles. In fact, this 5-minute candle does not look good. Monster topping tail candle in the 36.50, losing 36 now, dropping into that 35.90. Looks like it bottomed out there at 82. Keep your eye on this one. I don't think it's done yet, but technical levels, like if you're going to look to get in at 36 for a 36 hold, I don't think that that's the right idea right now, as we've seen zigging and zagging above whole dollar levels. Keep your eye out on this one.
Yeah, good stuff there. I mean, hey, man, I didn't make as much as I would like to, but that's irrelevant. We go from red to green once again, so we'll flip that one up. The boys have been having a fantastic day, and that's all that matters to me at the end of the day, as long as everyone else around me having a good one. I had to take a bite of my banana, all that excitement. It's going again, guys. It might break this 36.50 level. If only we could play music on this thing. Listen, I got this new song that's my favorite. I'll tell you it right now. Katina, man, I know you might like this song. It's literally called like "It Goes Like" by Penny Goo. That's my track.
Penny Hardaway?
Pardon me?
By Penny Hardaway?
No, but it's Penny Goo, I think.
You know what I heard? 21 Savage has a new song out, a new album out, and his new song is good. Yeah, it's called with Drake, but you won't if you don't like Drake. But it's called Mr. Recoup. You should definitely listen to it. It is.
What is this, the sequel to Mr. Right Now? Like, what, his name?
No, it's good, though. It's good. And the thing about Drake is, last year,
21, yeah.
he streamed 17.6 billion streams last year. Right there. Okay, here we go. MDLN.
Tina, man.
Yeah, we're still long TQs as well. So here's MDLN, high of the day. We just took some out. We are getting lighter and lighter on this as it goes up. But Joe, this one is the one that's crack-a-lacking right now.
My boy.
It is our TQQ play that we've reloaded numerous times, my boy. So it's been a nice move there, higher on this. Let's see if it gets going. But yeah, MDLN. Finally, this is what the lunch looks like right now. We haven't even opened it yet.
Haven't even opened the
Nah, man, we were waiting.
No, I can't wait.
Neil can't wait.
But here's my beef.
It was chicken.
Okay, but look at this tortilla, all right? This is
little minis.
It's too small. What are we talking? Look at the serving size.
There it goes. There it goes.
And 36. It's going 37s.
There it goes.
Going 37s, baby. Let's go.
Boat right now.
Yeah. We had the. Oh, there it is. This thing is skyrocketing. Yeah, nice move, Katina, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. No, I was going to say, it's just frustrating because, like, we saw it hold the IPO price. Like, it faked out. It broke for not even. Thankfully, we punched back in. I think we all did. And then boom to the upside. I'm upset because we have that 10% left. That's all. Like, we should have had a hell of a lot more. Joe, you know what kind of shares we were putting on there. It was enough to pay for many things. And right now, it'll still be a good Christmas. But at the end of the day, it's too bad. But, you know, you trade what's in front of you. And I'm just going to say, like, it looked like 36 was going to be a little bit of an issue. And if you had asked me when it opened,
it's going
37.
What?
If you had asked me when it opened and what it did in the first 5 minutes, if I would take 36s, I'd say yes. So the fact that it's at 37 now, sure, we put a couple G's outside right now because we don't have the shares. Like, we lose on that, but we still made enough to have a good little call here. So yeah, good play there. Gonna call the wife, eat some lunch, and be back for 2 p.m. as we'll talk more about this then. But hey, look, man, I'm just really proud that all four of us.
The iceberg.
There it goes. We're back in, Katina, man. We're back in, baby. There we go.
That is a monster.
Here we go.
Right
We got in 36.90, Joey. 36.50 showing up. Seller at 50. There's a seller at 50, guys. Dropping back down into the mid 40s, looking for continuation. Anything below 37, I flatten out, guys. Here we go. Looking for that move into 37.75. There's a third of a dollar inching up slowly. How many shares do we have? Yeah, we can hold on a little bit over here. But looking for that move into the 3/4 of a dollar. I'm going to use my flatten keys. Again, anything below 37, there we go. We drop into 37. I'll flatten that out. I'll get back in, though. Oh,
he'll get right back in, he said.
No. It's dropping into 37. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. We keep taking scalps, man. We took almost... Yeah, that was a decent winner there, man. We had 90s, we got out at 40s, not too bad. I'll take that 50 penny winner, not too bad.
Thanks.
MDLN, guys, it continues to give the stair step up, not bad. Let's look for that continuation now.
Might continue to
above the
squeeze,
$half, Joey.
This thing might go continuously higher.
It feels like it's going to continue to go.
Yeah, it honestly does, man. I'm going to get prepared some stuff here. And
you know what? You and I were talking off camera, and you had a bias, right?
Yeah.
You're like, look, guy, this is not.
There it goes, Sharif.
Yeah, man.
Again.
There's a seller at 44s again.
See, I'm just going to go because we were just right back. I mean, if we break through this high, this is a chase in my opinion, but we'll sit in this. If it breaks 37.20, we'll get out and hop right back in. I have no issues. But if we get any form of a pop here and punch through this high, then we're going to be rocking and rolling on this MDLN. So there's going to be a second entry.
Oh.
There it goes. There it goes again. All right, we'll take that. Oh, it
that
comes
seller
back.
at 50 is in trouble, though. It's going to pop up, man. That seller at 50 is in trouble.
I don't know. There was an aggressive rejection right there, Sharif. So I'm going to keep an eye out on that. We'll hold it for past 37s. And then that's it. Yeah, so that's getting a little bit aggressive to the downside. That's totally fine. I'm not crazy size or anything like that. We're about 5% of what I had on the actual opening, so not too bad whatsoever. Breaks 37s, we'll get out of that. We didn't get that break of that previous high, but it's a little bit of a chase up there, looking for that momentum play to continue, and we didn't get it just yet, but anything can happen on this IPO if it continues to climb higher.
There's a buyer at 9, guys. 37. There's 37 showing 37 buyer now. Let's see. There's a hidden buyer here at 37. We're unable to drop below it for the moment. There's a buyer at 37. Hidden order. There's nothing posted on the gateway. Yeah, we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Looking for continuation above 37. You're not immediately getting it as a selling coming in. Probably a lot of profit taking. 01's flashing now, and it keeps showing like it's going to show 36.99, but it doesn't quite make it down there as that hidden iceberg order continues to print. 99's just almost flashed again, but that buyer is posted at multiple gateways, and there's the drop back down now. Let's see if it reclaims 37. Not holding anything here. Keep continuing to watch, though. Very, very good strength on MDLN. MDLN on the day, 27% in Greensville. Where are the technical areas of support and resistance? Well, we can always look to that $0.50. That always seems to be a psychological area of support. But there was a few wicks here in the 40s. Here comes the $0.75 as this one drops down now below 37 to the tune of 25 pennies. Let's watch. Let's see. Let's let the price action develop. Pardon me. Let's let the price action develop and see where the buyers are going to step in, and if there's a specific area where the buyers and sellers, of course, are stepping in multiple times. Now, there's a buyer here at 75, but it's still not pumping up. So just because it's finding support at 75, it's not really getting anything in the way of support to move it back up. Take a look at the prints coming on the time and sales. They are blue, they are red, they are yellow, they are not green and orange. Green and orange will always be exuberant buying on my time and sales, but popping back off. Joey into the third of a dollar, defending the $0.50 here. MDLN, very interesting play on the day, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying this IPO launch. Probably the last of the year, the major one. There could be a couple of smaller IPOs here and there of the year. Of course, we'll be all looking forward, I know I will be, to the IPO of SpaceX. I think I might actually buy that and just hold it in my account. Or that would be, for me, that would be like getting in
When we
Tesla.
thinking SpaceX IPO? 26, mid
26, yeah, if you believe some of the rumors. Nothing, of course, is guaranteed at all, but
that one is going to be insane. Insane. I'm going to be sitting on some powder for that one.
For drive, I'm actually hold that in my account.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that might not be something that I just trade, but I hold. And you know, like he still owns 40% of the company, right? And so the question is, what people are speculating, does he get diluted because of the IPO, or is he going to insist on maintaining 40%? We've seen.
Maybe we take another stab here on.
Go ahead. I'm just going to keep talking about the Tesla IPO, or sorry, SpaceX IPO. And a lot of people are making the assumption that he won't want to get diluted so that he can maintain that aggressive positioning in the same way that he's trying to regain ownership interest in Tesla. He's down to 13% right now, but as we know, that new agreement, if it goes through, his new deal would push him up to likely 20. He's made it very clear he doesn't want to build a robot army. I don't want anyone building a robot army.
I do. You don't want the robot army?
I don't know. Anyway, He doesn't want to build a robot army, Joey, unless he has 20% of the company.
Bang.
That's what he
Let's
said
go.
there. All right, Joey, here comes
There we go.
37
we
again,
got right
baby.
back in, Sharif. Bang.
Let's hear it, man.
Yeah, let's go, man. So we're at 3660s, and then we get that pop up to 37s. We take a little bit out, just waiting for that to come into play. So yeah, a nice little move to the top side in MDLN. We're up 27.28% here. Let's see if we can make another push. There it is.
There's
Sharif.
37,
An
baby.
additional one up there. We like this. We like the looks of that. And there's another push. My boy, let's go.
Another one. Nice, Joey.
Bang. All right, that's what I'm talking about. Just like that, man. Some good stuff so far. Let's see if we can head towards the high of the day and climb higher up to 38 on MDLN. Risk off, so we have a little bit of breathing room right now. I still have 40% of the position. It took a couple attempts for us to get it rocking and rolling, but here we are, and we're ready to race.
I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Good job, Joey.
Here we go. Another pop to the top side there. The overall market's starting to come back in. I was thinking a potential short on NVDA, but why when we have this thing that's extremely volatile? Bang. There it is. Another pop.
There it is, Joey, into 37.50, my man.
This is what I'm talking about here. We gain what we just lost right back.
Good job,
as we're heading towards the high of the day. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Adara.
Keep an eye here in PZZA, Papa John's International. This one moving a little bit here as Chief Corporate Affairs Officer Madeline Chadwick announces her departure from the company on LinkedIn. This was later confirmed by Papa John's itself. Now, why this is significant is because we know there have been a lot of buyout rumors swirling for PZZA in recent months. So PZZA on watch. We send you back to Sharif and Joe.
Thank you
Pizza.
very
I'm
much
hungry.
for that.
All this taco and pizza talk, I'm hungry. I haven't had pizza in a long time.
What's the food back there?
It's tacos today, brother.
Taco
Wednesday.
Blasphemy, bro. You bring tacos on Tuesday, you don't bring them at all.
That's yeah.
No, I'll eat anything with protein, Joey. You know me, man.
Yeah, we eat anything.
Ram.
Stuff.
What happened to that video? I shared it with you, Ram. Told me to share it with you. Oh, you got it? Fabian?
There he goes, Obi.
She's not here. Okay. Ob's here.
Yeah.
Well, of
I wanna
course,
hear what
Ob's
this
here.
guy
There's
is.
an IPO, so Ob's got to know all about it. Shout out to my
Pizza
man.
one.
Yeah, okay, so this is an interesting price action. We're a little bit consolidative now, Joey. We've been kind of dancing around 36.50 to 37.50, I want to say, for, about 10 minutes or so. Looks like the high there, 37.57. The low of this area, I want to say 36.53. So you are locked within a bit of a dollar range for the last 10 minutes or so. So be on the lookout for that. There comes 37 again.
Yeah.
Let's see, Joey, does it take out 37.50? And if it does, decisively, do you get in there for a squeeze into 40? 38, of course, first. Let's see if it can break out of this range, whether to the high side or to the downside. If it breaks out of the range, we can get back in and then use the whatever area of the range we're on as support or resistance. So I'm going to continue to watch this one and see what it has to offer. Separately, I'm taking prints here nicely on RXRX into the high of day of 501. We're still holding some sharage here. We got 86s on. We're also holding DDL, but this one has done bupkiss. Bupkiss, I tell you, for a while with the area low there in the 75. 75 gets me out of this trade, so we're going to keep an eye out on that. Ram said it's for... That's not true. That's not true. Ford and Rivian are the BlackBerry and Palm Pilot. I think you mean Palm Pilot. Palm Pocket PC of the mobile world competing against Tesla, the iPhone of mobile world. Both BlackBerry and Palm Pocket PC are dead. I think you mean Palm Pilot. TAC 9090. I get your point, but I don't think
Someone said giggity.
Giggity, yeah. That's why is it getting blocked?
That's yeah. Why we over here? We need the giggity.
Streamlabs is finicky.
Giggity.
Finicky here, Joey. Let's put MDLN.
What did Fabian
What's
say
it
to
doing?
me this morning? Muscusi from Euro Trip. Have you ever seen that movie Euro Trip?
I have. That's
With the guy, that one scene when they're on the
classic.
train. Yeah, classic. He's like, oh, Muscusi. Yeah.
Guys, here's what I'm seeing on the 5-minute chart on MDLN. So let's take a look at this. So we definitely have lower highs, but we also have higher lows on the 5. So if you were to get in, for example, right here at 36.87 or whatever, right? You could give it to current bar low, which is below 36.60, or you can give it to prior bar low, 36.50. It really is depending on you, but you need to exercise sound risk management skills so that you're not getting caught off guard. MDLN, we're going to throw that on the side so it can update. So we got a compression pattern happening here, but we got to get out of this range for me to get interested on this one because we're still stuck within this range. Ram, where's that video, bro? I shared it with you. I shared it with Ram.
Yeah,
all right, we're gonna take a little bit of a break now, and we're gonna send you to the big desk with the Derek.
Starving. I shouldn't say that.
But I hear on the market, starting to see comments from Fed's boss. He's supposed to start speaking around 12:30 p.m., but I believe this is the first comment I've seen in his speech. He's saying that even though it's a close call, right now inflation is more concerning than jobs. Now, why is this significant? Because we know that a lot of these Fed members in their speeches have been saying that concerns about job weakness have been the reason that they've opted for rate cuts. Well, if inflation is more of a concern, this could potentially lead to a little bit more hawkishness going forward. So again, we have Bostic saying that even though it's a close call, right now he's more concerned about inflation than he is about the job state. Back to you.
No, I always tell Selena, I'm like,
What do you tell her?
she's always like, I'm starving. I'm like, trust me, you're not starving. You're just really hungry. All right?
What? Come on, bro.
You know what I mean? So when I say that, I'm like, I always catch myself because you're technically
Where do you guys
not
end up
starving.
eating a lot?
At home, brother.
Yeah, you don't have like a go-to spot.
No,
that
we're at
likes to eat out at?
No, we're a cook. Hey man, we gotta stay in shape here, brother.
No, convince me.
Yeah,
about
we're a cook at home type people. We go out once in a while. If it is, we'll get Batty Alleys or something like that.
Okay, how about this? Rather than a place,
Yeah.
What's your favorite type of food as a couple?
That's a
keeping
good
an
point.
eye
It would probably have to be pizza.
Pizza?
Yeah, Batty Alleys.
Oh, that's what that is?
Yeah,
Pizza? I don't
yeah,
know.
Batty Alleys. Probably the top stuff right there.
I thought you were gonna tell me something exotic. You know, like
No,
I don't know.
she likes her
Ethiopian
Indian food.
or
No,
something like that. You know, I don't know.
do you like Ethiopian
well,
food?
I personally, I don't mind it. Just keeping an eye here on
Someone said
MDLN,
legs.
guys, because
Someone said
I want to see if
legs.
this breaks out through 50. If this goes through 50, this is going to be interesting. Yeah, it's still definitely stuck within a range, but it's towards the higher end of the range now.
Scott, I kind of disagree. I think it's significantly cheaper to eat clean at home because I think about it. You can get
I would
5.
agree with that.
Yeah, it's significantly cheaper. Like I can get 5 chicken breasts here at Farm Boy for $20, and I buy a bag of rice and a couple
Easily.
of vegetables, $30. If I was really doing, I can eat that for the whole week.
Okay.
Right, opposed to one meal. You go get a shawarma across the street. It's $20. It's
easy.
$25.
Yeah, no, I 100%
It's
agree with
significantly cheaper to eat at home.
I love cooking my own food too,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
you know
I've always been like
right?
that. Like I've always liked to eat at home. So yeah, that's just how I always.
I respect that, man. That's nothing wrong with that. Are you a good cook though, Joey?
Yeah, I would like to think so. I think people. I'm good on the queue, right? I specialize
know
in
that. That I
barbecue.
knew.
Yeah, I'm a
That I
big
knew.
barbecue guy. Yeah, I would like to classify myself as a pretty good cook. I think like considering Sharif,
sir.
just when you're working out all the time, it's just best to start making your own meals. And I was doing that from a young age, and I guess you just progress over time, right?
Goodness, yes.
Yeah.
Goodness,
So
yes.
yeah, I would like to think.
Guys,
so.
we're still stuck in this range here. It's a compression pattern. You can see the lower highs and the higher lows. Prior bar low is 36.60. We're at 75 now. Look for a hold of prior bar low. We've held every single prior bar low since this thing IPO'd. This one might give it up. Here we go. We're showing 65.59. We just broke it momentarily.
Yeah, bro.
Let's see. Oh, no. Blood is in the streets, Joey.
Yeah.
It's heading
Obi-
down to 36.
Obi, did you avert that? This guy was here.
I know.
He's not here anymore.
Definitely looking at that reversion, but yeah, unless he's sitting down or a resting order. That was the hint there. That is the first prior bar low breach that we've got on the day since this thing opened, but it's being bought aggressively right now. Bouncing, current bar low, guys, 36.13. So it doesn't even make it down to 36, but keep your eye out on this one. Definitely some selling coming in now. It was a compression pattern, and I kept yelling compression pattern because I had lower highs but higher lows, and that's what I was keeping my eye on to see whether or not it was going to breach prior bar low. On the 5-minute chart, I negated to mention that, and it did breach it. And then once it breached it, we saw what happened. All hell broke loose to the downside. So keep your eye on this one and make sure you are practicing sound risk management skills or practices. So that's what we're doing. We're still holding DDL over here at 82. It's showing me 81s. I don't mind holding this because given This has had 3 bull flags form. This is the longest of the consolidations components of the bull flag. It hasn't given it up though. It hasn't even dropped to VWAP. So I got a bias that this one breaks into 3. Whether or not it does, that's kind of what we do trading for, right? We put risk on our, or the odds on our side. And I feel that DDL has the possibility to break into 3, and I've layered the orders there. So that's what I'm doing there.
Yeah, Nigerian jollof rice. I don't know if I'm saying it right, jollof rice. I wasn't like, it's okay. I don't love it, to be honest with you. It's all right. But yeah, I like to stick with the rice and peas and stuff like that. $20 for 5 chicken breasts is actually pretty cheap.
Not bad.
Person in the
yeah. What's really gotten expensive is meat.
Yeah, man.
Beef and veal.
I know I've asked you. Oh, there we go, Bang. There we go. We're ready to party.
Oh, here we go, baby. All right, so this is my PR, guys. It's a PR not in terms of weight, in terms of reps. I've never done 4 clean all the way down reps of 365 on the bar. So that is 3 45s and a 25 on each side for anybody who's counting there. So this is kind of my shtick. Let's see. Oh yeah, there we go. Make sure that the weight shows up there, Joey. Everybody's got to audit the weight. Now, check out the range, though, my boy. Check out that range. There we go, and it's an easy move on the way up. This felt good. No, seriously, though. And what I've really been trying to focus on is activation
That's all you get,
through the glutes
seconds.
rather than activation through the quad. So I really try to make sure my glutes almost have, like, caught the weight on the way down. And once I feel that, it's kind of hard to explain, that hook, I initiate the movement from the glute rather than the quad, and that's really helped, especially on the knees. The pressure on the knees is a lot better.
The gluteus max.
Bro got traps on his toes, says Hinzy. No, I don't,
look
man.
Look at MDLN go right back up there.
MDLN is moving back up, Joey. Yeah, that's I'm really proud of that. Now, next, you know what you're going to see on the bar next?
What's that? 4 plates?
4 plates. We're going to put 4 on the bar.
All right, we got to get some.
We're going to go for a 2-banger on that.
Make sure you don't got those fake weights on.
Fake weights. Yes, Good Life has fake weights, Joey. I got fake red weights like the Good Life was, and then I set them up.
Ramina's proud of you, by the way.
45 plate. Thank you, Ram. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Nick Diaz, man. Yeah, hit the gym, baby. It's 2 a day now. So since we have changed our format on the show, we're going live, by the way, guys, at 8 a.m. So I don't do any of my 5 a.m. sessions anymore. Those have been kibosh because I have to be here super early to do the morning note. So now I'm doing my doubles, and it's actually turning into a better format. I'm doing a 45-minute strength workout at Good Life right down the road for basically 9:30. Well, I get there about 9:45 to about 10:30, and that is far better than waking up 5 in the morning with crust in your eyes, hating life, and not wanting to work out. So that has certainly helped the routine, and I'm kind of happy.
Nothing wrong with a little crust.
I hate it, bro. I can't get behind. I did it for almost a year. I hate it. I hate.
I like it in the summer. I think it's significantly easier in the summertime than it is in the wintertime.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Because of the early sun, right? Yeah, I completely agree with that. Do them live on stream, says Machiavelli. Yeah, you bring all the weights. You carry all the weights over here, and I'll do them.
We just bring the stream to you, my boy.
That's funny. Bovin, Sharif, MDNX, and INO moving into higher days. Let's see what the OG Bovin's talking about. Bring me a chart over here. Guys, we're still accumulating here, Joey. This looks like it was a bull trap, eh? A bear trap. It got everybody down into 36.12, and look what we're doing. We're moving right back up. This is MDLN, by the way. So we're still right back into 37s with that 37.25 now acting as resistance. But let's see what the OG Bovin is referring to there. Where's his message? I lost his message. That's no good. All right, Bovin, where's his name? There it is, MNDX. Let's take a look. MDNX? MDNX, yeah, do your thing, Joe. MDNX, let's take a look. That's not working, Bovin. So MDNX is not a ticker, MDNX. It's not, let's see the one that you talked about there. The next one, INO. Inovio Pharmaceuticals, that one I know. That's a former runner, up 13%, 12.93, not bad, 265 seller. Holding generally here the trend of higher lows and higher highs. Yeah, I could be persuaded to get back in. What I want to see though, Bovin, does it test that 20 EMA on the 5 like it did last time into 2 high 50s? So INO, certainly not a bad looker. Definitely keep an eye out for that. We're going to throw it onto the side chart. We're going to take off IMG. Bhavin, tag me with the other one. MGNX, he says. MGNX. Let's take a look at that one. GNX. Let's see. That is a rocket ship. Good call, Bhavin, up 12 1/5. But this one moving later in the day, really only catching a bid there, breaking out through a $1.44, a $1.42, which was the implied balance. That's not even the implied balance high, man. Yeah, that is implied balance high. Excuse me, $1.42 now up to 143. I like 148 as possible support. Otherwise, you're looking for that implied balance high at around a $1.43 to get tested again. That's MGNX. That's the ticker there. We'll keep an eye out on that. I'm still in DDL as this one is still holding that 75 penny, 80 penny area. I've layered all my orders. So if this one does get a price spike up, I get filled even if I'm not looking at the screen. And then we're still holding RXRX, guys. We're holding through for a break of 5. It's been accumulating here into 99s for a while now. The high of the day is exactly 501. We've been unable to breach that. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one as well. I don't mind continuing to hold here on RXRX. We have 86s, so that gives me a bit of room. But we have been talking, of course, all about MDLN, the new IPO on the day, up almost 28%, 27.5%. Still zigging and zagging here, a little above 37, a little bit below 37, but the range has tightened up. It feels like it's no longer a 37.50 range. It's more of a 37.25, 37.25 range. And you've been seeing all the closing prints, wick or otherwise, reject off that $0.25. So the question I have for myself is, do you get long after the $0.25 break, which we're about to get to right now, or do you still wait for that $0.50 break? Because that is the ultimate high of the day. And we saw multiple rejections off 37.50 earlier. So even if you get above a $0.25, you're still going to be dealing with that $0.50 seller. Here we are. Now we're moving into that $0.25 area. I saw a couple of prints above it, but right back down we go. As soon as we touch that $0.25, the selling comes in and down we go into 37. So MDNL is not done, brother. MDLN is not done. It's continuing to range into that $0.25, Joey, as I was just mentioning to the chat, and it still has that 50 seller as well. Now it's got a $0.25 seller and a 50 penny seller here on MDNL. I might get back into this one, man. It's putting in higher lows,
I'm honestly thinking about the exact same thing, to be honest with you, man.
It's just the selling here. It's a staunchy seller at 25, a staunchy seller at 50, Joey, even though it is putting in higher lows, looking very flat top breakish.
Yeah.
You got to get it at the right price. And then you also have to deal with that candle, the one that closed at 120, where it had a high. The high of that candle, Joey, was 37.24. The low was 36.13. That's over $1 worth of range on one candle. So be on the lookout there. What else you got?
No, it literally comes into the price. The bid hits it at 50.10, and then it just bounces right off. It doesn't even give me a fill. And I'm like, I got some good shares, almost as much as I had on that MDLN trade. I'm looking for this move right here, and it just keeps bouncing off of this level. I'm going to be a little bit more patient. Don't want to get frustrated. Also, don't want the momentum to get too aggressive because I'm only giving this 10 cents, right? I have no issues with that, but we're printing 13s. Okay, we touched 12s on the bid. We touched 12s. Come on, give us 11s. I'm surprised. There we go. Bang, bang. We're going to catch the fill. I'm going to pull it up over here. There it is. All right, so now we are long the TQs, guys, at 50 10s, and we're only giving it to 50. If the market wants to head lower, then Amazon's selling, so that's not a good sign. I'm going to take a profit target. I'm trying to get 50 20s. We're only giving this 10 cents of risk right now, and it's not looking too good. All right, we'll take it. MDLN still hovering around this, forming somewhat of a bull flag, I'm thinking here, guys. So be prepared that there might be an additional leg higher in this name. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Let's head over to TQs, as this has been working for us. I wanted an earlier fill on this one. Once again, we're only risking 10 cents on this. I'm in on full size, full disclosure, so 50, we're at a dodge on this. We'll keep that relatively tight to see if we can get a bounce up into 50 20s. That's going to be primary target. Any form of a move higher in Tesla, NVDA, silver. All right, there we go. We'll take it. Come on. Yeah, you can do it.
I'm back in with you. I got 5.
I'm not in MD.
Oh,
I'm not in. Okay, you're in. Okay,
off
nice.
37.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so sorry, 50/20s is my 1-to-1. That's 10 cents each way. So we're gonna wait and hold off until we get to that specific level. But MDLN looking pretty good, Sharif. Bull flagging. What do you got on that? 37.05.
Seller at 25 again, Joe.
Yeah, big time, big time. So you might get this move here. If it breaks up, it might pop
seller.
aggressively. There it is. There it is, Sharif. It's coming.
Nah, man, that seller at 25 is a bugger. We can't shake him. It's a monster seller at 25. Here we go. We're showing 24s now, so that's selling aggressive. There it goes, Joe.
There it is.
Boom! Into the high, baby. Boom.
Boy, yeah,
very
like
happy
that,
with
man.
this trade, man. There we go.
one.
Into the high on MDLN, man. We took out 50s there.
go.
We took out 50 pennies, quick as you like. Let's see now. Does it clear 50, Joey? That's what I want to see. Now it's a 51 high of day. Let's see if it clears 50. If it clears 50, we can use 50, 37.50, as that area of support, but it's got to clear it first and clear it decisively.
All right.
I'm not talking about a 1 penny wick like we just got, 37.51 now. That is the official high of day, but that's not, that's not what we're looking for here. So here's 50 again, Joe. This one is not done yet. The higher lows are operative here. You can feel that. The higher lows mean that the buyers are picking it up at higher and higher prices on every successive drop. So we're consolidating at that 50 area like we were before. Let's keep an eye out on this one. I think this has more to give.
No, why you? Tesla's really, really ishing the bed right now, heading lower, man. Not too good of a look, and Amazon bleeding as well too. Word long the TQs. If these big boys don't get any form of a pop, we're not asking for much. We want to take some off out of
I love when you say that.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, it is what it is. But these big boys are weak. There's been no buying really in Tesla, just more or less a breath here and there. So yeah, I think we're in at the right place. It's not looking good. You do have that bear flag being formed, guys. And if this bottom brings out, watch out for that additional leg lower. Anything south of that, we can look for an additional, some more additional indecision prints in that specific level. But other than that, let's see if we can get that, Sharif. We're still holding up around 37.30s on MDLN. That's pretty good. You had 05, so you caught 50 cents just like that pretty quick.
Good.
So nice work on that front, brother. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Someone start buying this stuff up. Amazon, you can do it. NVDA, if there's faith in any ticker, it's you to start to climb higher. It's you. You are the chosen one, Mr. Jensen and Company. Let's see if we can get this bounce in TQs, guys.
I like it. I like it. I'm still out of MDLN. We took that 50 penny move from 37.05, almost 50 penny, 45 into 37.5 again. We're gonna look for more, man. I'm looking now for a decisive clearing of 37.50 and a move past that level. That will get me back into the trade. That doesn't mean it's gonna be clean. We already saw what this one has to offer in terms of bamboozlement. Katina Man is continuing to go, eh? Higher lows, Katina Man, that's what I'm seeing. The Katina Man is still long on MDLN. This is very possible that this can happen to us. Look at this candle here at 120. You get into that 37.25, you're like, okay, yeah, we're consolidating, everything's fine. And then this happens, 36.14. That's $1 drop, more than $1 drop. And I don't know if, somebody can stomach that in terms of risk management, but we are continuing here to work our way up into 50, Joey. Look at the selling at 50, man. Come in here. Aggressive selling at 50, and there's more size coming onto the gateway. It feels like, though, that huge seller at $50 may get run through here. Let's see as this one starts accumulating at the $50, looking to take it out. Not immediately apparent whether that's going to get taken out or not. Not as much size, though, coming in at 50. Let's watch for continuation here above the $50 and a price spike up maybe 37.75, 37.80. Look for the drop back down to test the $50 and to see what it does there. We're still selling here at 50, guys. There's no print coming above 50. I'm keeping my eye, even on the mid prints, not quite yet. That 50 seller still holding us down. There it goes,
there
Joe.
Goes, Sharif,
there's a new high a day into 67.
Go,
good look now. Let's see if it wants to test that $50 penny area again, or whether now we've got a bit of a blue sky setup into $40. There's a seller at 64. The spread is now 1 penny It was 63 on the bid, 64 on the ask. Can we see a little bit more here, Joey? Are you involved?
No. I'm in TQs. We just hit our 1-to-1. I took 10% off of that one. You can continue, or it doesn't even matter. Let's go. Nice pop up there. 37s. You're back in, right?
No,
okay, you're not back in.
I'm looking for a dip. There we go. 50.
Yeah,
There's a buyer
let's
of 50.
get this done here, man. This is an absolute monster of a day. The energy is here. All right, new traders. Listen up, first month free, that's right, we're waiving fees, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast, insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Ready to elevate your trading, execute your best trades now. Click the link in the description. All right, I gotta get out of this trade, man. Yeah, it's crazy, but no, I just lost on it. Like, oh,
sorry, bro. Yeah, well, I gotta Assassino, man. For me. Okay, so here we go, guys. We lost the 37.50. We lost 37.50 on this one. It is dropping back down. So here we go. A current bar low. Current bar low, 37.12. So it's defended 37. Right, in addition, it is higher lows and higher highs on these candles. We still haven't breached prior bar low. Seller at 50 again. He's a staunchy little bugger. He's trying to ruin everybody's long party here on this new IPO. But there he gets taken out. Now, can we actually use 50 as support? We haven't been able to use 50 as support. It's been breaching it. You guys saw it just dropped into the 20s, and it's dropping again into the 40s. Let's see what this one does. That's why I didn't want to punch in, man. I just didn't like what I saw. Usually you get an aggressive move into 38 or something like that. Then it'll come back in, maybe test the 50s. We didn't get that. We got 37.74, Katina, man. So that's what we're going to keep an eye on right now. MDLN up 28%. Woo. Been a day.
Yeah, it has been, man.
It's been a day.
Yeah. Joey Prince and Joey Reeds, I know.
Yeah, well, that's the way it is, man.
That's how it is, yeah.
Yeah, well, he was trying to trade, Ryan. Come on, man. You know that, right?
Legit.
I mean, he's trying to punch into positions where you're.
I was in, man. I was in.
I know you were, man. I know you were. All right, guys, let's look at a little bit of a market context over here. We've been talking a lot of IPO. What I really want to point out to everybody here is the blood that we are seeing in the semiconductors microchip space. It has been a very, very bad day with the likes of ARM down 6 1/3, AMD 4 1/3, AVGO 5 1/3. You got NVIDIA almost 3 1/4 right now. ASML down 5%. For the name, Micron also down 3%. This one does report after the bell. You've also got Lam Research almost 5% in negative territory. Looks like those are the biggest losers on the day. All the other ones are like 2 or 3%, but it has been a very, very bad day in the world of semiconductors, microcaps, likely as we unwind some of the AI trade, at least locally. PDD also down here 4%. Just looking at some of the Chinese ADRs, doesn't look like there's much in the way of a buy on the Chinese ADRs as well. Bitcoin, Joey, down again into 86, down almost 1.5. ETH really taking it on the chin, 3 3/4 down, well below now 3,000 into 2837. Let's see the military names as well. Defense sector. Not too bad there. How are the memes? We got GameStop up 2 1/3 as Michael Burry now. He wants to be the new Roaring Kitty? Like, what the hell is going on? The Burman, he was supposed to drop that research note on Sunday, said he got busy, couldn't do it. I think he dropped it a couple of days later. Anyway, GameStop up 2 1/3. Not the same thing for AMC. They are not the same company. Of course, don't same fundamentals. How we doing here? Cybersecurity also getting crushed. Looks Pandubs down 0.8. CrowdStrike down 2.5. Zscaler down 1. Your boy there, Benioff and Company, up 2% for CRM.
Yeah. Watch out for Benioff and crew there, Shreve.
Benioff and crew.
So I think obviously Agent Force has potential to get. That's what it's called.
The other thing I wanted to point out, Joey, if you're looking for strength in the market, you can look at weed.
Where are we looking?
MSOX, 12.84%. MSOS, of course, not the leverage ETF, up 6.5%. You got the likes of Tilray down, though, bucking the overall trend there, down 7.4% for Tilray. Biotech names, for whatever reason, Moderna's running up 2 1/3, maybe kind of just bucking the trend there. Reddit up 3 3/4. Good day for Reddit today on the name. Snapchat as well, Joey. I know you were looking at that, 4.5% in greens.
No,
that was who was that?
Katina Man.
Katina Man, that's right. He's been talking about that. 4.5% in Greensville for Snapchat. CSIQ, Canadian Solar, also up 4%. Good strength there. Yeah, it's been mostly a red day there in the market. That's why I want to point out some of the names.
You see the additional, look at this volume step in here, Sharif.
Volume.
Yeah, volume here. See, look at this. Look at this step in on the lower time frames on the TQs and on the SPY.
What do you make of that?
I mean, it could be multiple things here. We did crack and we put in a new leg lower, so maybe this might be it. Maybe we halt a little, or not halt, but this could be classified as stopping volume as we are south of a key support level. You had that momentum to the downside, and then now you're starting to get that buying pressure step right back in. I think it was led by a couple names, and that's going to be Amazon and Tesla. Flushes to the downside as the momentum is still continuing here in TSLA. We got no participation to the top side, especially after what we've seen on yesterday's session. I'm a little surprised by that, but come tomorrow, maybe we can get that solid move back up there. Sharif.
All right, man, I like it. I'm still holding here DDL at 82s on break even. I've got a bias that this one trends to the high side. You don't have an aggressive move like that and then consolidate for 2 hours and then drop in the more liquid part of the day. That's my bias. I could be wrong, of course, but DDL continuing to trade sideways after having multiple stair-step up bull flag patterns. So we'll see what this one has to offer. But if you are a small cap gapper trader like myself, INO, above and special, continues to trend higher. Beautiful breakout there for INO into the high of the day, 271. This one, though, is suffering from the same affliction that, plagues a lot of these small cap gappers, is they have great chart patterns, but the volume is not really there to support it. So volume, of course, relative given to the price. This one has 2.85 million shares on the day, and it's at $2.71. So that's a little bit light, but when we take a look at the spread, it is a 1 penny spread, so we're not having to deal with a wider spread and the illiquidity that comes with that. So INO at the day high. I should mention to you guys that a good buy area, if this one pulls back, is at 265. Ooh. You had a rejection initially at 265, and then you got a consolidation area top at 265, and then you got the breakout into 71. In addition to that, the 10 moving average on the 5 is also showing 265. So that could be a nice area of support. The bedhead guy.
What's he saying?
Sharif, I traded the Asian session. Glad I stayed out of this madness. LOL, Asia is a lot less stressful, that's what I hear, brother, than New York these days. Feels good already, have made my money and not forcing trades in the NYC. Look, I love what you have to say, but it's gonna lead me to this segue. Okay. And the segue is, we know that the NASDAQ is looking at going 24.5, right? We know that for a fact. Let's talk about this SSE. We're going to show them here what's going on. We haven't done the news segment. We probably won't, but we're going to take this opportunity to look at this. The NASDAQ plans to file with the SEC to allow nearly 24-hour trading, expanding to 23 hours per weekday if approved. What? I thought you were talking to me. The proposal would split trading into a day session from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. and then followed by a 1-hour pause and then a night session, 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. So you needn't trade on Blue Ocean. You're going to be able to trade on the NASDAQ gateway, which is a lot better for liquidity and for fees, mind you. If regulators sign off, Joey, the new structure would not launch until the second half of 26, giving, of course, the markets time to adopt. Now, there are critics of this. Critics argue the move risks thinner liquidity, sharper overnight price swings, and greater market instability. And then the concern is that extended trading hours doesn't create new liquidity, but instead it spreads the same liquidity over a bigger period of time, which creates volume thinning during the more liquid time of the day where people are up. But there's also the kind of the look there that, these people need time to, do their institutional things at the corporate level to be able to meet and to, you know, make announcements and stuff like that. And if there's 23-hour, 5 days a week trading, that could affect, you know, some of the release scheduling of some of these headlines. So that's what people are saying there. But we already know that Robinhood already offers you near 24-hour trading on a lot of names.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, here, Blue Ocean is as good as almost anything. If your broker allows you to trade it, then it doesn't matter at this point. You can trade in the post. We're pretty much already at that if you think about it. Monday to Thursday. Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, we're pretty much almost at that point, especially if your broker allows it to you. And I'm going to add this point.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I think I like the less liquidity. I like less participants. Why? Because that's less individual biases stepping into the market, causing more fluctuating price action. Blue Ocean PA is significantly cleaner. Why? Because there's less participants. I don't think it's going to change anything substantially. Like if you're trading still the Teslas, the Apples, and everything, it's not going to change drastically, in my opinion. But with other names, it might, and you might see some cleaner PA. Less participants, I think, is good, especially in extremely high float, high liquid assets.
I respect that.
Yeah.
Let's see what's
Blue Ocean is great, honestly. I love trading.
The
Blue
fees
Ocean.
are higher though, Joey.
They're a little bit higher, but you can stomach that.
There is illiquidity.
It's not tight all the time, right? It's not tight all the time, and it's not liquid through the whole duration of it, right? It's usually the first couple hours is when you have the ability to do so. But when you pick a direction, you find a direction, it typically trades within that. And if there's reversal signals, you can identify them, and you can trade based off of that as well. So
it's not bamboozling. Okay,
no, not overly. I mean, the more illiquid you get, obviously you're at risk of larger participants stepping in and gapping you up, gapping you down from a Blue Ocean standpoint, but I like it.
Roland Joe, institutions still won't trade late nights though, Sharif, or will there be, I'm assuming you mean there be overnight trading for institutions? Hard to tell, but you gotta assume, right, if there is a certain, let's just say a pension fund that wants to accumulate a position, I'm just gonna throw any name out there, Netflix, okay? And there is a very advantageous price overnight, why wouldn't they be accumulating at a more advantageous price than the one that they had during the day? So I don't see the logic, unless there is a technical reason why institutions don't trade through algorithms, of course, not with traders there at night. I don't see the reason why. I'd love to hear somebody else's opinion though, because I'm just spitballing here, nothing that I know for certain.
And Ichiro was saying, so I forget
let's hear it.
Exactly how. So he's like, what about options? So I'm pretty sure that options are looking to start to open around 7:30 or 8 a.m. and then there's going to be a 10-minute grace period before the open, and then run until 5 o'clock. Because right now, the fact that you can't open or close a contract in the pre-market, I think is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, the options thing really needs to improve.
They need to improve.
Yeah, I agree with
big
that.
Time. There's
that's
zero
CME though,
reason.
Right? That's
Yeah.
So
there's zero reason. Like, I mean, there's obviously little tricks of the trade that you can do to lock in profit, and I talk about this all the time, whether you're trading earnings or in the pre or post market, you can just sell or buy shares against whatever direction your option contract is in, but you also need the buying power to do
fair.
so,
Yeah,
right?
well, yeah, of course.
Right? Like if you're like, hey, I want to trade this name earnings, but I want to go the options route, you buy it before the close, you get the pop that you're looking for, there's nothing you can really do, but what you can do is sell shares at that specific level, and then it locks that price in.
Oh, that's not a bad idea at all.
Or if you're going the opposite, buy shares, and then essentially it locks you in at that price, so then come the open, you just close both of the positions simultaneously.
Understood.
Yeah.
Potter's World 86, regular day traders will win in 23-hour trading. Business will not trade in that time slot. Why do you feel that way though? But I mean, I respect your opinion, but tell me why you feel that businesses or institutions, to use the other term, why they won't allow their algorithms to trade overnight if there is, a desire for them to accumulate a position in a certain stock and you're getting beneficial prices at night better than you got during the day. I'm just giving you any hypothetical scenario. What would keep them out of that is what I'm trying to ask there. Jose Fino Fiera, it won't be the manager placing a big trade at 2 a.m., for example. No, for certainly not. But we know that most of the institutional trades and accumulations of positions are done through algorithmic trading. At least that's my understanding. Of course, there is still, regular people behind that. UNS 33G, they tank the market at night. It can swing both ways. I realize that. But now that if there was going to be 23-hour trading, other than the illiquidity, what will force the market to go down at night? Like what is inherent in 23/5 trading that's going to force it down? That's kind of what I'm asking in the chat. So tag me. The bedhead guy he goes on to say, you also got to take into consideration that European and Asian institutions will trade during their day hours.
That is a valid
accurate.
point. Yes, exactly. So what you may lose from the American side, you can gain from the Eastern side of the world. So that is a very valid point. I like that.
Great question, Ichiro. Now I love this. Will circuit breakers stay in effect at night? We need to find that out.
That's a key. Obviously, this is some of the things that need to be ironed out. Like, are we going to have those halts?
Here's the deal. I'm making an inference.
Yeah.
Based on what we're currently doing right now, which is 4 a.m. to 9:30.
Yep.
And those are regular exchanges. We're not on Blue Ocean. And then 4 to 8. There's no volatility halts.
Yeah.
There are none.
There's no,
right?
there's none of those halts, man.
If they continue with that, then no, Ichiro. But we'll have to find out. That's a great question, man.
Very good question.
Fantastic. Yeah. Jose Fino Fiere. The key thing y'all are missing is they do trade at every time if there is a trade to be placed. It's not the manager placing the bet. Or the trader on the floor is. Again, I'm going to keep going back to the same thing though, right? If there is an algorithm that wants to accumulate a position on a certain stock, what is restricting it in terms of timing other than, a disadvantageous price? But if the advantageous price is there, 23.5, then why not execute on it? Again, that's just my little 2 cents there, but we'll have to see what it does. But an interesting story from the NASDAQ. We already know the NYSE wants to do it. They've already been talking about that. So I think more people are interested in the NASDAQ now with most big names listed on the
bigger
NASDAQ.
names on there.
Of course.
All the fugaziness that comes with the,
I'm not going to mind it. What I want to see is if the broker just start charging you more.
Probably.
Number one, for filling. And number two, whether to get data overnight.
Yeah.
Like,
boom, there you go.
There's
more. You can bring in more revenue from.
You can bring in more revenue for the brokerages,
from the
right?
brokerages, which is so buy IBKR, man.
There you go.
Do that. Don't listen to what I just said there.
Joey, we're still putting in higher lows on MDLN. The trade is not over. In fact, we just got into the all-time high, 37.90. This one is not done yet. The higher lows are what's operative here, guys. It feels like it was a bit of a bull flag between 36.50 to 37.50. It feels like we have cleared that 37.50 and we are on our way to 38. Realistically, given how this one is trading, when all is said and done, we could see a 40 print by the time the closing bell comes around, which is about 2 hours and 5 minutes from now, man. So MDLN, new IPO, and it's doing real well, man. Can't complain about this one at all. We had prints all the way into about 36.5. Now it's about to take out 38, or feels like it anyway. So we're gonna keep an eye out on that.
I think like Ichiro, he's saying, it's awesome. I think both Sharif and I will agree on that. I've had it for 5 years now, a little bit more than that. I don't think the fees are that bad. You pay a $50 a ticket or something like that.
It's not the best. It's not like free, what's it called?
No, but you
New high day. 38, Joey.
Yeah, you do get, in my opinion, you get the execution is flawless on that thing.
Yeah, I have no complaints with execution.
Ever.
No.
I've never, see the thing is though, when I was trading at home and I was using a different combination, IBKR connected to a different platform.
Oh yeah.
I never, ever, when I clicked that button to buy, every single time I got what
you got what
every single time. There was no questioning it. Every single time, and that's what I really liked it.
Guys, MDLN is churning a whole lot of shares at $38, dropping now $37.97. It's done almost 50 million shares, 46.93 million. It feels like we are on the way to breaking $38. In fact, I'm seeing here on my side charts that the high of the day is $38.01. So there was a measly print that printed above $38, at least very momentarily, but it seems to me like it is more like 38. That's obviously with resistance here. Here come the buyers, though. There was a lot of orange and a lot of green on the time and sales there, flashing like it was about to clear 38.01. Here we go. Can we get a breakout? We're going to get back in. New high of day, 38.09. Here we go again. No, I'm not. The IPO continues to move up, guys, and the spread is reasonable. Right now, 7 pennies. I've seen it as tight as 1, but 38 not giving up its secrets quite yet, Joey. Dropping below 38 again as the spread does open up a little bit, up 31%. But the higher lows, keep your eye out on that. And quite frankly, if you've been getting in with the strategy of taking out at prior bar low, you have not been stopped out, at least not since the breakout or the 140 candle. It's been holding up at higher lows quite well. There's another high of day, 38.23. It continues to go here, guys. As we wind down the show, we're about to send you to the Katina Man and Neil, who are getting all locked and loaded. I'm going to move up to the big desk, and then we'll do the afternoon rundown, where I'm hoping that there will have been a lot of votes, Assassino, for MDLN. Let's take a quick look there at the what's it called? What is this thing again? What do we call this
stock
thing?
visualizer.
Stock visualizer, thank you. MDLN is not on there, guys, so get into the chat right now. Vote for your favorite tickers. MDLN coming in there. Tesla's by a mile leading the way with 131 votes. Second is Netflix. Third is NVIDIA.
What a disaster on Tesla today.
Disaster. Down 4.4%. Get into the chat, guys, and vote for your favorite tickers. We have MDLN. This one will make it on to the rundown, but let's get that above Netflix. Why is Netflix at 63? You know, Netflix is up 0.8%. Let's go. Let's go with the big one here. MDLN up over 30%. Get into the chat, but make sure to throw in the $, Joey. Otherwise, your ticker will not register.
Absolutely. All right, we're in some Tesla right off of those lows, 21 bucks on TSLL. Let's see if we can get this thing going, man. It's been bleeding all day. We can't bandage this wound right now on this thing, and there's no bounce whatsoever. So, I mean, maybe this is the opportunity where we're not, or the time that we're not really putting probability in our favor, but considering we've been selling aggressively throughout the day, the volume was increasing. We're in at 20. We're out at 2090s. If it comes against us, which is looking like it's going to pretty quick, we went full size on that one.
Full size?
Yeah, of course, man. So let's see if we can rock and roll here on TSLL. We're right out at 2090s. If we can get to 2120s, that would be absolutely fantastic. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. This Tesla has just given back all of its gains from yesterday. So whatever happened yesterday, essentially irrelevant on today's session. But guys, we are coming to a close with only 20 seconds left.
Yo, there's beef
with
Tyson Fury and AJ.
Yeah.
Tyson Fury
Well,
says,
no, they should
you're
have
a
fought.
classless loser. And he blasts AJ. There's a video going around right now. And he's got his kids.
But Tyson was saying
Anthony
he was
Joshua
retired.
talking about what? He killed somebody in the boxing ring. What's going on with that?
Yeah, get out of here,
Can't wait
Tyson
for that
Fury,
fight, man.
man.
Friday night.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be an absolute great time. I respect Jake to the fullest. If AJ doesn't knock him out, then I don't know really what else to say, because there's no questioning that he should get knocked out. It's just the reality of boxing. And then we got Cobra Tate versus Chase Demore on Saturday.
And there's like
Tate.
elite.
Guy, if anybody needs to win this weekend, it's Cobra himself. So
That's UFC?
Cobra Tate is Andrew Tate. He just called
Oh,
himself
you
Cobra
call it?
Tate.
Oh, yeah.
Cobra.
What is that fight? Is that Saturday?
Yeah, it's Saturday.
Okay, that's going to be really.
Yeah.
He better win.
Yeah,
Because if he doesn't win,
he has no
calling
option.
himself top G
You
is
have
gonna not
have
work.
no option.
Yeah.
It's either win or he will probably be, again, a lot of people don't like him, but he will be the most roasted individual on the internet.
God, yeah.
Like,
he better get off Twitter. or X,
he better get off real quick.
All right,
there
guys.
goes Tesla, an additional leg lower. That one didn't work out. No bounce in Tesla today, guys. A tough look on this thing, that's for sure. But I hope everyone has a fantastic day. You can see what the big boys were up to throughout the midday. Send it over to them.
Oh, boy.
I'm assuming you guys were just talking about the Squid Game guy versus Andrew Tate.
Yes.
I will say this.
Let's go, Squid Game guy.
I said last week, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago when I first heard about this, okay, that dude was a unit on Squid Game, and he's young, he's gonna whoop his butt. And then what had happened was
Boxing's
I
so
had
much
seen
technique.
I had seen some clips of this guy fighting in some other celebrity match. He is going to get destroyed. He's not even close to a boxer. He looks like he's a really good athlete.
Is Andrew Tate a boxer?
I think he
I don't
played
know
college
enough about
football
it.
or something. Like he actually is a legitimate
kickboxing?
athlete.
Okay.
But my goodness, Tate was actually a kickboxer. He's going to destroy him because you have to have some kind of fight training. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. Welcome back, everybody. Thank goodness, Medellin or Medellin?
Not even close. We're close. It's easier. Medline.
Medline.
I thought I heard you saying that this morning, and I was like, what is this guy talking about? And then I looked it up. It's literally that simple. MED line.
Did I say that?
Medline.
I don't think I said that this morning.
No, I think you were saying Medellin, or just like you just said right now. And then that the only reason I thought about it because I checked when you were pronouncing it like that. I was like, I thought it was just Medline.
Medline. Okay, well that's real easy.
But thank God it came.
Thank
That's
God.
the
Without
answer
that
to that
IPO
one.
today, well, like, what are you going to do? The reversal, like Bitcoin did the most disgusting. Where's my Bitcoin chart? Let's lead with this. This was disgusting Bitcoin on a 15-minute here. Like Bitcoin went from ham breakout to the biggest rejection of 90K. Just a ridiculous move back down. We could lose 85 today. If Bitcoin closes under 85, that is a nasty candle on the daily. It's a problem. It's a full-blown problem, Bitcoin. No questions asked.
We finally, okay, we'll do AIML here. Your heart beat 100,000 times today. And every beat, of course, is a data point. AIML innovations on the CSE AIML, and over here on the pink sheets, AIML-F, turns that data into potentially life-saving insights with max yield. Cool name. An AI engine that filters noise, labels each heartbeat with lab-grade precision, and shrinks ECG analysis from days to minutes. This stuff is pretty cool. We did have them on our show not too long ago. Their mission is to revolutionize how heart disease is detected, monitored, and prevented. Please go to AIML.health and follow AIML_Innova, INNOVA on X. We want to thank AIML for their sponsorship of the show. And I was just going to say, like, finally, finally we went short. So we tried it at 470, so I left Tesla all alone. We got absolutely crushed trying to catch the long. We got one little long one time at 475, basically just trying the easy ones. And then it, got it, then didn't, then lost it. See ya. There's only so many cuts you could take. Like when you're taking even 300 or 400 shares, like every level, and then it breaks. Like if you lose $300 times 5 times, it adds up, and if not more. We finally tried it at 470, and then I was just like, forget about it, man. We're just gonna hit this short. So we're now out of just a little more than half of this as we'll watch the short come through. I'm just gonna use the 50-period moving average, right? I mean, I was debating using this 21 period, which would get us out at 368. So if we do break back above 368 a little bit, we're only short at 369 quarters, then I think we can take it out there. I'm sure Tesla's gonna be on this list, but the big one that many of you may be wondering about is this MDLN. Me and Neil just talked about it. No matter how you pronounce it, it was an absolute. Well, honestly, if you take away, it was one of the better ones. And the reason why I'm saying that there's a little bit of a caveat there is that, and Neil showed it on the 5-second chart, but I mean, this is just a 1-minute one. It does actually break. So if we actually zoom in, and maybe I'll just, hold on a second, I'll go customization, and I'll get rid of these fills so you guys can see more clear. And you'll see how ridiculous my outs are. But, it prints at 35. So there's the opening print, right? What happened was, it basically went to 35.50. You couldn't have got that. That was just like you almost didn't even get the fill before it did that. So forget about it. Then it just came right back in and was dancing. Well, it does break, okay, but it only goes to 95s there. So when it breaks, that's an indicator for me to get out because it doesn't hold its IPO price, okay? But the minute that it broke back above, I just went bang. I mean, I was very muted. I just put the buy button. And then anyways, the rest, as you can see, is history on this name. And it just kept on, erasing all of our losses from the day there on other names. But right to the upside as it keeps on going. And then now I'll put these back in right now, and you're going to see
right here. And I got back in. You're gonna see oops, what was it? What did I just do there? No, this is what I want. Oh, I got rid of this. Display. Yeah, that's good enough. And I want to also display the percentage change. Yeah, I think that's right. Or is it absolute change? I think it's percentage change. Yeah, so it's just now you can see what happened. So we got out, we got back in on that move higher. And then all of a sudden I was just like, I said to Neil, and I said it even on the show, like, if based on what happened off the open, if I could get 36s, we were pretty happy with it. So we got a bunch, pretty much the majority out at 36. Then it started to climb, and this is where we left it all the way, 37.50, falls back in, and you continue to stair step higher on Medline. So this will now be my number one stock on the month, but it's just, that's the way it works for IPOs. I mean, we have a strategy, we have a sort of a magic potion there, and it just worked today. It's not lucky, but I decided to make the choice of getting back in with the same default. So that's why, you know, this had sort of happened and why I'm pretty happy with it right now. And the fact that I'm holding right now just a small portion left should tell you everything. Like we got the majority of these out, especially the second wave, right in around here, 37.50, you know, and back and forth. So we'll see how high this thing can fly, but 38.20. And I hope that, congratulations to anybody out there that was able to hit this as well. I mean, there was an opportunity, you know, to make a decent amount there, and I hope that some of you did. But it was a tricky one, Neil. It wasn't like the rest. That break was something that we hadn't seen in a while.
Yeah, and I guess we'll talk about this one probably individually as I look over, and I can now cheap. I look.
Oh yeah, it's probably on the board. Yeah.
Tesla. I don't even know what the Medline symbol looks like. Maybe it's not on there. Okay, well it is. Well, Sharif just told you guys. No, when we talk about it, I'll get into the nitty gritty of the 5-second chart, which is like a new thing. I can't tell you. It helped on the way out taking some profits, but it did not help at the open, the 5-second chart, because what happened at the open was crazy. I don't know if we are locked and loaded and ready to go. We're almost ready to go. But realistically, the other thing that we got to remember, and a lot has happened today. I get it, reversal in crypto, Tesla's moved down, the NASDAQ trying to get to 2%. Obviously, the new IPO here, Medline. Micron reports tonight in all of this chaos, down 4%. This is the last significant,
last chance to get out of it.
Pretty sure it's the last significant IPO for the holidays. There's probably maybe there's like a small one or two tomorrow or whatever, but this is going to be a big one tonight. Maybe not the best of days ever to be coming out, and there's a lot not working with it here, but we should be keeping eyeballs on Micron in particular, in addition to the names that are going to be on the list as we go to the rundown with Sharif. I'm pretty sure Micron won't be on it, but we can't forget they're the big reporter tonight.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, they're ready post-IPO, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get the tickers on the afternoon rundown, you got to join us in the chat, and you got to vote every day for your favorite ticker. Whatever ticker your heart so desires, just make sure you're throwing in that $ before the ticker of your choice. Otherwise, it doesn't register. Let's look at all four major averages. And they're all negative, being led here by the NQ, down 1.7%. Really, it has been a very, very red day in the technology sector, specifically semiconductors, microchips, all negative on my watch list. The NQ reflecting that negativity, down 1.7%. Likewise, here with the ES losing 6,800 on the ES, down 1%. The Dow faring a little bit better. In fact, the best of the four major averages on the day, down only 0.44. And the Russell tries to hold on to 2,500. It's also down 1% on the day. The first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, TSLA, making all-time highs yesterday on the back, of course, of the robo-taxi expansion that we saw out of Austin. Widely speculated that they may be getting ready to have driverless, safety driver-free robo-taxis in the Austin area, as well as the Palo Alto, San Francisco Bay Area. But today they had a bigger problem, specifically California. Administrative judge basically saying autopilot and FSD are, not indicative of what they actually are, and they want them to change the name. If they don't change the name from autopilot to FSD, they could lose their license to sell cars in the state. There was also a second judgment there where it said that they were going to be prohibited from making cars in the state, specifically Fairmont, but that was stayed by the DMV. So guys, Tesla down 4 1/3 after making all-time highs.
4 1/3. It's effectively it's yesterday's move in reverse. Now the chart's not going to be the same because it didn't take as long to get downside as it did to the upside, but effectively the levels are the same. The current bottom is yesterday's low. Okay, it did break out and made some fresh highs early, but as you can sort of see, like a lot of the resistance that ended up winning was that 490 for Tesla. The frustrating thing about it was, well, at least what'll frustrate me is sometimes it's okay to have not traded if you're looking long. But when I look back at the 480 level, which was, to me, that was a level I liked. It was 480 triple top yesterday that it broke out and came in thinking, well, that's sort of a spot to look at as a key price. It gapped down and there was nothing doing on the way down. Like it went on one candle, went 83 and broke 480 and went all the way down to 479. So at that point, it's like, okay, well, that level's not working. And then immediately after it broke, look at how that level holds up in the next 15, 20 minutes for the short side of the trade. So that's the thing that would frustrate me the most. It is what it is. I think at that point, like what happens on an IPO day, at least for myself, I know this to be true. Like as I'm starting to wrap it up, it's like I'm just starting to think about the IPO at that point. I'm like, whatever, this was a frustrating morning. But the short at that 480 level, that's the thing. Like you want to transact. The first part of trading a lot of times is where is the interesting price or where is the place to get involved. If you can find that, that's half, and then of course the other half is which direction to go. But the way it was coming to the downside, it showed you resistance at that 480. Whether or not we hold this low, I think is an important one, not just today, but these are like the prior resistance levels in the 60s. So I know it looks really, really bad if you just look at your chart today, or if you see 4% down, like you'll freak out. But this is a pullback into the prior high, technically. That's not ugly until it loses the prior high. Like until then, it's just, okay, we just fill the gap back in and we're pulling back into prior resistance. If that actually holds up, then it's kind of like a typical pullback. So I wouldn't freak out about it now, but I could change my mind in a couple of days.
Yeah, I had similar thoughts about those 480 levels. Like that's where most of the... So the only thing that I was thinking about was just like the revenge trading aspect, because like we went long here at the low of the day and we were pretty patient waiting for that. Like we don't even get into Tesla, until 10:30. So I think that to me is a win, just because that's what we've been trying to do is wait. And we thought that we had seen some bottom there. And then when that broke, so we averaged it in and got out there. So it was probably a decent hit, like nothing super significant there. But then why we're getting back in right here is the question that I had. Like it's all of these, and then there's the stop out there at 482. I mean, I know why. I can look back and understand why we got in. I talked about, I think we wrote it down today actually on the note. Yeah, 481 to 483. So it basically came right into the levels that, oopsies, I want to go the other way, came right into the levels that we were talking about, 481 to 482. So I was kind of loaded up into here, and then when it broke right there, it broke through 480, that was a big problem. We were able to get back in a little bit, a couple outs there, and then lost it again. So it's just trying to battle in and around 480 when we didn't need to. Like if we write down 481 or 480 as our stop, that should be pretty much where it is. I just was not expecting this kind of a violent move, but we know Tesla can do it, and it's, to Neil's point or whatever, it's only down 4%. Like we could get a lot nastier. I tried 470, and then finally once 470 broke, I went short. I didn't make up my mind until 469.20s. So we just got a bunch more out. I said once this 21 period moving average, which has sort of sent us down from 476, we didn't cross it at all until just now. So these are my out areas. And I was going to say, maybe up to 470 for this last piece. But yeah, I don't think there were some big time sellers there on Tesla today, and it was just obviously dropping down. I mean, it's not alone. Like I don't know what other names are going to be on this list, but there's a lot of stock that just kept on heading southbound today.
They're probably all down. Except
and they're all not the greatest.
I got a dollar says everything we talk about in the rundown is negative except for Medline.
Yeah, that's probably right. I mean, well, maybe I'll take that dollar, maybe MSOS. The only thing I could think about would be that, but I don't.
No, you're right.
If he's just going with that board, then yeah, it might be a problem. All right, let's go back over and see what's up with Sharif and Sia in the background.
All right, guys, let's look at Netflix, the second one here on the afternoon rundown, up almost 0.75%, but well off the highs as the market did take a bit of a downturn, 97.33 high of the day. Look, the headline that we got this morning was that Warner Brothers board basically encouraging their shareholders to accept the Netflix deal and to forego Paramount Discovery's PSKY's larger, more aggressive deal, which according to the board at Warner Brothers doesn't have the same type of financial backstop as a Netflix deal. Separately, we got this midday that Netflix will add World Cup games. So not exactly sure which ones they're going to add, or how many, but we do know that they will be involved in the World Cup in the summer. Good look as they look to diversify into sports.
That Netflix?
Okay, so the funny thing about it is like the first one we talk about is technically still up on the day.
Oh, there we go.
So it is what it is. We should have made that bet, or maybe I just owe you $1. That being said, it still is trend down, which I suppose I should have said, well, everything is trending down, but no, technically Netflix is still up, even if it's been a downtrend for most of the day like the rest of the market. But this is what you wanted to hear. Netflix doesn't have to raise their bid. That's a win. I feel pretty, you can't know these things, so I can't tell you if it wasn't for this rug pull that the market did, Netflix would be up 3 or 4% today. I can't know that for sure, but I feel pretty good that that's true. Like, it was trending up. It didn't really lose the bid until, the market took a secondary leg down. Like, this would be at about 10.48. It broke VWAP and broke trend at 10.48. Like, that's going to be, oh, wow. That's all the way down here on the NASDAQ. When the NASDAQ was making a way lower high, that's when Netflix broke the trend. So I think you're positive on this. To me, this was the news I was waiting for on Netflix. I forgot to do it because of the IPO, so I just went now. Because the way I see it, long-term, this is a good deal. The only fear was that they were going to have to raise their bid. On the Warner Brothers side, hopefully people rang the register, took the 30 that you could get. At this point, it's still trading pretty decently. I mean, it's trading $1 above the actual value of the deal right now. Forget about the fair value at closing, which probably doesn't close till sometime next year. It could take a while to close. So it's still, Warner Brothers is still trading at a pretty decent premium. Like, I wouldn't buy this here at all, to be honest with you. I guess there's an outside chance that Paramount could come back with a higher bid. I suppose that's what bulls are looking for on Warner Brothers, but hopefully you took it. I can see this dropping easily further, back down, at least into 27. Like, if anything, if you just went by the time value of money, this thing should be trading at like 26 something, not 28.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there is a chance that they come back with another bid. Yeah, look, I mean, I've been pumping the tires of Netflix for a while, and obviously not happy with the move today, but yeah, you gotta sort of like some of the base that we've seen there on NFLX. Our daily chart, unfortunately, not show the splits on there, but yeah, maybe you've just come in. I mean, there's 92, right? I mean, whether or not you pick that somehow on the daily chart, I doubt it. I mean, if anything, people may have been waiting for 83 or 84. But if you like the stock, I mean, nothing wrong with getting in now. They had a good quarter, obviously getting hit down on this Warner Brothers talk. So that's not great to see that kind of a play. But, it's a nice move, and I think we can break higher. So I'm a buyer of Netflix here, and I have been now for the last couple days anyways. So I like Netflix at these levels, and I think you can even add to your position if you so need to. But yeah, Netflix down here, $95. And then Warner Brothers, I mean, I think it was either yesterday or it was Monday when Neil was here, and this was at $30 flat. And at that point, it was like, I think it was just, didn't even break it. It was up in here. And it was like, if you liked the deal or thought that something was a little fishy, you could take your Warner Brothers, cash it out there, grab $30 per share, and then either buy it back now if you did, or you could put that into anywhere else in the market. And now you're getting hit down. Remember, I think the big thing to remember about all of this is the fact that this is going to close maybe like Q3 26 or even later. So not sure how long it's going to take to settle down. So if you are a Warner Brothers shareholder, just please maybe decide if it's worth having your money tied up to that long, because it looks like you're going to get Netflix shares plus $23.75 or $24.75 cash. So you might do better getting out now and putting that money to work somewhere else. So by the way, there goes, we just got another piece out on Tesla as it just bounced right back down into the 21 period moving average. So
This is now at 469. So I think we can almost be done with our Tesla sort of trade right now. So I'm going to cancel all my other offers and just work this out. If we break through, let's just give it this level here, 468.50. So 50 more cents and we can dump the rest of our position. Right now we only have about 20% left or so. So it's okay. Let's see what winds up happening.
We went out there, we found something a little bit crazy. When looking into exchanges, we've come across BTCC, top 30 globally, and they have never, ever been hacked. So major exchanges keep getting wrecked left, right, and center, but BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe. And through Trader TV, you can get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus a 15% bonus. That'll cover losses up to 15K USD. Now, what are we missing here? I don't know, but you can scan that QR code to find more info or find the link in the description. Shout out to BTCC, you want to thank them. And I'm pretty sure when looking at the board right behind us is almost no secret now because I can see the NVIDIA logo from here. So let's go talk about some NVIDIA next on the list.
All right, guys. NVIDIA down 3 3/4% and looking to break 170. In fact, the low of the day, 170.31 as it loses 171 as I speak here. A couple of reasons why we're lower. The first one, as we reported to you guys this morning, Blue Owl Capital will not provide funding for a $10 billion deal to build Oracle's next data center. Separately, there are reports coming out of China here that they are working to rival the West in AI chips. No specific details, though, out of that. But in any event, microchip semiconductors all negative on the day.
Yeah, they're all bad. I'm going into Micron earnings tonight, and obviously you can. We were making the comment of let's just blame this one on Oracle because that's what it seemed like happened. Like you had NVIDIA gapping higher, holding range, and it was right about here. We were on air. That's when the Oracle news, that Oracle news that was just referenced by Sharif, dropped, and it basically never recovered. It's been trend down ever since, holding VWAP. Stair-stepping, and when it would break a consolidation, it would do so violently, absolutely violently. Again, the good news would be for NVIDIA, well, check this thing out on the daily chart. You're starting, what might happen, if we hang out, if we're as choppy as we've been, because NVIDIA's been a pretty choppy stock, if it stays this choppy, you could have a situation where this support here, which I feel like I almost need to draw a line, that's how nasty all these wicks are. Like if I draw kind of a line to show you this support and where we recently bounced at 165-ish, there's a chance that if we chop around, you could have that merge with the 200-period moving average and give you like an implied buy zone here for NVIDIA. Like that's what I'd wait for, at least temporarily, because you've made a top, this Oracle thing, until Oracle makes some kind of constructive bottom. Spoiler alert, it's not right now, so that's obvious. I think you want to wait and have your levels out there if you like to be picking some things up on dips. Like I have a stink bid on ARM, which I still think we need to fall a little further. Maybe like I think it's like 15% further from here before I get any more shares of that. And with NVIDIA, let's see that 200-period moving average. For Oracle, I mean, hard pass, but also maybe I was saying this morning. Well, I mean, if it got to 130 bucks, I'd buy some, but that's an easy thing to say. I just don't want that stock. But for NVIDIA, I do think we get a chance at that 200-period moving average if things hold true. And then if you was seller at anywhere on the way up, or like myself, like I sold some AMD, almost all of my AMD, to be honest with you, my plan of action was to get back into or put those shares, put that money into other places. Like I want some to go to NVIDIA, I want some to go to ARM, and I want some to go into the SPY. So I think NVIDIA, we're maybe a week or two away. Could be an end of the year thing to see that 200-period.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually going to talk about AMD because, yeah, the truth here is like this name is down 5%. It's even down more today than NVIDIA, right? And you guys saw me sell this live on our show at 250, but that's irrelevant now. I mean, the whole market is just really bleeding down. And look at this 200 level. You know, like this is just something, again, where like I'm just disappointed because there were so many opportunities today that you could have really like, you know, leaned into certain stocks. Like this name, look at this 50-period moving average. It's just like all the way. It's just like cranked all the way down. It's just like, oh man, there's so many opportunities. And I just, was stubborn and fought long all morning. And it's like, ugh. And there's AMD, like just giving it to you one more time. Like there's that 200 that, not only that, you could have just waited for 200. Even on that bounce, it went to 199.50 and then bounced up to 201.50. So there was enough money to be made there trying to catch these bottoms. And then eventually when it breaks, I think you just do what I did on Tesla there and you reverse into the short. But yeah, stock sell. I mean, I'm not sure if Neil showed you bye Tesla. Tesla's now $3 in the money, but it's like, I'm just so frustrated with it. But look at Broadcom down 5%. And we had Brian Shannon on even 2 weeks ago, and we were talking about, gap fills and all that kind of stuff. And this is what's about to happen right now. And I don't think we like this, obviously, but Broadcom, the writing was on the wall. We can all point at Oracle. Oracle started falling down a month and a half ago or whatever it was, man. AVGO was last week when they double missed and the stock was down. This is a double beat, sorry. This is the reaction to their earnings, which was great. So, and they even guided okay. Like it's like that was the writing was probably on the wall there. This kind of feels like just because all these names are down 5%, the SOX L is down 9%, of course, because it's double all these moves pretty much. So it's just like this does feel like sort of a whoosh out kind of day. But the Nasdaq's been down 1.7% before, and had other down days. I mean, we'll maybe once Neil and I start talking, maybe we'll go over all of that. But there are multiple opportunities here. Like here's a good example for the SOX L. Down. You said, oh my God, that's bad. Then there's a really bad candle similar to today. Then we had one little rebound, and then another bad day, then another bad day, then a little bit of rebound, then this. And then now you're just cascading. So I would just say like, hold your chip stocks tight to the vest because you got to get ready for a potential meltdown even further until we get to a place where you see volume sort of start extending and then maybe find a capitulated bottom, because right now it's kind of just like stair-stepping down, right? Like every level's not holding. People just keep on hitting it, and then the rebound is very, very muted. You're waiting for a big rebound, and that's what caught me on Tesla before I finally wised, up and went short. So, but anyways, all right, that's a little bit of a talk right there. Anyways, I was going to go over Intel and AMD, but we're going to go over that.
We'll talk about it.
We'll talk about that as we go. All right. From Netflix to Tesla to NVIDIA to maybe a name that even we can't pronounce sometimes.
Well, that's just me.
I'm going to just call it Medline. I think it's called Medline, guys. IPO'd. The IPO price for institutional buyers yesterday was $29 a share. That was towards the high end of the range. Opened up today, as you saw live on the midday show with Joseph and I, $35 per share. High a day, $38.49, trading a little bit below 38 right now. Look, guys, this is going to be the largest global IPO of the year, unless one comes out a little bit later. 216 million shares priced at $229 were sold yesterday in the institutional phase. Founded in 1966, by the way, guys. They make surgical kits, gloves, gowns, and they've been profitable. Consistent net sales growth every year since inception. Again, inception 1966. They do have a bit of a possible headwind going into next year. The company expects $150 to $200 million in tariff headwinds, guys. In any event, good look for MDLN on the day. What's your view now?
Another medical opportunity here, and that, of course, is with OGen. When the seconds count, you don't have time to wait. Just treat the symptoms. NYSE-listed Oragenic, symbol OGEN, is rewriting the rules of neurological care. We're looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions. This is a quick one. Simply book your meeting, check the QR code, check the link in description, get that figured out with OGen, especially if you are or any of your loved ones suffering from concussions, or anybody let them know that OGen is out there working for you. Yeah, I mean, I think Neil and I went, we went over this a little bit earlier. Make sure you do join us every day at 8 a.m. We are now live at 8 a.m. and that's when we started talking about it. And I actually, again, it's just so funny because it's right here, obviously written on my note today about MDLN, and it's exactly the plan of action is written down on here and followed to a T pretty much. I mean, we just wrote long off open. That's it. Watching the top range of 30. Well, it came out at 35, so that's fine. If it opens higher, size down. So we didn't, like I said, we're trying to follow our rules. We're not in there with, the billion shares, whatever, that we wanted to be in after looking at it. You have to make decisions on IPOs based on the information that you get, right? And I mean, we sat here for a long time today. I didn't even have my lunch. I sat here all morning waiting for this to happen. And what we basically saw was this imbalance locator right here. And all that it was doing was kept, and maybe it's still, if I sort by size, I don't know if it would still be here. Let me just go find quickly by alphabetical. Oh yeah, volume might be a good one. Paired volume. Okay, that's a good one, Sharif. Let me see what's on top here. Yeah, hold on a second. That was a good one, Sharif. There it is. Boom. Nice one, Sharif. Yeah, so we are just watching this getting paired off. So there's when it finally opened up, right? 1252. So there's the unhalt. And you could just see this number just kept on growing and growing and growing. So there was an opening print of probably between 15 to 16 million shares. That's huge. We were not expecting that many shares. Most IPOs that come with this many shares do tend to have a trajectory like this. It just tells you that there is a lot of interest in this name. And so yeah, I feel like I sized appropriately. I'm just mad at my Tesla trade from earlier. But this one was really great. It's a little tricky because it does break back down below 35, but it holds. It only goes 5 cents lower. The minute it took 35 again, I basically IPO traded it twice. So like I went long on the IPO, then it broke the IPO price. Then 5 seconds later, I went long again at that exact same price. And then, the rest is history, or Bob's your uncle, and it just kept on going to the upside. So many of my outs are here at 36. We still did really well, despite the 17th of the month. If I add up all the money I made on every other stock this whole month, and this is just me being honest, this one is number one. So we did really well on this name, and it's a good one today, but always feel like we could have done better. I was really not expecting this to move like this, especially after it was like wavering early. I thought the buyers might not be here, and it turns out that it was. So far, so good on Medline. I think this one might be a little different because it's not all AI based.
It is, well, that's the thing. It's in the right spot, which was not related to AI today. I feel like if it was related to AI, we would not be looking at this. Thank you, Luther Burden, for not practicing today. That's going to stink for me in the semifinals. But anyways, the thing that's frustrating, like it was good for me. It wasn't great. It was good enough to get positive, but it wasn't. I've been using the 5-second chart for IPOs, and I feel like every time except for today, it's been really, really good. And I can't argue with the timing of when this looked good off the 35, because on a 5-second chart, like this is where the original long stopped out for me here, and then it breaks on the next 5-second candle. It breaks again at 35, and then it breaks again 5 seconds, and it breaks again, and it broke 4 times after that. So a total of 5 times it broke that level, and then this is where it held. So you'll see I have quarters as a long. That's because I didn't really get long until I think I got a little bit on the way up here, and then I got some on this dip back in and ended up with like quarters instead of 01s. Whatever. I think, did we get evens or 01s in the original? I don't even remember.
Oh, I think it was been O's. I have to look.
The opening print was evens. It wasn't even 01s. Okay. The opening print was actually even. So like my re-entry price was a little bit worse, but that sort of is what it is. But I still believe that 5-second chart, if you have access to it, it can be helpful. You don't have a lot of price history going on. Like you can't draw any trend lines or anything like that. So for myself, like it was frustrating to have been stopped out and then get back in. I don't think we have to worry about VWAP today. And if we do, I'm holding onto a piece. If we lose 30, it's like 37, this area here, 37.3 is where I'm trailing the last half out, and if we lose VWAP, I'd get the rest of it out. I'm just looking to see if it can trend up to 40. Like, why not look to see if it can trend to 40 on the last little bit here for Medline? Successful IPO. Might be interesting to keep an eye on this. I know we usually talk about these IPOs for a day or two, but keep in mind, I would imagine that any resolution on the extension of the ACA in the US, well, where else would it be? Could be positive for them. So maybe keep your ear to the ground. That could be a potential catalyst for these guys. That wouldn't be just the volume you get from the IPO a day or two after.
I want to thank Alberta. Bless you. Alberta Gloater. What's up, Alberta Gloater? Reminding me that I had written down Netflix 95. So Netflix came into 95, so we are now long with a new position alert. Look, I wrote down Netflix 95 at 8 a.m. You know, it comes in, it prints 95.05 and then gets up to the 30s. I don't know if it's going to go. You know, the market just hit the lows, but there's no better time. You know, I mean, there's 95. Oh, man, it hit it twice. Okay, so there's no better time to try now as the market's at these lows, and we know that this could be a potentially strong name today, although the day is getting a little long in the tooth right here. But anyways, new position, Netflix against 95. Let's see what happens. All right, Sharif.
Silver, Sean, all-time highs for the spot price, $66.52. It's a little bit off it now, but it's lifting up, of course, the spot price as well as the miners. On the back of tight supply, says this article, strong demand, and of course, as we always know, speculative interest rising, that is. And it's also helping pull up gold. There's some rotational money going out of gold and into silver, platinum, and palladium, guys. So $70 an ounce now being looked at as the next level. Silver up 4 1/3.
Over, eh?
Well, before we talk about silver, I want to shout out Mike the Rider in the chat. Because, you know, this is, where is it? I wanted to see the comment. He was talking about how he doesn't really drink coffee because, like, for him, it's like he doesn't like the effect it has. I think, like, it's one of those things where, like, everybody's built different. And, you know, I got rid of coffee at one point. I was like, okay, then I moved back to, like, drinking, like, maybe effectively like 1 or 1.5 cups and only 1 on the weekends from like the 3 or 4 that I was doing when I started trading. But it's a weird thing. Like for some people, like for me, I actually can see the effect in my heart rate. And so I know that if I have too much, like the ones Randy brings, I'll probably have like half of it before it gets cold.
Yeah, I've had to think of half a coffee today.
But if I finish like 3 or 4, then my heart rate's gonna spike, like all that stuff. So I think it's smart to listen to yourself, listen to your body. I think that's pretty cool, and not just get sort of caught up, addicted to something. Silver, this is the one day. Like if I'm being real, okay, so I wasn't really trading much of anything when this hit VWAP the last time. So the strategy on silver for myself is silver open today? Answer yes. If it's open, then I wait for after the opening range for it to start holding VWAP and then go long. So that's been the plan of action for a while now on silver. Whoops, that's still Medline. For a while now on silver, and because it's been trending up, that's been pretty good. Like it never gets to VWAP, it just trends down, you don't trade it. The days where it's like range bound, you wait till it's holding VWAP. At some point it gets back to the high. It would have worked yesterday, even for a small gain. It's been a pretty solid strategy. The problem is I didn't trade it, so I went 1 for 3 on it and I'm down because I didn't get it this last time off VWAP at 145. So I think that's gonna be something I'll continue to look for. Silver is starting to outpace gold. Well, it has been for a little while. It's a catch-up trade, and when it goes even faster. And we're still in that. Do I think it'll last forever? Probably not. Like I think it's not unreasonable to think that it might be a little bit rougher of a first quarter or first half of the year next year for silver relative to what it is right now. But until then, it's still upward trending, and favor the long has certainly worked out on SLV, at least for now. And then we were talking about copper as well with Raheem this morning. And not just like gold, copper miners as well, not just only talk about 1 or 2 metals. And the trend sometimes might be somewhere else. Maybe we'll be talking about energy tomorrow, who knows?
Energy is the one that's actually up today pretty nicely.
Exactly.
All right, we are going to go back over. Actually, Sia's ready. What do you got up for us here, Sia?
Hi, everyone. So a bigger drawdown is seen in the crude oil stock numbers as of 10:30 a.m. this morning. The number came out to be a negative 1.27 million, making it 0.54 million lower than the previous release. Also, the 20-year bond auction took place at 1 p.m. this afternoon, marking a 0.092% increase, with the current number standing at 4.798% and the previous one at 4.706%. Let's also take a quick look at headlines today. U.S. President Donald Trump has vowed to stop the oil tankers from going into Venezuela. The oil prices have rallied nearly 2% as of today, with Chevron, which is up currently 0.97%, being the only company authorized by the United States to carry Venezuelan crude to the U.S. Venezuela has now produced 900,000 barrels of crude oil this year, making it roughly 1% of the world's supply. President Donald Trump also on Tuesday called the regime in the country a foreign terrorist organization. Also, we got crude oil inventories this morning at 10:30 a.m. Data showed a 9.3 million barrel increase in crude oil stockpiles last week. Also, Warner Bros. Sorry, give me 1 second over here. Warner Bros. Is sided with Netflix's deal over the $108 billion Paramount deal. And WBD has advised its shareholders to reject Paramount's takeover bid. The deal was with Paramount said superior to the $72 billion deal that Warner Brothers has struck with Netflix. And as a reaction, Netflix shares ticked 2% higher as of this morning, currently up 0.99%, whereas Warner Brothers lost 1% and Paramount fell by 5%. News from Amazon at 1 p.m. this afternoon was that its AI chief Rohit Prasad will be leaving the company. It confirmed so at 1 p.m. today, and Amazon is recognizing its AGI unit with remarks from CEO Andy Jassy that the reorganization will include its silicon development and quantum computing teams. New division will now be led by Peter DeSantis, who is the current senior VP of the cloud unit and a 27-year veteran at Amazon. Amazon stock currently is up 0.66%. And also, as everyone has been watching, Medline is the biggest IPO in 2026 with a $6 billion in notional value. Shares are currently up 31% in their first full day of trading on the NASDAQ under the symbol MDLN. And that's all. Back to the guys.
Yeah, MDLN, never heard of it. Great job there. See ya. It's funny because one day she was, I don't think you were here, but she was leaving, and I was like, see ya. And I was thinking like, see ya, see ya? You know?
Probably get that a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, she's talking about.
So the same guy that just hit the crickets is the same guy that laughed when I said that, by the way. So,
yeah, come on.
You know, shout out to you guys over there.
Which one of them hit it, though?
I don't know. One of those jokers over there. Probably Fabian. Probably
Andre.
It's probably the Chilean nightmare over there, this guy. But, yeah.
Let's get that a lot.
Yeah, just really quickly there. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, you know, that and some chandelier stuff. But 95.20, we just got some out there at 35s. So that was just sort of the base there. Let's see if Netflix wants to mature up and get going just a little bit. And then also out on the 50 period there as well on Tesla. You know, our stop is up here if we break. So we'll hold this, see if it continues to go down. But we're getting lighter and lighter now, down to about 10% left. So it's not a whole heck of a lot. And then, by the way, that one stock, MDLN Medline, continuously making some money today as we just make another high, almost. Close enough to it right there at 38.50. So we're still long this one now. We're $3 in the money here. We're $1.50 on Tesla, and that's trading for you. The other name that I'm up on today, I'm up on MSOS and I'm up on Medline there. And MSOS, although has this, like I literally got out at the very bottom. Like that was the price I said, 660 break. We only, by that time, I think you guys were here, man, we had only 20% left. So MSOS, still a profitable name, but that's just funny that like we picked the bottom of that as well. So slap a big ass fail on that one as that does not work out at all. Downside there, boo on that. All right, another name that I don't think we talked about at all today, Palantir, also just bouncing off that bottom again of 177. So let's go there. What I wanted to do though was more with the TQQs. So I just wanted to show you guys something like on this break, I was just gonna say like we've, you know, in the morning was when we broke lower, right? And we just kept on getting down there. Well, this is the 50 period moving average. It hasn't broke since. So right there, $50.20. I'm thinking about, and we can zoom in now, thinking about if we can get up to there and take that, that might help us springboard back there to the upside once this little trend of ours here is potentially broken. So I'm thinking we're gonna go long 50-20 break on the NASDAQ. So if that comes through, let's be patient, not try to fight this bottom, but we're gonna get going now on this trade. So 50, it's also the 200 period moving average on the 1 minute, so that's good. But anyways, a 50-20 break, and I'm gonna go long on the TQQs.
The trade I'm looking at right now is actually Robinhood. Someone asked in the chat, was there news on Robinhood? Why is it down today? Well, there was news, and it was actually good news. So they're getting in the sports betting market, effectively parlays. I don't know why they don't just call them parlays. There's probably some technical reason why they're not just saying it's you have access to parlays, but in-game betting on individual events and the ability to effectively parlay them was looking strong. And then, well, Bitcoin happened. So If you're wondering what this nonsense was, that was Bitcoin losing 90K, and after that, it was pretty much all game over. Right now, Bitcoin's sitting at 85.8.
What?
Oh, sweet. At 85.8. If we can hold the line here, I'm looking for a trend break and a possible, not necessarily to VWAP. I think that's asking a lot, but the opening range low was 119. This could break trend, and even if it just goes 15 to 119, you get like $1.50 out of it. So Robinhood is something that I'm looking at right now for a bit of a trend reversal. I just don't want to. This feels like an afternoon not to really force anything, but if we are holding in Bitcoin, I'm going to show you IBIT in a quick little second, right now actually. Like you're already showing a bottoming pattern in IBIT. Man, I'll tell you, I've traded IBIT a bunch. I don't recall ever getting slipped as far as the 50 break slipped me. Like instead of getting
that was insane.
Usually getting like 2s and 3s or something like that, or like maybe even like 1s, but it slipped me all the way to like 15. Which is wild. You're just not used to that. On like part of the reason like you like these ETFs is there's plenty of liquidity in them. It's done 65 million shares. Man, it gave me a lot of slippage on that stop out, unfortunately. And then I tried another long up here, but in the fact that it looks like it's made a bottom, I like this trend break on Robinhood. But I just heard in my ear that we have a special guest this afternoon.
Very special guest.
If he is locked and loaded, ready to go, it's Mr. Jeff Mendel.
Oh, this guy
OTC
again?
Markets. It's a lot more fun when we have you in person because then we get to enjoy like a fantastic lunch. And thank you again for stopping by and gracing us with your presence and for the fantastic lunch we had last week, Jeff. How are things?
Awesome, guys. I'm surprised you guys I'm surprised I'm allowed back on the show right now.
That's what I was wondering. I said, this guy again? This guy again?
Do I have like an X, like one X, like 3 strikes? No. Perfect.
We got breaking news over here. Archer officially applied to launch air taxi operations over U.S. cities. I mean, I think you're in a major city there, obviously. I think taxiing to Manhattan, like those helicopters, there's been some talk actually. And I think, was it you or maybe it was someone else that we had on? There's actually a service right now, right, where you can get to and from your work via helipads and helicopters. You heard anything like that in New York?
I think that's been going on for a while. Not that I would know, because that's a different level of transportation for me. I'll stick to the trains and the trains and boats and stuff like that, right? But it would be pretty cool though to try out once. I've actually never been in a helicopter. Full disclosure.
Nor have I, actually, full disclosure as well. Jeff, we'll have to go on a date then. There have some nice helicopters going around the Toronto skyline, so we'll have to do.
I ain't getting no helicopter, man.
No, you're not getting it?
Helicopters aren't as safe as planes. At least to my
knowledge. That's true. They don't have wings, so yeah, I get it.
They're not as safe as planes.
Valid point, Jeff. So basically.
And by the way, Jeremy Livingston, if you're out there, there you go. There's your shout out, buddy.
There you go. Okay, cut this guy's mic now. Now we're just going to do shout outs all over the place. So let's give a shout out to Moon. You know, last time you were here, you guys were putting up some big numbers a couple days ago, and obviously with this action here, a lot of action in the market tonight, hopefully. And we just had Fed and more talk here of Netflix news. Tesla made an all-time high. Should be an exciting time. And today, I think you were telling us that NVIDIA. You stop me if there's certain things we're not supposed to say, but I think you were saying NVIDIA was notionally the #1 name over there for Moon. And then today, breaking through these lows, man, I think it's going to be another big night for Moon ATS. What do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's like I heard you guys were talking about Robinhood before I got on, right? And it's like that, that usually trades a decent amount on Moon, just stuff like that. All the names that you mentioned, right? NVIDIA, Tesla, but then also some of the ETFs like TQQQ, SOXL, the double leveraged Tesla, SPY.
Right.
It's all the names that a lot of the names that you guys are looking at during the daytime. It's just kind of extended into that too, right? So it's also new eyes kind of looking in the overnight period, right? People that are up during their daytime, looking to buy and sell a lot of these names. That's what we're seeing. And also, to what you guys are saying, Moon, the volumes have been trending up, right? I think the volumes have also just been trending up overnight in general, but we're definitely a big part of that. And I also see that you have the website up too. So actually, if you go to market activity,
Yeah, I can get that up.
and share that screen again. Market activity, Moon ATS. There you go. So you can check this out real time at night, right? Might be a little delay getting to the website, but you can see the stats. You can see what's trading on there. You have the dollar volume amount selected there. A good way to kind of see what's going on too. So check out otcmarkets.com and then the Moon ATS tab for market activity.
That's a fantastic. The funny thing, the funny thing is, it just goes to show like my old and unobservant brain here was like, I was gonna ask you, I'm like, okay, can we see the same thing that we usually look for on the website? So you killed the question right there. But I'm gonna point out one thing. Hey, you've got SHV. That's gonna be a short treasury bond play. So you got a little bit of what you would expect. Like we expect to see NVIDIA, we expect to see Tesla, you expect to see Qs, Meta, you expect to see SHV. This thing's gonna hit $40, by the way.
That's crazy. This Medline. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt, but Medline right now 39. I'm getting out.
Still going.
More here on Medline. But.
Hold it till 40. I think is the next leg to go to the upside there. No, but the thing I wanted to ask you, and maybe for anybody that hasn't been looking at this, or maybe isn't familiar with trading the overnight markets yet, maybe it's their first time considering it. The rules regarding the time, like. Let's go with holidays and weekends in particular, because I feel like it's a question that gets asked a lot. I know when people talk about blue ocean, they're like, okay, well, when can you start trading? When does it start? Do you get Sunday night, like the futures? What happens on a holiday when the U.S. markets are closed? Can you walk us through some of that, if you do know?
Actually, that good timing too. We can just kind of walk through next week, right? Holiday week, Christmas, everything like that. So trading will start Sunday night at 8 p.m. Right, Sunday night, 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. Right, and then it switches over to the exchanges are open at that time. Right, goes through. There is no night session on Christmas Eve, but then it starts. But then Moon starts trading again at 8 p.m. on Christmas evening, as well too, and then goes through the rest of the week. Thursday, right, and it's kind of the cycle, but regular hours though starts Sunday night 8 p.m. goes every night through Friday morning at 4 a.m.
And that's important for everybody, right? And remember, Boxing Day, for whatever reason, is not special enough to be an actual market holiday. So of course, that's why on Christmas, I wouldn't have known that. Christmas night, if you really wanted to, you can look at Moon ATS. Can you maybe talk about? Are
you saying that Boxing Day we should maybe we should just have off in general, right? In the U.S.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but Boxing Day is my birthday. So you better believe I think it should be a holiday. No, because I always just have to take it off, and it's like why not? Like, what are we talking about? I think it always has to do with this. I don't know. I think it's because if there's ever like Christmas, the holiday on a Friday, let's just say, you can't have like 4 days off for the market. So if you ever had to observe Christmas on a Friday, and then Boxing Day needed to be observed, then you'd observe that on the Monday, and then the market would be closed 4 days in a row. And that silly rule is still in. I don't know why that rule exists anymore. If you have any idea why the market can't be closed for more than 3 days, I have no idea why that has to exist. But it is a thing, and that's why it's true.
Okay, maybe I'll do some research for next time I'm on.
I figure you rub elbows with the people, with the important people down in New York. So you tell us. For sure. But look, is there anything coming up in the new year in terms of timeline, maybe adding some more symbols? And by the way, when I was on, where is it? Now I have to go back to the page I was on before.
Oh, here, we'll leave it on here right now.
I was going to show here because you have the list of eligible securities. Are there any important points where that might expand coming up? Because I know you guys are always expanding.
So right now, what we do is, we have basically every NMS symbol. There's a couple exceptions, but overall, what we do is we monitor for corporate actions, right? And so basically, any corporate action minus dividends we suspend for the night, right? So that way someone doesn't get caught in something that can't actually clear and settle, or there's some type of corporate action that would, it would hurt the people who are trading on the platform. We monitor for that. We suspend them what's the right word? We halt them for the session, right? And so same thing kind of across the board. For overnight, we all try and line up, so it's the same similar experience on both, and that's basically it, right? Other than that, it's everything's trading.
Yeah, that's what everyone wants to see, and I love to see the liquidity is bumping up for sure. Jeff, so one question for you. This is not going to be necessarily stock related, but now that you guys are essentially playing for nothing. Sorry. It's true.
Poor Cowboys.
What? I'm just saying.
Listen, it was
a relatively successful year. Where do you stand on the should you still be playing? So, should you still play Dak after what happened to Mahomes? You see Dallas is, it's Miami's benching Tua because they're out of it. They don't want their big guy who makes way too much money to get hurt. So where do you stand on that? Do you think they should pull the plug and pull the quarterback and because it doesn't matter anymore?
Okay, so you know what? Why not? At this point, why not? I don't know. But what I will say, though, oh, God, here we go. You guys better step up, too. You're struggling a little bit.
Excuse me? You mean with the best player on the planet, Mr. Josh Allen, we need to step up?
That's even mine,
We just
by the
beat
way.
the Patriots, by the way.
Yeah, that was a big win.
I mean, yeah, but, I don't know. We struggled a little bit there. Didn't look so good for a minute.
Win's a win.
There you go. Okay, guys, football season's over with.
I know.
That's it.
Jeff, I have to say it at least once.
Right now,
I'm going to say it.
we're gonna shift over to college basketball real quick. So, my alma mater, Syracuse. I think we gotta look at a different direction for coaching too these days. We're gonna bring Jerry McNamara back because I don't know how much you guys follow college basketball, but Jerry McNamara having an awesome season over at Siena, a couple hours away from Syracuse down in Albany. Bring him back. Bring him to Cuse. Let's go.
I'm not lying to you. We used to do the.
I guess Jeff went
We used to make
Syracuse,
trips to see Elite Eight and stuff back in the day when we were in university. I remember when the Elite, it was the Sweet 16 was
the Carrier
in
Dome.
Syracuse.
The Carrier Dome.
Carrier Dome. We were down there, and I wish I remembered the name. There was this one bar, and I feel like it was.
I know what you mean.
It was where the Tar Heels had their party because every bar. It's this team's at this bar and this team's at that bar. But the Tar Heels were at this bar, and it was this gigantic, almost like country bar, and it was out of control. It was awesome. I didn't care about the music.
Chuck's? Was it Chuck's?
I wish I remembered the name. But let's just say the Tar Heel fans know what's up.
So what year was that then that you were there?
1960.
Why do we have to go there? It was before the year 2005 and after the year 2000.
I'm going to dig up a picture. So when I was going to Syracuse, and then also a couple years later, after I'd already left, I worked the NCAA there
On the floor,
right? So I got a picture of all of us. On the court, all the crew, all the Carrier Dome crew. Pete Sala and Kevin Vanderzee, a bunch of the guys, all sitting there. So we put it together. It's actually a blast. Lots of stuff that kind of goes into it. It's not just game day. You show up, you're setting up for that thing for years in advance, getting ready, and then also 2 weeks beforehand, you're getting everything set up. Usually going back and forth from lacrosse season and everything like that too. So it's one day you have the you have the Elite Eight game, sending someone to the Final Four, and the next day you got Syracuse lacrosse. They have a game against whoever, right? Army, someone like that. You got to get ready. You just got to go from basketball to a full turf field. Just 12 hours later. It's pretty cool stuff.
Jeff, just back to the market real quick, and then we'll let you go. When there's an IPO like there was today,
how long would it take you guys to add this to the overnight? It's MDLN, it's Medline. I just know there's some traders that might want to look to see some trading in this. It's done 60 million shares. And it's one of those things, Jeff, where it's like you may be good today, tomorrow, the next day, and then completely die off because it's obviously a recent IPO. So is that something that you guys have to work on? Is it a simple move? You can just add stocks whenever you want. How does that work for a new IPO trading overnight?
That should be on there, right?
Okay.
So IPO today, it should be on there for trading tonight. So definitely, we'll keep an eye out.
Great, perfect. Jeff, happy holidays to you and yours, of course. A great friend of the show, as you guys can tell. You got your shout out in there, and we talked about your college days. We talked about
and congratulations, because we know the family's getting bigger.
Yes.
No,
exactly.
thank you. So
congratulations
soon.
on all fronts.
Real soon.
Congratulations on all fronts. That's Jeff Mendel, and they can you can be reached at OTC Markets website. Go over there, get that, contact us, and Jeff personally will respond to all of your emails. Thank you so much, Jeff Mendel, right there from OTC Markets, head of broker dealer sales, and a good friend of the show. Jeff, take care and happy holidays.
Appreciate you, Jeff.
Thanks, guys. Awesome set up there. I love it.
Yeah, he sure does. When he was here last time, we couldn't get him off the air, first of all. That was the first part.
I like that shot, too.
Yeah, he was in the background there.
Chance to use it.
Yeah, that was pretty fun. Thanks, Jeff. Lots of fun with Jeff Mendel and a great guy. Well, there he is. Hey, Jeff. Hey. Okay, he's still on air. Yeah, great guy, absolutely great. Let me know when he's off, and then
horrible taste in.
But yeah, no. When Jeff was here, honestly, like everybody that steps in, into here is impressed, and we want to say thank you to our whole crew for putting all of this together. And now you can see the action behind us.
Well, even just being able to like TCSA, PC, and SoFi back there, and we can see just behind SIA Bitcoin in the red, and we're going to go to SIA actually right about now.
We're going to do a really quick small cap update. So the Russell is it's trading bearish today. It's down 0.90%. Let's take a look at a couple of individual small cap movers. Regencyl Bioscience Holdings, RGC, the small cap biotech on the NASDAQ, is one of the top year-to-date gainers globally, up more than 11,000% over the past year and over 12,000% year-to-date, with its stock currently trading around $17 to $18. RGC is up 0.42%, and the company's extreme move is reflecting a speculative interest in its treatment pipeline. Secondly, Almonte Industries, ALM, the small cap tungsten miner, is up 783% year to date and more than 700% over the past year, with its shares near $8 and a market cap of under $2 billion. The retreat has been supported by progress as of yesterday after a delivery of its first truckload of ore at the Sandong project in South Korea. And that's all. Back to the guys.
Tungsten, baby. It's all about that indestructible tungsten. One of the strongest metals you will ever find.
One of the weakest, platinum.
Yeah, but the good news is, I've said this before, like if I do anything, I have to take the ring off. But the way I look at it's this simple. I could lose this ring and be like, yeah, whatever, I got another one. Because to me, I'm like, yeah, I said to my wife, I'm not spending jack all on a wedding ring. I'll wear it every single day, but that money can be spent way better elsewhere. You can put it in the market, down payment on eventually like our house. Well, at the time would have been like the condo, but like just so many things. But again, to each their own. But that ALM, this goes right to the point. And just even any of the names that he was mentioning goes right to the point of what Raheem was talking about. There's lots of other opportunities that are non-tech in this market, and some of these metals names, some of these mining companies have been doing very, very well. And it's only under the radar to the extent that, not really, but we don't really cover them as much as we should, and especially given here in Canada, like if anyone that's invested in like the TSX or looks at the Canadian markets, it is very heavily weighted towards our banking stocks carry the day, but there's a ton of mining companies and materials companies that are just huge in terms of their weight in Toronto, in the TSX. I shouldn't say Toronto, in the TSX. But I am now in this trend break on the hooded one. So it broke trend as we were talking to Jeff. My stop is at the prior, I'm not using the wick. A lot of times when you have these crazy wicks, I'll use the prior bar, which would be right here, open, which is just underneath 117. And then we'll look to see if it gets to 19. Because 19 to me is that's where I'm looking for, not VWAP. On a day where the market's that far down, I don't want to have to wait for it to get all the way to the upside, all the way to VWAP, especially after 3 o'clock. Like, we're already in the power hour. We're running out of time for a dip buy into silver, but I still like VWAP if we can get it on SLV.
Oh.
At least a chance that it could. Oh, what's up?
Oh, no, I was going to say, I just wanted to give everyone an idea because we just broke right now 95. So this was the price for me on Netflix. You know, the market, the funny thing about Netflix is I think we were right about going long, just the wrong name, obviously, here, because the market did battle back. We actually got stopped out, which is fine, of our Tesla. We talked about how many shares we had left, almost nothing. So we actually made money finally on Tesla today on the short, but still going to be hella negative. But I just want to give you guys an update. We're stopping out at 89s there, always. So I don't know if I had said that. We just bounced off 93 right now on Netflix, but just a little bit of a move there. And by the way, we are still $4 in the money on MDLN, and we just got some more out on the high side right now. So yeah, let's go. Medline here, an absolute monster today. What's up there?
Let's take a look here at this segment, or not a segment here, just a little infographic that I made. I want to pull this one up because with Elon Musk's net worth breaking over that $600 billion level, and Larry Ellison obviously having quite the day with Oracle to the downside, I wanted to update this infographic. You go on X, the TTV research is actually part of a thread. So with that, you can see the previous post, or the last time I updated this just over a month ago. At that point, Larry Ellison was second on this list. He's been usurped by another Larry Page, and he's now in fourth. Of course, Elon Musk winning, and it's literally not even close. He has more than double the net worth of number two, Google co-founder Larry Page. Interesting look here. Another person who's actually switched up their placement on the list is Warren Buffett, going from 10th to 9th. Again, a lot of these are kind of small potato moves, and as you can see, the 8 to 10 spots, so Jensen Huang, Warren Buffett, and Steve Ballmer are all really tight. But either way, if you want to take a look at this, X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Wow. I guess I should have just.
Just like, how much does Renault have to own of LVMH to be on that list, man? Like,
a lot.
There's something all of those companies have in common in terms of market cap that LVMH doesn't. Shout out to him. I guess that's a pretty good thing. We're going to slap the fail on
Bitcoin 85.
Hood breaks trend, but even the trend breaks aren't that good today. It tries to go, breaks underneath the trend line, so this one's going to head to the downside even more. Robinhood, good news today, but it's heading down. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't know how well we're going to be able to hold on to Bitcoin, at least today. But for now, like, it was making that break, but at least the good news is we are continuing to break down on Bitcoin. Like, I'd be a little bit perturbed if Bitcoin was still making this breakout above like 48.6 or 48.7 and Robinhood had came out. But I was looking for, we'd made a bottom on Bitcoin, look for the trend break and the thing that I think could go the most. But we're still heading into the downside. So it's just going to be Medline today. One of those types of days. I said on the way to the 40 level, I'm going to move my trail again. Obviously, every time it makes that big of a move to the upside, it's move the trailing stop. So if I draw this, so here's your big pullback off 37.5. It's now holding this trend. That works out to right now about like 38.25 or so. So I'm going to move the trend line here as it's breaking the high one more time. Medline is the thing that is carrying the day. Well, not only is it carrying the day, it's like the only thing that's strong right now. Like, literally nothing's up. Pulled up Archer when that headline came in. Archer didn't even move. You'd think that would be able to get going. Adam James abroad. Looks like SoFi has broken key support again twice now on the daily, down to 21 to 22. 2 twos, fam. SoFi.
$26 today, isn't it?
25.5 now.
25.5.
Well, 20. Yeah. Well, it's actually. I thought 25 was more the key support. I suppose you're referring to like the 26 level. But I kind of think when you look at the daily chart, yeah, we have this crazy wick here, but this is about $25. We had a big turnaround. So I'm not sure it's really busted through this little dip support. You could make an argument that even under 24, you still have some support left. I mean, it's a distinction without a difference. Like, it's still trending down from the highs, like double top, lower highs getting put in. So it's definitely trending down. I think there's at least a little bit more room for a bounce, or 25.40.
What?
I don't know. So I'm looking at, so if you zoom in here, James Abroad, I look at it this way. This low is 25.25. If you look at this liquidity grab, it closed and then opened at 25.25. Closing prices are important. So it hasn't really busted down above, beneath that 25.25 support, which I would give to the even dollar. So I would argue it doesn't really matter. It's trending down anyways. But I'm not completely convinced that for sure we're going down to 21 just yet. I think if we lose 25 and close under there, I still think 21's the level where I want to get back in or buy back the shares that I sold. So I'm being patient about it. But I'm still open-minded about 25 holding. That's all.
All right, man. Let's go. Drop down some more cash. A Medline again, man. Like, another out. Like, just at the high of the day. Like, we take this 39.45 area and take another out. Like, it's really starting to go here. So watch out for Medline getting going again right now. So, wow. And I'm glad that Jeff was so confident there and said that Medline will be part of the overnight. So you guys can have a look at that and see where this goes. Remember, the NASDAQ will still be going to 8 o'clock tonight, right? And then after that, then you have to switch over into Blue Ocean or Moon. There, I want to thank Jeff for coming on and explaining that one to us. Oh boy, man. I mean, what a crazy day. Like, I'm like, let's go over the market watch just for a little bit here, the stock heat map, just to see like what exactly we're talking about here. It's been a pretty brutal day, man. Google down 3. And the thing is, what it really does, it doesn't hurt or anything, but what hurts is the fact that it's just, there's no hiding anywhere today in the whole tech space. It's the NASDAQ down 2%, it's Google down, it's Palantir down 5%. And we've sold some stuff, over the last little while, so it's okay, but I'm still 95% in, like I maybe 5% cash, something like that. I'm going to look like, in looking elsewhere today, I think it's important that you try to get a little more diversified. And I think a day like today really does scream that to you. I know there's no cover anywhere today, but if you're going to say, you know what, let's take some of this market weakness and maybe go over to things that have been working all year, like a GM or a Ford, have been working. You may not want to, you might not like the car business, and I don't think I love the car business either, but why I go over to this is this consumer manufacturing spot, right? So this to me is something here. Like, Caterpillar has been an absolute monster all year. I think that down 5% gives you an opportunity to get into a name. GE Vernova, well, although down SSR today, down 10%, that's an opportunity. And I know that's a data. You might not want to get into that because it is data center play. So maybe you pass on that one. But some of these other names on here, JCI Controls, Cummins, like these are really good names that pay a dividend where you can sort of diversify just a little bit outside of what we've been talking about today. And then obviously the financials, we've been going over that. And then today, it's never a great thing. The president's going to come on tonight at 9 p.m. And I don't know if it's been leaked or what. I'm going to ask Adair, do we know what, I think it's Venezuela, right?
We never know for sure. What I've seen is some people say it's basically going to be another one of his victory lap type speeches, like what he did last week in Pennsylvania, where he kind of summarizes all the things he's doing and pumps himself up a little bit. That's what I've seen that it's very likely to be. But again, I'm seeing some people speculate it could be cannabis related. Haven't heard anything to that effect. You guys know I'll be watching it, so I'll probably provide a nice little recap.
Yeah. I don't think I'm home till 8 p.m. tonight, so I'll try to watch. He's on at 9, I believe, right? I think. Okay, so I'll be home for that for sure. Yeah, and I was just going to say, if it is Venezuela, like I think he might announce, I don't think he's going to announce boots on the ground or anything in Venezuela, but I think it might be something about the war on drugs and whatever. I don't think it's a good time for him to toot his horn about the stock market today, so he might not be doing that tonight, but he might be. I mean, the market's a shade away from all-time highs. He looks at the Dow. The Dow's 490. It's to 480, so he may comment on that. But I was just going to say, if there's any talk about energy, or those, South America and specifically Venezuela, energy may even go more than that. I would think
it's going to be like, trust me, we're probably going to see like airstrikes.
Yeah, so I think he's going to say something like that they're not playing around anymore. But what do I know besides nothing?
Maybe some drone stocks that could be, I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, Palantir maybe. Datadog. Oh, I wanted to see. Oh, you know what? There's CrowdStrike down and Palo Alto. Wow. There's like nowhere today, man. ServiceNow. What the hell are you doing?
How was CRM up today? Explain that to me.
Is the greatest stock in the world? I don't know.
Well,
sales.
Isn't it literally the worst tech stock?
I think it was one of the worst performing Dow.
The worst. What's the worst Dow tech? It's the worst tech stock in the Dow this year. If not the worst stock in the Dow this year. It's got to be close to it. I'm not sure. You can probably ask Gemini or something. You know what? Maybe it's up today.
Netflix
because if you've been getting AI wrong this entire time and not getting the benefit, then on a day where all the AI stocks go to the downside, then I suppose maybe that's good for somehow like reverse logic. It's going to be good for CRM, but it is strong today. As do we have any possible reason why CRM would be strong?
I was just going to look into what you said about it being the worst performer on the Dow. I was pretty sure it was UNH. It is UNH, though CRM is a not so close second. So UNH right now, unfortunately, this is my Jimmy Carter pick. It's down about 35% year to date. CRM is down roughly 23% year to date. And Nike in third place here. They report tomorrow. They're down roughly 13% year to date. So none of those are all close to one another, about 10% removed from each one.
You know, that makes it interesting with Nike still yet to report. Down 13%. It's only the 17th. Could Nike get green on the year is the question. Now, the trend would tell you
down 13%.
13%, but it's not
Maybe.
like you still have the rest of the year. We got a couple of weeks to go here. It's not like it has to do it this week after earnings. Like if it has a good report, you get like 4 or 5 points there. You trend up for a little bit. That's not too far. It's not ridiculous, but
there goes Netflix.
Like 70. Where the heck would it have to get to? Not that it matters, but this is above the 50. This breaks out 70, and I think it's got some momentum. So watch out for Nike. Derry, you said tomorrow they report after the bell, so that could be one to watch for the back half of the week, certainly. Oh, there was something else. I knew there was something I was forgetting. Chipotle is supposed to be another buy today. Chipotle is supposed to be in the imbalances, or at least at the close, 3.8 million shares to buy. Oracle, 1.7 are the two significant ones. There's nothing that anybody would care about to sell. Like Bank of Nova Scotia is supposed to be a sell, but no one cares about Canadian banks. Chipotle, 3.8 million, Oracle, 1.7 million. Those are expected numbers for the imbalances. That doesn't mean that they will come out as buys. It doesn't mean they will come out that big. But it's worth mentioning that Chipotle is exactly that for the early look, which I've never seen before. I've never seen in our note 3.8 million shares, and then I look at this thing at 318, and it's exactly pretty much 3.8 million shares. And Oracle, yeah, whatever.
That's interesting, yeah. I mean, obviously, the pairing off will start. It's only 320 now. So.
The other thing is remember what's happening at the end of this week. It's triple witching at the end of this week. And on top of that, we do know that Carvana is going into the S&P 500. So Vana nothing's having a good day today. No. They sold the news. That's already happened. So it made its top when it became official. Let's just say, obviously people knew that this was going in. You could check the betting markets were telling you there was a decent chance this was going to go into the indexes, and you could have been going long, or you could have just maybe betting on like Kalshi or something. But now the top is a bit in, but we expect some crazy action. There might be a little bit early on Thursday, but there's always a chance on Friday. You could see a ridiculous number on Carvana. I still think until then, temper your expectations on a daily basis with this thing. All right, Medline's maybe trying to pull back a little bit here, but the other thing is I don't think I'm going to get a dip in silver. It's about to get to the high of the day again. I don't like a breakout, but if it's going to break this local top at 60.40, I might play false break back into 60.40 on silver. So if it's not going to get to VWAP, that's the only other thing I'm looking at.
Okay. Yeah, so I just want to say, so Netflix does break there. And, we were playing off of basically, the 200-period moving average, as we discussed. We wanted 95 from the open. So happy to take it, and obviously not happy with the result as it went down. But, it's the process. And, we took it, and we only had one out right there, and then it just bled basically the whole way. That's just another 95 fill that didn't wind up working for us. So downside there, and like I said, man, it's just thanks to the IPO gods today, because like I said, I think now, and I know, we all talk about, just how we feel about the stock and what we put on it and the risk. Like all four of us put completely different share sizes up on this. So it's just one of those things where you gotta take what's best for your game. And like I said, like the IPO has done really, really well on it. So we really loaded the boat on this one. So thankfully today, Medline holds it for me, and we're going to see if we can get a little bit better on our IPO trading, other than just getting out so much so early. But you know, did not think that we were going to do this, especially after it basically hovered. Once it opened, it spent, and again, I know I showed you because we have all these outs, but it spent at least like, which is going to seem silly when I say this, but like it spent 2 minutes or so down here. And generally speaking, when we get an IPO, it's funny because Ramin was over here looking for all these reactions, and I'm just like looking at her like, it's not doing anything. Like I wish it was doing something, and it wasn't doing anything to the point where we got stopped out when it broke below the IPO price. Then in minute 2, and I know how ridiculous this sounds, but in my world that's a lot for trading wise, it blasted right through again. So we wound up taking that the second time. I use the same shares. It was just same kind of a trade twice like. So it's just one of those things where if I don't have that today, wow, today is a very bad day. But hey, we're happy that we were able to make money there. Not happy, I told you, it was just Tesla. Not happy with that one. We can go back over, I mean, if MSOS, let's check out Tilray, because if the news tonight is like something about weed and cannabis and all that, then I don't know, do you want to take a flyer here? Where's Joe? Joe's over there. Joe, I'm going to give you a little bit of homework if you don't mind. How about even right now? Go find me something, like if I think that Tilray, Joe, is going to potentially go higher today, what would be maybe a contract that our viewers could look at? Because Adair mentioned that Trump tonight may be talking about cannabis. So would it make sense for us to buy 14 calls or something like that? Or what would the strategy be? If you mic up, we can have a longer discussion.
Another question also might be, what would be the best thing to use? Is Tilray the best vehicle, or is there going to be something which will give you maybe?
Well, just be MSOS or Tilray. So that's why I wanted to.
Is MSOS a better option?
Well, he wouldn't. Option-wise, yeah. So that's why I was trying to figure out, like, what would be the play, right? Because for me, it's always something about like,
split.
Do I buy in the money calls if I really think this is going to be something of a thing? Do I buy, is $15 calls, something? And we might have 0 day, well, we won't have 0 day, but Friday expiry maybe there as well. And the only other name would be CGC, I think, where you get volume on the option side. It could be CGC as well. So just looking at that, both of these names kicking around today. It's actually interesting because Tilray is down 5%. This is weird. Tilray is down 5%, CGC up 5%. And the name that I own, TCNNF, over here, Trulieve, which today is still up 5 and 6%. So this is the name that I own over there. This man's mic is in use, so unfortunately, I don't know if we'll have too much there. Maybe he can even put it in the chat if he has any ideas.
We do have a super chat we want to get.
All right, what's
here
up?
if we
What's
can.
up?
So thank you for throwing it up there. Small trader Nick, what up? I know all of AI is down. Pretty sure that's true, but it's not. There might be something. I haven't looked at every single stock out there. There might be some kernel of strength that we haven't looked at. But what is your opinion on BBAI and the chances it hits $7 again? Well, I know you've probably looked at it more than I have, Sean. But every time I look at BBI, without even looking, all I can tell you is this: if it's still holding the 200 period on the on simple on the daily, which it's been like an absolute champion, then I think there's a solid chance. But that's been the line. Load. There it is. Oh, yeah, we can see that tomorrow. Okay, so for me, it's pretty simple. This has not closed under the 200 simple since the April lows. Like, you've got to go back to the April, like when everything was falling apart over tariffs and why am I blanking on the day? It's whatever. Was it Tariff Tuesday or the tariff lows? It doesn't matter.
The tariff tantrum.
That's the tariff tantrum. That's what I'm looking for. That's the last time that we closed underneath the 200 period moving average. So if you're long in front of it, that's the place to be. It's worked every single time. But we are testing that tomorrow, it seems like. Probably unlikely that it happens today. It's broken with a wick before, but has not closed underneath. So the way I look at it, if it closed underneath, I think that's kind of an obvious place to get out and say, yeah, this trend has been broken, and wait for another kind of a support level. Yeah, but that's my only look on BBAI. I think before we go, I think we have to go back to Sia, and then maybe we'll get your thoughts.
Hey guys, let's take a quick look at the market right now. Pretty regular, nothing major going on. However, tech is down. Energy is doing well with CVX up 1.16% as discussed with the Venezuelan crude oil story earlier in the show today. Oracle is down 5.7% after losing the $10 billion deal with Blue Owl. It's also now currently searching for other options. Micron is down 2.56% at the moment, but it will be reporting its earnings tonight, and they're expecting a $2.9 billion in revenue. And over the past 16 trading sessions, also Tesla was up 27.5%, but is currently trading at a negative 3.9%. And that's all for the sector. Back to the guys.
Okay, quick sector, thank you so much for that. I just want to say we are, so I've adjusted my TQ, oops, I don't know why my chart, there it is. I've adjusted my TQQ. I still don't mind going long if it breaks. We are getting a little long in the tooth or short in the tooth with time left in open market. That's $50.10 right now. So if we do break, well, it's 50.06, but if we break through 10, I don't know why. I always pick like an even penny. I don't know why. But like an even level. 06 is an even penny. But if it breaks 10s, I think we're going to go long. Well, not I think. We are going to go long there. And I'll probably just play it like 20 cents worth, something like that, just to see if we get a late day rally. But it's definitely not looking like it. I thought maybe we were potentially going to get something there, but it doesn't look like that is here so far there today. Yeah, no, look, as far as Big Bear AI is concerned, this is why I talk like this. You know, the reason why, here, I don't know why my other charts aren't loading up. Okay, here it goes. Neil just talked about the 200 period, and that's basically, and not basically, that is exactly what we're playing off of. And if I just sort of make this, zoom this out a little bit there, we should be able to let this populate. As Neil just showed you, it held it. So I'm going to say I'm not reloading any here. We're still long at $4 from the first time this happened. And we got out on the way up. I'm holding 40% of my trade. So we got out, our best out is 850. Okay, and that's pretty easy levels there to see. We got out at 650, 750, 850, if you guys remember. But we did it on this way up, not this way. So we haven't been actually even looking at this name for a couple months. But the thing about it is, and someone said this, I think on the midday show, it's not the time to buy names that aren't making money. So their last quarter, they were not able to turn EPS positive. So I don't like unprofitable names in this environment. So I'm going to pass on reloading Big Bear AI, and I'll talk about it maybe after its next quarter. So you guys are sort of on your own. I'm still holding 40%, but we're in the money half decently on it, and I've sort of planned that out. So I'm not going to do anything with that. The one thing that I may do something with is Lululemon. So Lululemon is one of the great ideas I feel like we had, at least. We bought some Uber at 84. That's not looking so good. But Lululemon, we had bought a little bit here before earnings because I was like, you know what? I think retail is going to be hot. We nailed that. Like, retail has been on fire. Shout out to AEO. Sorry, Joe. Shout out to, I would have lost that bet too, by the way. I didn't think AEO was going that high. Abercrombie, Urban Outfitters, like Walmart, Target. I'm in Target as well. So we nailed that call, but we did not nail our timing on Lululemon. So we did get a little piece in there at 198 or whatever it was before. I think it was about $200 before their earnings call back in September. Then we gave it the 3-day rule because it got absolutely crushed. So we're able to get back average in down to 160 or so. And if I zoom this out, there are levels. So there's no surprise that it held around this 150 area. And then we just now, last week, got a good quarter from them. And now you're back up here. I did get some out at 205 or 206 that day. But now we're looking here. And I'm not going to do anything now. I'm looking at this 200 period moving average, which was at 230, now back into 225. So I'm thinking that that's going to be my next area to get out. And then the same kind of a play on Target where we had talked about buying we're almost at $100. So that is my target for Target. Yeah, it's a good little money trade there for Target. Look at this, man. Boom. We're long here in the mid 80s. So that turned out to be a good trade as well for Target. And that's right back up into 100 again. So I like that, breaking above the 200 period moving average. And look, man, you guys go, if I knew how to do it, I'd do it myself. But I could search Twitter and show you the day that I recommended that. And look, pretty much all the plays that I make, I'll put on Twitter. or at least tell you right here the day that it actually happens, so that there's some accountability. That's how I like to do it. But Boeing right there, I bought this. We talked about this at $200 right here when it came back in on Boeing, because I thought this $200 right into here had a chance of holding, and oh man, it did not. It went down to 180, and all of a sudden, our guy Kelly Ortberg there, yeah, I got you, Adara, ripped right, I mean, you see me say no other CEO's name except for his. There it is, right back there, up to the upside right now, broke through, and it wasn't even him, it was the CFO talking about, you know, they're able to yeah, produce more planes and blah, blah, blah. Anyways, that day was a great one. It moved all the way to $200 in one day there, and it's been holding that level. So just to talk about diversifying again, that's why I went on this little tangent there. You know, retail, got a couple positions over there that are helping sort of, I'm not even gonna open up the account today because I'm 90% in all these tech names. But it's nice to have Boeing join the party. It's nice to have Lululemon and Target join the party. And it's nice to have GLD join the party not too long ago. I first bought this thing in, like, let's just say 6 months ago, and we recently bought some more at $375 there on GLD, and we did talk about that as well. So yeah, it's nice to have some of these plays, and then obviously Tesla's been a good one besides today, and then we didn't even look at was Rivian. I'm surprised it's still at 1770. That doesn't seem like it's down that much. No. So Rivian holding actually pretty good today. 1770 here.
You know what I just looked up? Not to go back to BBAI, but I saw someone in the chat saying BBI has a presentation tomorrow. I went to their website, so I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Maybe we should inform people if we're talking about BBI. I see it saying a special meeting of stockholders, not tomorrow, but on the 19th. So, and that's at 3 o'clock. So 2 days from now at 3 o'clock, BBI is having a special meeting of stockholders that to be reconvened on December the 19th. So if you're in BBAI, probably something that you want to pay attention to, I would think. Want to also shout out Walmart for making a move. There are strong names in the market. You've just got to necessarily look elsewhere. The reason I'm showing you my e-signal chart is Walmart just went to the NASDAQ. So if I show you my daily chart here, it's like this is how long Walmart's been a NASDAQ stock. Not very long. But there are things that are strong. We've talked about the metals. Talked about some retail names, not all, some retail names. Like don't look at Under Armour. It's probably not a good looking chart. Look at Johnson & Johnson. You know, this one's looking real good. Like the trend has been unabated. And the good thing about this, it's been rallying when tech has been rallying. So even if this pulls back into the 50 period and the market does a pullback, like you're still in an upward trend and you're not exposed to the AI trade there. But that's certainly a name that you can look for. We talked a little bit about this morning about energy, whether you like Chevron or Exxon. I think good places to hide, especially given tonight what may or may not be announced. If we really do think it's going to be Venezuela, then there's pretty much nothing it could be than an escalation into, you might see us start to hit some things on mainland, which obviously that would be, I could see there being a shock to oil, no questions asked. But I think that will be an opportunity. It's a trading opportunity all the time. I don't know what drone name I like. I was like out there. But you maybe some of the defense stocks, but then I don't love the defense stocks as much with peace in Ukraine, like potentially coming in. I think it may not be the best time for those.
I like that one.
You have that button?
I know. I was. I mean, my.
Oh.
That's
How do? Can we get those? Oh, you. Fabian, why does Joe have every single new key?
He's a money maker. Okay. He's a money maker, this
Okay.
guy over there. That's the reason why. So
I see what's up.
Shout out to Joe, man, the money maker over here. Yeah.
I would like to ask for the button too then, Fabian.
You would also like to ask for there. I was going to look to see if there was anything on Kalshi because Venezuela. No, I want to see what there was going to be some Trump talk tonight. What if there's any odds on what Donald will be talking about there. So I'm just searching in Kalshi here. I'll just do it live on air. I don't know. Oh, here it is right here. What will Trump, I just typed in Trump there. So what will Trump say during his address to the nation? Is that, I guess that means tonight. Yeah, this expires, what, in 18?
That's correct, that's tonight.
Pardon me?
Yeah, this one is an address to the nation tonight, so they're.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because it says this expires in 18 hours. So it can't be that one there, but President Trump out, go ahead.
So I was going to say, I looked at Polymarket, and some of these are like just words he'll use, but other ones have to do with, they're saying maybe Syria, Venezuela, 90% border. The word Trump is also on here. Peace in the Middle East, Hanukkah, Golden Age, tax on tips. A lot of these are just his normal talking points.
What are the odds that he says his own name? That's
whatever the odds are of Venezuela is free money. You might as well
only 90.
You might as well just go with your. I mean, it's almost as much of a lock as Jake Paul losing there on Friday. The odds. Do you know what the odds are? What? Don't you think so, Joe? Yeah, the odds for Joshua Anthony Joshua is minus 1,200. Like you have to lay down $1,200 to get paid $100. Like you don't even, like that doesn't even exist in sports. There's no minus 1,200s, you know, on an individual event. Like there might be like, oh, if it's 4th and 1, maybe the chances of them getting a first down is, you know, something good like that.
Oh,
but
I'm sure you see there's some lines like that in the Olympics. But like it'll be like really rare, like that. Like
yeah, but not you know,
like that pole vaulter guy. Like you couldn't win a dime on Mondo because the guy was this dude Mondo Duplantis.
But anything can happen there too, right? So maybe
he's so good.
We'll have to check the Olympics.
That like he comes into the competition when like 90% of the people are like they're getting to their PBs, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna enter the competition now." He's just that good. Like he physically has to get hurt to lose most days, and there's one guy who can. If he has a really, really bad off day, there's one guy that can stay with him. And even then, it's like he has to lose on his like second height.
Right.
And then that guy has to have his best
Yeah,
day.
so it's not much of a competition.
But like you can't win Jack doing that. Like you got to bet on.
So I would not bet. That's what I would say. But the Venezuela for sure. Like he's gonna say something.
I'm not seeing the same thing.
She was looking at Polymarket. So.
Oh, that's why I'm not looking at Kalshi. Okay.
Yeah. Good for that as well.
Did I just hear we're going to?
Yeah, we are going to go to Sia. We just got to throw it to her first. So let's do it right now.
Hey guys, so the UK Consumer Price Index fell more than expected to about 3.2% year on year versus the consensus, which was closer to 3.5%, which has triggered a sharp drop in the British pound. The downside surprise has basically pushed the GBP to the bottom of the G10 performance table today. The sterling is down 0.53% as of today to $1.33. And the US dollar has rebounded and is currently the strongest major currency since the Asian recession. Markets are watching for a cluster of central bank decisions with particular focus on a more hawkish Bank of Japan move that could lift the Japanese rates to multi-decade heights and push a bit of a volatility into USD yen. Emerging market currencies are also under pressure at the moment. As discussed yesterday, India's rupee has recently hit near record lows. And at the same time, USD MXN and are trading near multi-year lows. And that's all for right now. Back to the guys.
I don't think Mexican peso there. I think that's what you're referring to. All these things, man. I don't know what currency is being used in Venezuela. That can't be very good either. To potentially what's going to happen there tonight. So we just hope that everybody is safe. If you're watching us there from Venezuela or wherever you are in South America and all that, or anywhere in the world, hope you are enjoying the show and wish you all the safety in this world. This world's a messed up place. There's no doubt about that. So, but we'll find out more tonight what President Trump is all about.
And maybe it's not going to be all that bad.
It's always, there's always a thing. And it's not going to be, no matter what, it's not going to be.
Fruit salad time? It was really good.
Venezuela does have a lot of fruit. Like, you know, a very, very warm climate over there. No, but I was going to say, I might hit that by accident. And I don't even remember what I was going to say. He's too busy dancing to the fruit salad. But no, it's just be careful out there. And what I was going to say is that may not say anything directly. And I think that it's not going to be a war anyways, right? It's going to be sanctions. It's going to be like different effects that are going to try to cripple, you know, potentially their economy or things like that. That seems to be the way Trump, and I think that's the better way of doing
also
it, right?
individual
Sanction
actions.
Russia. Sanction Ukrainian.
There might be like little, look, even if there are strikes, it'll probably be like, you're not going to necessarily war with the country. Like,
no, that's what I mean, yeah.
It'll just be going to war with the drug trade, I think is what you'd be scared about there. But that does, for a trading aspect, I think you have to be looking at energy. It was already looking like a pretty decent trend break and a little bit of a hole to support higher. I think I like Chevron. I might add to that one just as like a safety thing. But we did just lose temporarily. So I've had this trend line up the whole time. And basically, since it made the press past 39, I'm like, yeah, the second it breaks that trend line, I'm just going to get out. And it did, so I jumped out there, like 39 change or so. And I'm talking about Medline up here. So Medline it's been a very successful IPO, no questions asked. But just as a reminder, two things. One, it's not in the tech space, so that's probably boding well for it here today. And the second thing is the action on the first day is nowhere nearly, it's not remotely indicative of how any IPO is going to perform over like months. Right? The first day is completely meaningless to how a stock, any IPO will perform in any kind of a long run, whether it's a quarter, whether it's a month, whether it's a week. The first day usually ends up being noise. But this one having a successful first day in the healthcare space. One thing that we didn't talk about here is, yikes. UNH, there was a point this morning, I think we were talking, because UNH looked like it was maybe the healthcare space is going to be relatively strong, this will be breaking out. It's actually heading potentially back down to the 300 level, which has been a pretty good level of support. So if UNH is failing this 50, playing back into 300 is going to be a thing. And then one more, before we get a second look at those imbalances, see what they're looking like. Someone asked in the chat, what is going on with GEV? Remember, all of these names, whether it's your nuclear energy names, whether it's, it could be like your chip manufacturer or equipment manufacturing names, there's this whole cluster in AI that is not just chip names or your big cap spenders on these data centers. There's the power names as well. GE Vernova is going to get hit heavily if you start thinking about any kind of pullback, delays in data centers, pullback in spend. They're going to get hit hard. This is not moved like doesn't move like a defensive name. It hasn't for a long time. It moves like a parabolic runner. So when you see this pullback 10% in the 50 period, that's par for the course. And I'm still waiting at the 200 period, by the way. Have not moved my order. Still sitting at 5. I think I'm like 522. I just happen to like that number. But you can expect G Vernova, when Oracle gets hit like this with this headline, then you're going to see G Vernova move, and it's down 10% today. It'll be SSR tomorrow, potentially. Maybe we'll see if that one's going to bounce. But Canary in the coal mine lost the bid. A lot of other things in AI are going to go with it. That's just how it is.
So I know you got out of Medline there. We still have a little bit of a few left here to fire off the chamber. So it's up back to 40. So we just take another out at 40. I take some out at 39.50, some out at 40. Now we'll wait for the high of the day back. I didn't even realize it went this high. Man, we've just been distracted with talking about everything today. Palantir at day's low, everything. I'm still going to, I just looked at this. If we break above 50, that's now right where our 50-period moving average is. I'm thinking about maybe a little bit of an upside. All this talk about Trump coming on and things like that. I mean, I don't know. He talked about robotics last time. He talked about AI stimulus and things like that. I mean, maybe tonight, based on what he's seeing in the market today, and we know that he's a president of the market as well, likes to talk about it. Maybe there's something that he can throw towards all of his good friends in Wall Street tonight that gets this market going. So I'm going to go long on a 50 break and not give it too much time. If we're wrong, we do have the 50-period moving average right here back at round 80s. I think that would be something there to see, or that's 80 either way. So we're going to give it 20 cents. Okay, 20 cents to work out. But remember, we are now minutes away and moments away from the imbalance. And this will,
there's a bunch.
Yeah, this will affect, like, here, I don't have it, I got to do it by size because I had it by paired value. So, you know, Chipotle, BMNR, like these are all going to come out and we're going to find out which way they go. So it's no surprise. Like I'd rather this break before all this happens so that we can maybe get an upside move and then I'll worry about it afterwards. But for me right now, just sitting here waiting for these imbalances and also waiting for a 50, I'm going to go long and give it 20 cents. So if you guys were looking for a trade, I'm going to do that. To each their own. We're still $5 in the money, of course, on Medline, and that's what it is for now. NVIDIA keeps on spiking on my scanner, but it's not that it's doing anything. It's actually just broke the 200-period moving average, so it is doing something from the bottom. That 170 bid seems to be pretty good, right? 171 and change. Before we go and get those imbalances, let's have a quick look to see what Tesla's been doing. Our short was fine. We got smoked here, and then we probably gave back everything we've made on the month in Tesla. And then we got a little bit back there on the short, and that's what that is right now. So now we're just gonna have to wait to see where exactly Tesla goes from here tomorrow. Like down 4%, was not expecting that today. If we do again get positive talk, we know that there's some good talk about Tesla. So I still am excited for the trade, just not sure, you know, how good it's going to be tomorrow. It's only Thursday, you know, we have Micron tonight. So Micron's going to, like Broadcom sort of started this whole thing, you know, Micron is also a pretty big problem if they miss. And I think this whole memory thing is a little bit of a house of cards. So I just worried about it, to say the least. So let's just wait to see what does wind up happening tonight with Micron, and we'll go from there on that report. So Micron coming tonight down 2.6%, and you know, the Oracle bleeds, SanDisk, all that kind of stuff just continues. Oracle down again, man. Another 8%, or sorry, 8%, 5.8%, 6% down, and looking to break through the lows of the day. So in my Genius TQQ talk, it doesn't look like that wants to do it. It's actually trying to turn around a little bit, which is fine. We only want to get it if it's momentum break higher. And right now, like this 200 period moving average hasn't even been talked about all day on this stock. Literally hasn't even looked at it, maybe right there. And we had got some out of our long at that point. So this is going to be a good stock today for sure. Luckily, we're able to get away from it right there. That's what you got to do on discipline. Yeah, no, I think that the what I meant by, you know, let's watch out to see what happens with Micron. I think that the memory, I just think it's gone upside a little bit too far. You know, SanDisk and Micron. I mean, the thing is actually, let me take this back just a little bit. You know, it's 3:47. We have a couple minutes until these imbalances. Yeah, it's actually, now that it's already down here, like I was calling this a problem up here. We called it a problem up here, and then this happened. Then I was very surprised when this had happened. So we made the same discussion, but I actually hadn't noticed that it had pulled back this far. So when I saw someone in the chat there say something about the pullback, yeah, this is actually set up to be fine actually on earnings. So I'm not as, I still think it goes down, but I'm not as nervous about how far it will go down from here. Like we're no longer near the top. You're already down from when we called this thing. 260 was where we called short. It's now down to 226. So you're already down 13% or so on this name heading into earnings. So I wouldn't buy it, but I also don't think it's a horrible idea right here. So yeah, I can get behind some Micron love. Let's just see what those numbers are at the end of the day.
Like SNDK, like SanDisk, that dropped like 35%. Like these have pulled back. Like it's going into these Micron earnings that these guys have really gotten smoked. They're down another percent today. Maybe that's why they're only down 1 today, because they've been destroyed so badly relative to the others. But there was something else here that wasn't there before on the imbalance locator. With 90 seconds to go, Norwegian has shown up for $2.5 million to the buy side. Again, not very much time for it to, before it opens up, or before we get the imbalances, but this has been trending down as well. Like, really?
Holy.
Like, Norwegian got hit too today? Why exactly would these guys get hit in this pullback? Travel names, you would think should be a little bit they have nothing to do whatsoever. It's probably going to be this Venezuela stuff. Who knows? It's going to be the unrest. It's going to be the oil prices. That's the only reason, because these have been on a breakout and they look pretty strong. If this does come out as big as 2.5 million, you might see a TLH move. So I'm going to have this one up as we have the imbalances in less than 1 minute. Norwegian taking it on the chin, but probably because of this and Venezuela.
I canceled my futures trade. It's too late now. You're now 30 seconds away. I thought that if we could run before 350, that would be a good idea. But wow, this Medline, man. You know, obviously we're going to have tops and bottoms today. Obviously you're going to have bottoms. But to have a top is pretty crazy that we made the move all the way back again, $40.50. Congratulations to everybody that had this trade, man. On the sticky note, it was one of the top names out today for me. So Medline just continues to go, man. Good name there. All right, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right here. So we're going to see if there's anything that kicks through here. It looks like Medline goes to 41, so there must be a little bit of a buy there as well. iRobot hits a sell. Oracle
Amazon
gets a buy. Yeah, Amazon a sell there, down. Look at Amazon. So there goes the market a little bit down to the downside. But wow, we are now $6 in the money on MDLN right now. Wow, we could have made like our whole year if we had just held everything. But, you know, we didn't. So there it goes, man. I'm happy that it's my #1 stock on the month, but it could have been #1 stock on the year. There goes Medline up through $41. I guess I could cancel my stop. That was at $34.95 right there. So this now $6 in the money. Let's just go $40.79. If we break below that, then we can get out of our whole piece. There it goes, man. Medline, thank you so much. Helping to pay a couple bills today.
Yeah, paying all the bills realistically is Medline. Amazon just broke, sorry to tell you guys, but the market is not doing well today, and that Amazon sell and balance broke the low of the day on Amazon. It did pair off a little bit here, 1.7 million to 1.2, pretty much instantly, but there's a low of day break on Amazon. Unfortunately, this has not been a very good day for tech stocks, and this imbalance here not going to change too much. It's only 900 million to sell, the total number, and the Nasdaq's only 180 million to sell, and there is a buy, and it's Netflix. 1.4 million to the buy side, Netflix. This is a good, okay, so Netflix is green today, and I know it's been trending down, but this is a good day, I think, for Netflix, because you get the certainty of, well, the board supports the Netflix deal. They do not support Paramount's deal at all. So the only option right now for Paramount, they can go home and give up. They could try to raise their bid, see if that changes anything. But as of right now, Warner Brothers deal is Netflix winning. Obviously, it will take some time to close. There's antitrust issues for sure that'll make this take a while to close. But they haven't had to raise their bid. That was positive for Netflix, and then the market did what it did. But Netflix, I think, would have been up significantly more otherwise. That's just how it. The thing about a relatively strong stock is that sometimes you have when you get like an almost 2% down day, it has a tendency to drag down some things that it might normally. If it was a 1% day, Netflix probably holds up a little better. I don't know Flex, but that just showed up here. Flex, what is Flex? Flex Limited? That's a huge imbalance. 1.4 million. The stock's only done 4 million on the day. I might throw this one up on the side burner just in case at 355. When we expect most of these to pair off, you might find something a little bit interesting in this name. You have nothing too crazy happening. Don't think at this point in the day, even if silver gets to VWAP, it's way too late, pretty insignificant. It never broke the high and it never touched VWAP, but another fresh all-time high for silver. Up 4% today on a day where GLD, as we talked about this morning with Raheem, is up 1. So good day for gold, great day for silver. That's how it's been. I don't think it'll last forever. Silver plays that catch up, and then eventually, gold sort of takes, at some point, gold always takes the reins again. Maybe that'll be when it takes out the high. Who knows? Well, I would argue that GDX has been a bit better. But gold almost breaking out the highs as silver continues to go higher and higher and higher. And then, of course, IBIT or Bitcoin. Let's forget about an IBIT chart. I'll just show you the Bitcoin chart because that's even better. Bitcoin will close, well, the 24-hour market, but we're going to get to the actual equity market close without losing 85K on Bitcoin. So we're going to end up holding this 85,000 support for now. But this, any way you cut it, this is going to be a nasty candle. Like remember this morning when we're like 90,000, we're going to 90,000? Everything was, wow, this is a big-time breakout through 88. Everything was looking pretty good, and then huge right turn. This is pretty bearish, in my opinion, for Bitcoin, how heavily it got sold off here. I feel like tomorrow, we'll probably gap under it. I don't think there's going to be a chance, but that 85,000 break tomorrow looks like a trade to me. But with the crypto market, whenever that seems like the case, if it's any good, it'll probably happen overnight. That's just how it works. But I'm pretty bearish on Bitcoin going into tomorrow based on the price action we saw today. There's no other way to look. Let's go to Sia at the desk.
Hey guys, quick crypto update. Bitcoin is near 89,000 amid like the thin holiday trading. Bitcoin is trading around 89,600 after dipping 0.5% today, above its recent lows near 86,000. Volumes are thinning during the holiday season. Former CEO also of MicroStrategy, Michael J. Saylor, has predicted that quantum computing will harden Bitcoin instead of breaking it. Currently, BTC is down 1.83%, and that's all for today.
Thanks. Thanks. See ya right over there. I was gonna say, big shout out to the smartest person in the room. You know, Adara has nailed this whole move. Like Adara, I got to give her. This is what I'm talking about. Like, you know, I don't have any problem saying smartest person in the room. Like Adara had talked about this move on the downside. Thanks, Adara.
That is very kind.
You're welcome. Well,
I did the research on it, so I was very comfortable.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Like, I just wanted to say, like, sniffing that one out about that, you know, definitely saved me a little bit, that's for sure. And I just look at this and it's like, it goes to the point of doing your homework. We had Rahim Alani talk about doing that on some of the metal names today. And it's like, this move has been so dramatic. And I just clearly remember on the recap show, and me and Adara and I were sort of talking about it. And then that very next day, we got like this spike up and I was just like, I'm selling. And then honestly, like the very next day, it was just bleed city down there to the downside. So at least I was able to get out of something up there. And it just goes to show, like, do your research, figure it out, you know, stick to some of your guns sometimes. And, you know, that will happen. And try not to catch falling knives like that was there on Oracle, like I did today on Tesla. But great instincts over there for Miss A.
Preparation and research as well. Well, the thing about taking those ideas or that research and putting into a plan of action, sometimes if it means risking your own money, you might not have the gumption to do it. That fear of losing, or maybe not even having enough capital to start, keeps traders on the sideline. Well, it's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how you can engage in the markets with the limited risk trading model. So you can use funded capital, and Trade the Pool is going to take that downside. You hit the profit targets, and you can keep 70% of the profits. No fear barriers. We're just talking about a real opportunity and the opportunity for you to focus on the things that matter, like discipline. So this is called the limited risk trading model. It's powered by Trade the Pool. You can visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code and get 10% off. And I've been so good at getting to like the right point and saying QR code when it's on screen. Yeah. But there it is again. So I mucked it up that time. But scan that QR code. We didn't have Mitch on yesterday, but I think we'll probably still have Steve, I think potentially tomorrow.
No, he's Friday, isn't he?
Is this Thursday or Friday?
I don't know.
You know what? I just kind of checked the calendar. Okay, well,
no, Friday we had Michael. I can't remember. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't matter. But we thank them for coming on through with their ideas and appreciate Trade the Pool for sponsoring that part of the show. We got 2 minutes to go, everybody. Today is, of course, Wednesday. We do have Micron coming up after the bell. This is pretty much, let's call it like it is. They report later this week, but Micron is the last significant earnings name I think that we care about in the market in terms of the tech trade for sure. So there's going to be a lot at stake, especially after the day that the market has had today, unfortunately. Not a very good one. And Santoa just said Tesla broke the market.
Not that broke.
The Oracle news broke the market. This is the second time in a week, in maybe 2 weeks that this has happened, where it looked like we were going up. When you sat down at 8 o'clock or you joined us this morning, there was nothing that seemed this bearish at all. None of the headlines looked that way. Most of the charts didn't look that way. And then we just get, boom, there's another piece of Oracle news with regards to delaying any kind of delay or any kind of an issue with funding for any of these data center build-outs. And then whoosh, we're to the downside again. There's just not much of a bid when we get this Oracle news. So it's almost like, well, you're in the right spot because you're never going to miss the headlines here, that's for sure. And you won't see, and unlike other places, like you'll see us immediately get to this is what's happening. Like look at these individual names reacting to this headline. This is where we're not catching the bid. If we were catching the bid, we'd be able to tell you and not talk about that after the fact. So yeah, not a good day for the markets. Hopefully, maybe Micron can tell us some good news.
Yeah, I don't think I
doubt it, but
right now, NASDAQ down 1.9, ES down 1.3%. The diamonds, which of course is the Dow Jones, 30 down, I don't know how much. Anticlimactic, down 0.4 right there. So Dow holding out the best. It looks like it's the NASDAQ down 2, ES down 1 with only 10 seconds left. Yo, thank you 3D Capital for sponsoring the closing bell again and 2 and 1. And Medline ends at $41. Unbelievable. You could have hit that a little harder. You know, we didn't do this too much, but this is who made money yesterday. This is, I expect these numbers to be a lot bigger today. But this is who made money yesterday at Real Trading. Someone trading the TSX made $15,000. Then we got this. Hong Kong yesterday overnight. I told you we trade over 60 plus markets, but this is what I'm looking at right here. I just wanted to see if anybody made money on Blue Ocean. So we got Blue Ocean, and pretty soon Moon. Blue Ocean right now is just more known by our traders, and Moon's going to join that party as well. But I was just going to say, man, party on Garth tonight.
Well, actually, for a clarification, I'm pretty sure at Real Trading, the overnight market goes under Blue Ocean. So even if you traded on Moon, it's almost like it's just like another gateway. It would still show up. You could just use either gateway and it'll show up
overnight or something.
It's just like the overnight market. So there's a really decent chance that some of those traders could have easily used.
Yeah. And it's just double the liquidity, right? I mean, there might be a level there that's on Moon and not on Ocean. So
that's a bigger thing too.
Moon Ocean. So I think we should have our own gateway. Just call it Land, you know, or Sun. Well, Sun wouldn't matter.
Micron already
sun
good here.
Well, I guess it's sunny somewhere now.
Micron to the upside.
Okay, here we go. Micron's out.
Yeah, it looks like they beat. Wow, revenue is $13.6 billion versus 11 prior quarter. So that's big. It's quarter over quarter. It's a big beat, but I don't have the comparables there. But Micron
there
to the upside, up $15 already here on Micron.
Yeah, remember our stats will show that it's up 2%, but the move is more, right? This is just up 2% as if it was still a live market right now. This will pull back. So watch out here for Micron right there. Here it is right here, the adjusted EPS right there. So we got 478, beats 395. And like we said, it was set up right there on Micron on the daily chart to do something like this. You know, we came into 227 there. All we are is right back here. Like, it's not like we're back that far yet, but there it is right there. So, okay, their forward look is out as well. So we'll have to see where that's going. But there it is, EPS right there, 478 versus 395, and a monster beat, like big time beat on both sides of this. But yeah, it looks like we'll be looking at some Micron tomorrow, everybody, taking out 240. Key level 250 always right into here. So that could be a level to look out for on MU.
Q2 sales guide, $18.3 billion to $19.1 billion versus $14.1 billion estimate. So that is a big guide as well. You would think it's up more than 2 points based on that revenue guide. But
well, it is. No, I mean, it is. That's what I'm saying. It is up more than that.
No, but what was the expected move?
I think it was down 6 going in, so now you're up about 8.
You'd think you'd get double digits, though.
Yeah, you probably will.
Well, there's still time. Yeah. It's only 403, but that's a pretty big guide. It's a pretty big guide for them there for Micron. So expect like SNDK probably.
So if you come in tomorrow and Micron is down,
we're in trouble. We're toast.
It's going to be a bad day all around tomorrow. But thanks everybody. Thanks Sia today, already gone. Thank you Adara as well. Thanks Brendo. We want to give a big shout out to Raheem. Of course, who was here early today and had some great talk there. Micron's already sort of pulling back in now to 237. Shout out to Joe. Thanks for always adding some color to our show as well. Sharif, Andre, Ramin, and I always look over there, but I know who's over there, Fabian as well. So thanks to everybody for who helped us out there today. And thanks to all of our viewers, man. We couldn't have done this show without you. But most importantly, thank you to Medline. You really made a difference in the P&L today, that is for sure. Micron, if you want to just come over here just real quick, we'll just show you this. It is pulling back into 234 right now. So Micron on a double beat and a beat on the guide. I feel like it shouldn't be pulling back right now. We'll see. It just touched 233 there. Look at that. Nice little move down. Remember, though, when you're trading in the after hours, liquidity is sparse.
Exactly.
So the moves could go one way or the other. And they have a CEO that's pretty humble with his expectations and isn't as boisterous as like a Lisa Su or Jensen. So you got to watch out, or Elon or anybody like that. So watch out to see where Micron goes.
Well, they're always conservative. They're like Intel.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't expect them to hype you up on the call. They don't do that.
We have CPI on Thursday. That should be interesting. Bank of Japan news coming Thursday, Friday. Lots of stuff happening this day. Okay,
There's
good
another
trading
problem.
there on Medline. I wish there was better trading on other names as well, but I only have Medline and MSOS today for me in the green. We'll see if we can do just a little bit better tomorrow.
Affirm actually had a good day today.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Remember, we forgot all about this. Affirm, yesterday there was news on Affirm with Amazon, and they had a relatively good day today on Affirm, but it was all about Medline today. And hopefully it'll be all about Micron saving the market tomorrow. You never know. We'll find out at 8 a.m., everybody. We'll see you then.
Micron 240 again.
Micron at the high.
Yeah, see you.